Chapter 379. Divine Sound Law. Yu Qingcheng stared at Yu Shishirei in astonishment. She had been trying to figure out what kind of method power she had comprehended over the past few days. Even when Yi Qinghan asked her, she only told him that she had a slight breakthrough because she wasn't sure. Now that he heard Yu Shishirei's explanation, he couldn't help but be stunned. Patriarch, didn't you say that the law of the heavens and earth only consisted of paramount laws and elemental laws? What category did the divine sound law belong to? His more powerful than supreme laws? Wrong. The divine sound law did not belong to either of the two. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but it's recorded in the grimoire left behind by the Moon Queen before she went to the God realm. She said that there are actually some rare laws in the world, special laws. Without great opportunities and great comprehension abilities, it's impossible for people to comprehend them. However, once one comprehends them and steps into the divine level, the laws would be freakish. The Moon Queen continued to explain excitedly, when you were playing the guqin just now, even Yi Qingyu, a sage, fell into a daze. I reckon that this law of yours belongs to the soul category, and can confuse the enemy's soul. Little Qingcheng, walk down the path of the law. Who knows, you might become the second Yi Qinghan. I look forward to your future achievement. So powerful. Yu Qingcheng's mood was also slightly excited. Originally, she simply liked to play the zither and had played the zither in the Yu clan for more than 10 years. When Yi Qinghan fell into the god-slaying mountain, she also relied on playing the zither to relieve the depression and loneliness in her heart. Finally, in the deep state of soul silence, she also heard a very wonderful song. He did not expect that he had actually comprehended the divine sound law, which was a soul-type technique. All of this seemed to be the will of the heavens, and everything seemed to have a cycle of karma. Nodding her head, she smiled. Qingcheng will definitely continue walking down this path because Qingcheng truly loves music. Being able to enjoy music while cultivating at the same time, this is Qingcheng's great fortune. Yu Shishirei gave Yu Qingcheng a gratified smile, then gave her a few more instructions before teleporting back to Tranquil Lake Island. Ancestor, I forgot to ask. How can I become the overlord of the Flame Dragon Plain? After speaking with Yi Ruoshirei, Yi Qinghan prepared to return to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. However, he suddenly thought of a problem. Since he had agreed to become a deity, he had to figure out what this mission was all about. This. I'm not too sure myself. I'm afraid I'll have to go to the God realm to find out. Oh right, when you have time, you should ask Master Devour. She's such a powerful existence. I'm sure she knows. Yi Ruoshirei revealed a trace of embarrassment. They had asked Yi Qinghan to work hard to become the overlord of the Flame Dragon Plain, but in fact, they did not know how to achieve it. After all, none of them had been to the God realm, and none of those who had gone to the God realm had returned. By the way, why did you hide your identity that day? Do you have any difficulties? Yi Ruoshirei suddenly thought of a problem and asked with some doubt. Ancestor, I have been hiding something from you. Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Ruoshirei had managed to find the answer. Furthermore, he needed Yi Ruoshirei and the rest to help him conceal his strength. Therefore, he could only clench his teeth and say, in the Savage Mountain Range, I killed 2 Qianjun. If I don't conceal my strength, the massacre god guards will definitely sense it. They will suspect that I obtained the divine skin. If they investigate, they will definitely suspect that I killed 2 Qianjun and find trouble with me. I'm not afraid of him now, but I'm afraid that he will ask the divine master to take action. When that time comes, it will be very troublesome. What? You killed 2 Qianjun? The massacre god guards had been secretly investigating 2 Qianjuan's death and did not publicize it. Therefore, Yi Ruoshirei had not received any news. Now that she heard it, she was shocked. This matter could be big or small. If the Divine Master Butcher did not take action, it would be a small matter. However, if the Divine Master Butcher took action, it would be a disaster for the Yi family. The Divine Master Butcher had the Overlord's will. In the continent, besides Lord Devour, no one could match him. If he wanted to deal with the Yi family, unless Lord Devour protected the Yi family would only face destruction. However, Would Lord Devour protect the Yi family? Even Yi Qinghan did not like to care about her. How could you expect her to care about the survival of the Yi family? You are too rash. This is troublesome. This matter might cause the Yi family to suffer the fate of being exterminated. Sigh. This. Yi Ruoshui's white brows suddenly rose, and her eyes flickered non-stop. Yi Qinghan was not very clear about the experts and methods of the God City. However, Yi Ruoshui was very clear that the soul slaves were everywhere in the continent. This matter would definitely be exposed. Now that Yi Qinghan's strength had suddenly increased, it would definitely arouse the massacre godguard's suspicions. Furthermore, it seemed like Yi Qinghan and Tu Qianjun had a deep grudge in the past. In that case, they would have a motive to kill. Once the truth was revealed, and Yi Qinghan was still in possession of the godly sword, Godmaster Tu would definitely kill Yi Qinghan and wipe out the Yi family at the same time. Tu Qianjun wanted to kill me in the barbaric mountains. I had no choice but to kill him and all his subordinates. I can't possibly wait to be killed by him, right? Yi Qinghan did not think too much and did not expect the matter to be so serious. He spread out his hands and said innocently, "Since it has come to this, there is no other way. I will arrange for people to seal off the news. We will hide it for as long as we can. Everything will depend on the will of the heavens. You, leave immediately. Take Yi Qingyu and the others and leave immediately. Go to the Dark Forest or the Purple Island. Leave overnight. Don't go back to Kang City until you reach the god level." Yi Ruoshui pondered for a while and suddenly made a decision. What? Is it so serious? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. He had already thought of the matter as serious as it could be. He did not expect that it would reach the point where he had to leave immediately and go to the Dark Forest or Purple Island to avoid the disaster. He could not accept it for a moment. His expression became serious. This is called being careful is the parent of safety. Let me ask you a question. Is the real godly sword with you? Yi Ruoshui's expression became cold. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was hesitant to answer, she sighed and said, "Don't deny it. I don't want it from you. Think about it. If even I can guess that the godly sword is with you, then many god-level experts on this continent must have guessed it too. You went to the god-slaying mountain for 5 years and finally came out so easily. Moreover, your strength has skyrocketed. Most importantly, you have that strange weapon of yours. It would be strange if people did not suspect you. If it were not for the arrival of the foreign races, I'm afraid that someone would have already made a move on you. Now that the matter of you in Kang City has been exposed, many people will definitely suspect that you are the black-robed man. Then, the fact that you killed Tu Qianjun will definitely surface. After all, you have a direct grudge against him and have a motive to kill him. Since you could obtain the godly skin under the divine beast, then you also have the strength to kill Tu Qianjun. As long as the divine city is sure that you killed Tu Qianjun, then, the Divine Master too will have a reason to openly attack you. He will definitely use the excuse of avenging Tu Qianjun to kill you and take the godly sword. If you continue to stay in the Yi family, there will only be 2 results. First, you are likely to be slaughtered to death. Second, you are likely to implicate the Yi family and lead to the destruction of the Yi family. Yi Qinghan touched his nose and only came back to his senses after a long while. However, his face turned bitter. Yi Ruoshui's analysis was correct. He had thought things too simply. He began to lament his bitter fate. His strength had just greatly improved and he had helped the House of Ars kill countless foreign races. It was fine if he could not become famous. Now, it seemed that he couldn't even bring his wives to live a comfortable life. His life was really King lonely like the snow. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and made a decision, then let's go to the Purple Island. Going to the Dark Forest feels like begging. I don't like the days of living under someone else's roof. Chapter 380. All right. You pack up and say goodbye to Sky Dragon. Tell me when you are ready. I will take you there immediately. Yi Ruoshui actually hoped that Yi Qinghan would go to the Dark Castle. After all, Lord Devour would take care of him because of his relationship with Xiao He. However, the Purple Island was the safest place. Now that Yi Qinghan had made up his mind, she couldn't say anything else. Don't. Since he had made up his mind, Yi Qinghan didn't feel so conflicted. His face revealed a trace of ruthlessness as he waved his hand and said, "You can't take me there. Not only can you not take me there, but you have to wait until I reach Xidao. You have to ask the family to put up a notice to expel me from the Yi family forever. You have to tell the world that I have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. The Yi family won't be responsible for my behavior. This. All right. How are you going to get there? The Purple Island is in the east of the Hidden Island." It was Yi Qinghan who had asked the Yi family to expel him. Yi Ruoxue was also an ambitious person. She was a little surprised, but she didn't hesitate much. Since Yi Qinghan had asked, it didn't matter anymore. As long as the Yi family recognized Yi Qinghan, it was fine. They could just let him return to the family in the future. "Hihi, I have my own way. You don't have to worry about my safety. Did you forget how I disappeared a few days ago?" Yi Qinghan laughed but didn't point it out. After all, old Lu didn't want too many people to know about his existence. As for his safety, he wasn't really worried. As long as he controlled the Freedom Ring and opened the door to enter the Freedom Pavilion, he would enter an independent space. Once he entered, the door would disappear. Why would he be afraid of the Divine Lord? This time, he went to the Purple Island because he was afraid that Yi Qingyu and the other two would be bored staying in the Freedom Pavilion. Otherwise, he wouldn't even want to go to the Purple Island. He would just cultivate in the Freedom Pavilion. "Patriarch, please take me to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. In the future, you must take care of yourself." Finally, Yi Qinghan dropped to his knees and kowtowed 3 times in front of Yi Ruoxue. "Well, don't worry too much. Maybe things won't be so pessimistic. Moreover, I can often take people to the Z Island to see you." Yi Ruoxue looked at Yi Qinghan with guilt. She held him up with her hands and her eyes were slightly moist. This child was only 21 years old, yet he had already experienced so many hardships. Now, he had to face even greater challenges, as well as his thin and weak shoulders, yet he still had to shoulder such a heavy burden. Although it was said that capable people should do more work, if possible, he would rather bear all the hardships and burdens himself. Between men, there were some things that didn't need to be said. Yi Ruoxue and Yi Qinghan looked at each other. They nodded and smiled at the same time. Then, Yi Ruoxue teleported to the Cold Heart Pavilion with Yi Qinghan. After bidding farewell to Yi Ruoxue, Yi Qinghan walked into the hall of the Cold Heart Pavilion. He looked around with nostalgia. Yi Qinghan teleported to the backyard. Yi Qingyu and the others were drinking tea and enjoying the afternoon sunshine. "Brother." Yi Qingyu was the first to notice Yi Qinghan's appearance. She stood up and shouted happily. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu also put down their cups and stood up with a smile. "Hello, 3 beauties. Can I ask you a question?" Yi Qinghan smiled mischievously. He extended his hand and said to the 3 beauties in a serious manner, "3 beauties, are you willing to accompany me to travel the world?" "Travel the world?" The 3 looked at Yi Qinghan's serious expression. They didn't understand what was going on. They looked at him in confusion and waited for his explanation. "I will explain the specific reason later. Right now, I can only tell you clearly. I am all alone now. I can no longer stay in this Yi family. I am going to travel the world. May I ask if you are willing to come with me? You have to think about it carefully. Maybe you won't be able to return for 8 to 10 years. Or maybe, you won't be able to return for the rest of your life." Yi Qinghan looked at the 3 of them with guilt. He was lucky enough to marry 3 beauties. Yet, he couldn't give them a stable life. Now, he had to wander from place to place. He was a failure as a man. "I will go wherever you go, brother," Yi Qingyu said without hesitation. To her, wherever Yi Qinghan was, that was her home. Traveling the world is not bad. "I am willing to go to the ends of the earth with you. The 4 seas are my home." Yu Qingcheng smiled sweetly. The days without Yi Qinghan by her side were too difficult. She didn't want to continue playing the zither alone by the tranquil lake. "I will go with you, too. But, can I really not come back?" Yi Qingwu's voice was resolute, but her face was a little bitter. Anyway, if she couldn't come back in this lifetime, she couldn't show her filial piety to her grandfather. What if her grandfather didn't come back after he passed away? She would hate herself for the rest of her life. Good. That's my, Yi Qinghan's, woman. Actually, I found that. I don't have anything in this world except for you and Xiao Hei. But, it's enough. Yi Qinghan beamed a faint smile. It was a bright, and contented smile. His eyes shot out a beam of light. His heroic spirit burst out as he said word by word, "Don't worry. I will try my best to bring you back to the Fire Dragon continent as soon as possible. At the same time, I will try my best to make you happy for the rest of your lives." Then, Yi Qinghan touched the carefree ring, and 2 jade boxes appeared in his hand. He gave them to Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu, smiling. "This is Lord Devou's wedding gift for you. These are 2 peak Heavenly God Realm divine crystals. You should refine them. After that, the 3 of you will reach the peak Heavenly God Realm divine crystals." The 2 of them were startled and nearly lost their grip on the jade box, causing it to drop. They knew about this because Yi Qingyu had been refining the divine crystal. At this moment, her cultivation level was even higher than Yi Qinghan's, and it was said that in a few years, she would become a deity. This item was priceless. Haha, I, Yi Qingwu, can become a God Realm expert one day, and a peak Heavenly God Realm expert at that. Yi Qingwu couldn't bear to part with the jade boxes. In fact, she was a little jealous of Yi Qingyu. The reason why she worked so hard was that she didn't want to fall behind Yi Qingyu's strength. She didn't want to be neglected by Yi Qinghan. It was a kind of sour grapes subconsciously. After refining the divine crystals, can I continue to comprehend the original principles? Yu Qingcheng didn't show much joy. Instead, she asked a strange question. This, Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in confusion. Seeing Yu Qingcheng asking seriously, he sent a voice transmission to old Lu. After a while, he shrugged his shoulders and said, "No, you can't. After refining the divine crystal, you can only comprehend the mysteries of the divine crystal. You can't cultivate the original nomological laws." "Oh. In that case, I don't want this divine crystal anymore. You can give it to someone else." Yu Qingcheng's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Then, she smiled and felt relieved. She casually threw the divine crystal to Yi Qinghan as if she was throwing a toy. "Why?" Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu exchanged looks. They blinked in disbelief and asked at the same time. Yi Qinghan touched Yu Qingcheng's forehead to see if she had caught a cold. What was this? It was a divine crystal that could help her enter the God realm easily. Yu Qingcheng hesitated for a while before rejecting it. If Yi Qinghan hadn't promised Lord Devour not to refine the divine crystal to become a god, he would have refined it himself. There's no reason. I like the heaven and earth principles I cultivate. I don't want to change them. Qinghan, I know what I want. Don't worry about me. Yu Qingcheng nodded resolutely. The divine sound law principle she cultivated was her hobby. She didn't want to give up her hobby. It was that simple. All right. Since you're so sure, I'll give this divine crystal to my grandfather so that the Yi clan can have one more guardian deity. Yi Qinghan didn't insist. He took the divine crystal back and prepared to give it to Yi Tianlong. The Yi family would have one more God realm guardian. It would be a reward for the Yi family for raising him for so many years. After making his decision, he suddenly felt relaxed. Looking around, he finally raised his hands high and revealed a brilliant smile. He said to the 3 of them, "Xiao Yu, you and Qingcheng go pack up your things. Xiao Wu and I will go say goodbye to my grandfathers. After that, let's go roam the world with everyone." Chapter 381. In the mountains behind the Yi family, Yi Tianlong and the other 2 were sitting in a circle in the attic, drinking tea and chatting. Although all 3 of them were injured, they were clearly in good spirits. "Clan leader, you have to work hard on your cultivation and strive to become a god as soon as possible. Get that little girl from the Yu family to join the Yi family. Hee. When the time comes, all 3 generations of the Yu family saintesses will fall under your spears." Yi Qingyo drank a mouthful of tea, his slightly puffed-up eyes looking docile and wretched. He looked askance at Yi Tianlong and chuckled. "Qingyo, you're already an old man, why can't you be more serious? Your granddaughter is already married, and when the time comes, you'll be carrying great-grandchildren, but you're still like this." Yi Tianlong glared angrily at Yi Qingyo, but when he saw his docile expression, he couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Then he let out a long sigh. "Become a god? That's easier said than done. It's not like you don't know that cultivation is at its peak before the age of 50. After that, all aspects begin to decline. I am powerless even though I want to." "That's right." Yi Baihu also sighed faintly. "The three of us broke through to the Saint Realm 20 years ago, but now we're still at the second tier. This road to godhood is too difficult. Seeing little Han and little Yu's strength soar and almost catch up to us, I feel my old face heating up. What else can we do? On this road of cultivation, the younger one is and the higher one's tier is, the higher the chance of becoming a god. But has there ever been a person on the continent who could reach little Han's tier at such a young age? When our ancestor broke through to the Saint Realm, he was in his 30s, right? I say, don't think too much about it. This kind of opportunity can only be encountered by chance. In any case, I've already accepted it. I've played what I wanted to play and enjoyed what I wanted to enjoy, so I have no regrets. Whether or not we can take this last step depends on the will of the heavens. At least we've tried our best, so we won't have any regrets before we enter the grave, right?" Yi Qingyo had a carefree personality, and he spoke without any scruples. He was very open-minded about some things. Well said. Who cares about him? What's fated can't run away, and what's not fated can't be forced. I still have a few decades of lifespan left, so let's fight one last time. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Tianlong's rigid and resolute face. Yi Qingyo had no regrets, but he did. It was just that he had never been good at expressing it. Yu Shishire had always been a wound in his heart that could never be healed. Shio. Right at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded from afar. The three of them stopped talking at the same time and stood up with smiles on their faces as they walked towards the door. Yi Qinghan greets the three grandfathers. It was Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu. Yi Qinghan brought her all the way here and landed in front of the attic. Yi Qinghan smiled and bowed. "Greetings to the three grandfathers, Aya, Grandpa, why are you so hurt? Is it serious?" Yi Qingwu was just about to bow when she saw that Yi Qingyo's entire body was wrapped in white cloth. Her pretty face immediately paled in fright, and she hurriedly threw herself at Yi Qingyo, inspecting him from head to toe in worry. "Girl, what are you making a fuss about? You're already married, so why are you still so unsteady? As a cultivator, getting injured is a common occurrence. What's so strange about that? Who is your grandfather? He's a saint expert, so he'll be fine after a few days of rest." Yi Qingyo's eyes bulged as he pretended to reprimand her, but there was a benevolent look in his eyes. He obviously didn't want to lose face in front of Yi Tianlong, Yi Baihu, and Yi Qinghan. "Grandpa Qingyo, these are 10 bottles of peerless healing medicine. Apply them on your injuries, and they'll be fine in a day." Yi Qinghan was already prepared, and he asked for 10 bottles of healing medicine from the immortal realm from Elder Lu and handed them over. He knew that if Yi Qingwu saw Yi Qingyo's injuries, she would probably be extremely worried, and she would probably make a fuss about staying for a few more days. "Grandpa, quickly go in, I'll apply it for you." Yi Qingwu took the bottles. Thinking about how she was about to leave, tears welled up in her eyes, and she supported Yi Qingyo as they walked in. After busying herself, the healing medicine was indeed miraculous. Once it was applied, the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under Yi Qinghan's insistence, Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu helplessly applied the medicine as well. Finally, the three elders returned to the main hall. Yi Qinghan asked Yi Qingwu to accompany the three of them, and he didn't explain much. Instead, he directly teleported to the Cold Heart Pavilion and brought Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingyu with him. Bang! At Yi Qinghan's signal, the four of them knelt in front of the three elders and performed the most solemn ceremony of 3 kowtows and 9 kowtows in the entire continent. The three elders were baffled, and Yi Qingwu was a complete mess of tears. Yi Qingyo was so anxious that he almost went berserk. Grandpas, Qinghan will take them far away from Kang City in a while. After this trip, I don't know when I'll be able to return to fulfill my filial duties to the three of you. Don't be in a hurry to ask, wait for me to finish speaking. This is something that the old ancestor and I have decided on together. As for the reason, the old ancestor will tell you. After we part today, I don't know when we will meet again. I hope the three grandpas will take good care of yourselves. Of course, if the three grandpas have the time, you can come to Purple Island to see me. I will also do my best to return to Kang City as soon as possible. The corners of Yi Qinghan's eyes were also brimming with tears. Although he had rarely seen the three elders in the first 15 years of his life, they had always treated him very well after he left the Infatuation Garden. Especially before he was trapped in the God-slaying mountain, Yi Qingyo and Yi Tianlong's angry roar made him feel their sincere love for him. Of course, this might have something to do with the sudden increase in his strength, but at least from that moment on, he began to accept these three people. This is a peak heavenly god divine crystal. You can choose one person to refine it. This is my gift to you before you leave. After saying this, Yi Qinghan took out a green jade box and handed it to Yi Tianlong. Then, together with the three of them, he kowtowed heavily. In the end, he took the muddle-headed Yi Qingwu with him, forcefully suppressing the grief in his heart, and resolutely turned around and left. Yi Qinghan knew that he had to cut the Gordian knot, or else he might not be able to leave for a few days. This patriarch, what's going on? Yi Qingyo wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by Yi Tianlong. His eyes bulged and he stamped the ground heavily, his face full of irritation as he roared. What's the hurry, Qingyo? Didn't you hear Little Hand say that we can go to Purple Island to see them in the future? I've already sent a message to the old ancestor. Let's wait for him to come before we ask him. Hey, what happened? It's so serious that we have to go to Purple Island to seek refuge? Yi Tianlong glared at Yi Qingyo, as if blaming him for not being able to distinguish the severity of the situation. Yi Baihu was still shocked by the peak heavenly god divine crystal that Yi Qinghan had given to the Yi family. The two of them were roused by Yi Tianlong's words. Yi Qinghan's strength had just improved greatly, and he had resolved a great crisis for the House of Ours. Now, he had to leave in a hurry. Moreover, the three of them simultaneously thought of Yi Qinghan's strange appearance and deliberately altered voice when he was killing the outsiders. Could it be that he had encountered some great trouble that even the Yi family couldn't protect him? Because he killed Tu Qianjun, so he must leave. Otherwise, the Yi family will be finished. At this moment, Yi Ruoshirei suddenly teleported over. She let out a deep sigh and said somewhat helplessly, "Pass down my order. Seal up the outside of Tiansong City. Anyone who talks about this matter will be expelled from the Yi family. Those who are serious will be killed on the spot." A moment later, a luxurious carriage without any insignia quietly left from the east gate of Tiansong City, leaving behind a trail of dust. Chapter 382. Recently, something strange had happened in the House of Ours. It was so strange that people were a little scared. All the experts who had participated in the great battle in Kang City a few days ago and survived the calamity received the highest level order from the Divine Battle Abode. It meant that they were forbidden to talk about the giant face and the black-cloaked man who had spread the news of that battle. Moreover, it was even more serious this time. The House of Ours had directly issued a war god blood order, saying that this matter was related to the survival of the House of Ours. Anyone who talked about it would be killed without mercy. Last time in Kang City, perhaps all the experts were suspicious. But this time, they were obviously frightened. This matter was obviously very serious. It was so serious that it was related to the survival of the House of Ours. Who dared to talk about it? Many people had secretly talked about it with others. They hurried to clean up their messes. Others wanted to bury this matter in their stomachs. Obviously, Yi Ruoshirei's 2 muting spells had played a big role. Although all the God Realm experts on the continent had used their soul consciousness to check occasionally during that battle, they were afraid of enraging Jin Qi. However, because he was afraid of angering Jin Qi, he didn't dare to spread his divine sense to the center of the battlefield. Later, after the giant face appeared, he didn't even dare to investigate from afar. Only after the battle was over, when the giant face and the alien tribes had disappeared, did they dare to spread their soul consciousness. But they found that the alien tribes had all disappeared. However, at that moment, it was obvious that they all thought that Lord Devour had killed or driven away the alien tribes. That was how this world-ending crisis had ended. While the barbarian god mansion's hidden island was secretly happy, they began to inquire about what had happened. While the demon god mansion's divine city was cursing, they also began to inquire about what had happened that day. Yi Ruoshurei's first message was effective. That night, many soul consciousness had locked on the Emperor Realm warriors on the Kang City's square. But no one talked about it afterward. They only heard that a black-cloaked expert had saved the House of Ars. This half-understanding made them even more curious. Hence, the spies of the House of Ars, who had been bribed in 2 prefectures, 1 city, and 1 island, began to investigate everywhere. They wanted to get to the bottom of what had happened that day. Otherwise, they would feel uncomfortable if they were hung up on one thing. However, under the second gag order from the House of Ars, they did not manage to obtain any concrete information. This was even more incredible. The various powers hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but now that the House of Ars had issued a few gag orders, they understood this matter so well that not a single hint of it leaked out. No one would believe that there was no secret hidden in this. Therefore, the entire House of Ars appeared calm on the surface, but under the surface, a turbulent undercurrent was surging. Although the gag order had been issued twice, it was obvious that there were still people who dared to go against the rules of the House of Ars and whisper to each other. For example, Yi Jian had the guts to do so. Yi Jian had always been a snobbish person. When he was young, his talent was average, and he was suppressed by Yi Dao for decades. However, he had always endured. That time, Yi Dao stubbornly went to the God-slaying mountain. He thought it was an opportunity, so he made a decisive move. In the end, he won, and Yi Dao died. Under his careful management, the first branch controlled the Yi family and the south of the House of Ars. However, 6 years ago, Yi Dao's son suddenly became extremely powerful. During the battle in the Garden of Enchantment, Yi Tianlong was lured out. In the end, Yi Qingquang was crippled, and he was imprisoned. The second branch once again suppressed the first branch. He did not give up and continued to endure. In the back mountain, because there were no mundane matters to deal with, he had plenty of time. Coupled with his stubborn personality, he was lucky enough to break through to the Saint Realm and return. However, he thought he could revive the first branch, regain power, and restore his former glory and dignity. However, he realized that the sky in Kang City seemed to have changed. Yi Qinghan became the young clan head, and his position was firmly above him. Furthermore, the family did not confer him the position of heavenly elder, and he did not even have the position of an elder with actual power. Furthermore, his son did not have a soul seed planted in him. All right, continue to endure. That day, when that black-robed man appeared and instantly killed a group of peak sages, and he confirmed the identity of that black-robed man from Yi Qiong. He knew that he could not endure anymore. He decided to make a move. Are you sure that Tu Qianjun died in the barbaric mountains? In the study, Yi Jian carefully released his sage domain. At the same time, he carefully communicated with Yi Qingquang via voice transmission. Through the information he had gathered over the past few days, he felt that he was about to touch the core of this secret. Father, this is the biggest matter before the divine city's foreign races descended. Furthermore, the god-slaying guards even gave a condition. Whoever finds the murderer must immediately remove the soul seed in his body. How can I remember such a big matter wrongly? Yi Qingquang had just returned to the Yi family castle when he was summoned by Yi Jian. He thought that something big had happened. Unexpectedly, Yi Jian asked about something that he had reported to Yi Jian previously. After hearing Yi Qingquang's confirmation, Yi Jian was silent for a long time. His expression kept changing, and it was obvious that he was struggling internally. After combining all the information, he had a general understanding of the matter. He started to hesitate and paced back and forth. Just like how he had decided to sell Yi Dao's information to the demon race more than 10 years ago, this was a gamble, but the risks and benefits were equal. You guys are pushing me too far. Don't blame me. Anyway, this matter will be exposed sooner or later. After being silent for an hour, Yi Jian finally revealed a ruthless expression and muttered to himself. Then, he turned his head and transmitted a voice transmission to Yi Qingquang, who was at a loss. I will arrange for you to leave Kang City in a few days. After that, you will make a secret trip to the Divine City. Why would I go to the Divine City? Yi Qingquang was shocked. He couldn't avoid that place in time, so how would he dare to go alone? After all, a soul slave might be killed if he went to the Divine City without permission. Fool, you, go see the god-slaying guards and tell them about Tu Chenjuan's murderer. Ask them to remove the soul seed for you. Then, help me pass on a few words. Say. Yi Jian stood up and started to transmit a voice transmission to Yi Qingquang in detail. This. After listening, Yi Qingquang was instantly filled with excitement. His father's plan was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, after a while, he suddenly thought of something and asked doubtfully, Lord Father, this plan is good, but I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will implicate the Yi family. If the Yi family is destroyed, we won't be able to escape death as well. Fool, how long do you think you can hide this matter? Anyway, you will find out in the end. I might as well let you remove the soul seed. Yi Jian was very dissatisfied with his son's intelligence and scolded him. With a gloomy expression, he continued, in a few days, when you are about to reach the Divine City, I will meet the elder ancestor and tell him the truth. I will banish Yi Qinghan from the Yi family. Otherwise, the Yi family will be destroyed in his hands. Yes, yes. Lord Father is still smart. He. In a few days, I will secretly go to the Divine City. Yi Qinghan. You're dead this time. Ha ha. Yi Qingquang suddenly wanted to laugh out loud. However, when he opened his mouth, he felt that it was not the right time to laugh. Looking at Yi Jian's cold gaze, he hurriedly touched his nose in embarrassment and prepared to leave. Remember, keep it a secret. After you deliver the letter, don't come back for a while. After a period of time, I will send your 2 younger brothers away. If the Yi family is really destroyed because of Yi Qinghan, at least there will be some seeds left. Yi Jian waved his hand and let Yi Qingquang leave. However, he stared blankly out of the window. More than 10 years ago, he had made a bet and he won in the end. This time, he didn't know what the final outcome would be. Perhaps he would live, perhaps he would die. Perhaps he would be rich and powerful. Perhaps his soul would be sent to the Western Paradise. He didn't care anymore because he thought that he couldn't endure this kind of life anymore. Chapter 383. A few days later, a special carriage arrived at Black Tortoise City, a large city to the east of the House of Ars. Black Tortoise City was one of the 100 major cities of the House of Ars. It was one of the affiliated cities of the Hua family and was not far from Luo Hua City. The city was jointly managed by 3 famous families of the House of Ars. As the House of Ars had not been very peaceful recently, the city gates were filled with guards who were there to inspect the city. Stop the carriage and inspect. Sima Shungjie was a disciple of the Sima family, one of the 3 major families of Black Tortoise City. Today, it was his turn to guard the city gates. Suddenly, he noticed that a carriage was heading straight into the city, with no intention of stopping. Furthermore, he noticed that the carriage was unusually luxurious, but there was no sign of a major family on it. Sima Shungjie smirked and realized that this was his chance to make a fortune. He hurriedly stood up and led his men to surround the carriage. My lords, I am from the Big Bird Carriage Company. The young master in the carriage is our boss's esteemed guest. Please do not inspect him. The coachman was an old man. He seemed to be a frequent traveler and knew the rules. He extended his hand and handed over a small bag of crystal coins. He said with a smile, My apologies, the rules have been a little strict recently, so I have to inspect him. Sima Shungjie glanced at the small bag of crystal coins and his expression became even more serious. However, his hands did not move an inch. The invasion of the mutated tribes had caused them a lot of trouble for a long time. It was not easy for them to meet such a troublemaker, and they wanted to dismiss him with just this. Whoosh. The old coachman wanted to say something else, but just as Sima Shungjie was about to pretend to open the curtains to inspect the carriage, a purple unknown object suddenly flew out from the carriage and headed straight for Sima Shungjie's head. Sima Shungjie was shocked. Fortunately, the speed of the hidden weapon was not fast. He stomped his feet on the ground and quickly retreated. At the same time, he clenched his fist and quickly grabbed at the purple hidden weapon. Finally, just as the hidden weapon was about to reach his head, he successfully clamped it between his 2 fingers. Beautiful. Good. Lord Jie, you have actually cultivated the chasing stars and moon technique to such a superb level. Impressive, impressive. Sima's business showed off a little, and the team members beside him all cheered and flattered him. Sima Shungjie raised his head slightly proudly, as if he was very satisfied with his reaction just now. Originally, he wanted to throw away the hidden weapon in his hand, but he saw the familiar purple color on his finger and the familiar pattern engraved on it. After rolling his eyes a few times, his expression suddenly changed. He furiously waved his sleeve and put the purple crystal coin in his hand into his sleeve without leaving a trace. He then looked coldly at the carriage and said, "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" Shio. Another purple concealed weapon shot straight towards Sima Shungjie's head. Seeing this, Sima Shungjie's eyes flashed. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and grabbed the hidden weapon with one hand, then put it back into his sleeve. His expression became even more furious as he shouted coldly, "Your hidden weapon skills don't seem to be very good. Today, if you can defeat me with hidden weapons, I'll make an exception and let you enter the city." Swish, swish, swish. The people in the carriage didn't hold back and actually shot out countless purple hidden weapons, aiming for the vital parts of Sima Shungjie's body. Sima Shungjie's eyes suddenly widened, and his battle aura surged. This time, he used both his hands at the same time, continuously flashing in the air and grabbing the purple hidden weapons one by one. He even bit one hidden weapon with his mouth. In the end, because there were too many hidden weapons, he was hit in the chest by one hidden weapon. He staggered a few steps and fell on his butt. "Chimph, you win. Move aside, let them enter the city." Sima Shungjie didn't care about his pathetic appearance on the ground. He quickly put the purple hidden weapon in his chest into his sleeve, then shouted at the carriage with a face full of grief and indignation. At the same time, he waved his hand to signal his subordinates to move aside. "Hey, young master, this person is too boring. I still want to continue smashing him." The carriage sped towards the city gate, leaving behind a silvery young woman's voice. "Sir Jie, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Sir, why did you let them enter the city? You should have sent a signal to the clan to capture them." The moment the carriage entered the city, the group of guards hurriedly came over to support Sima Shungjie, their faces full of concern and anger. "Hihi, what do you know?" Sima Shungjie immediately stood up. He looked at the back of the carriage at the city gate and revealed a sinister smile. Then, he reached into his sleeve with his left hand. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, he opened his palm, revealing a dazzling purple light. It was more than 10 purple crystal coins. The dozen or so guards surrounding Sima Shungjie suddenly became dumbfounded when they saw the dazzling purple light. This was more than 1,000 crystal coins. It was enough to spend in the best brothel in Xianwu City for a year. Who was inside the carriage? They actually used purple crystal coins to smash people. Even the #1 young master of the east of the House of Ours would not dare to do such a thing, and it seemed that the woman just said that she hadn't smashed enough. The carriage traveled on a flat street. A young master was lazily reclining on a soft chair in the carriage. Sitting next to him was an extremely beautiful woman. She had a pair of beautiful little hands, and she was pushing a fruit apart before splitting it into a small portion and sending it to the young man's mouth. "How is it? Little Peach Blossom, how did you feel when you smashed people with purple crystal coins? Was it very satisfying?" "Hee." The young master opened his mouth and bit the fruit. At the same time, he quickly kissed the beautiful woman's beautiful little hand and said with a smile, "Mph, it's not fun at all. I thought he would be able to last a few more times. I didn't expect him to be so fast. I haven't gotten addicted yet. This person's character is not that good." The woman called Little Peach Blossom rolled her eyes. Her eyes were like silk as she smiled coquettishly. "Ha ha, you are a lady from a prestigious family. You don't know how expensive rice is. Thinking back to when I was in Barbarian City, I went into the mountains to hunt magical beasts for a few dozen crystal coins. I almost died a few times. You have already spent more than 1,000 crystal coins and he still doesn't stop. In the end, you won't even have a single crystal coin left. Bad character? There are too few people with good character in this world. They often seem to be very loyal, but in fact, they feel that their betrayal is not enough." The young master looked at the woman who was acting coquettishly and laughed. He pulled the woman to sit in his arms and started to grope her wantonly. That's right. These were Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng, who had left Kang City for the Purple Island. After Yi Qinghan left the mountain behind the Yi family castle, he directly hired a luxurious carriage in Kang City and rushed to the east. Because of the existence of the Carefree Ring, Yi Qinghan didn't ask Elder Lu to teleport them to the Purple Island directly. After all, Elder Lu's appearance and teleportation would be exposed. If he asked Elder Lu for help, it would be a request. He still had 2 chances to attack, and he didn't want to waste them. Moreover, he had the Carefree Ring. He could ask Elder Lu to release a wisp of divine sense outside. As long as a god-level expert was investigating, he would know immediately. At that time, he could directly open the door to the Carefree Pavilion and enter. The Carefree Pavilion was an independent parallel space refined by the Soul Emperor. As long as someone entered, the void door would disappear. Inside the Carefree Pavilion, even Lord Devour wouldn't be able to break the void to hurt him. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decided to travel to the Purple Island slowly. After all, he didn't know when he would return. "Young master, we have arrived at the Black Warrior City's commercial street." After a while, the carriage stopped abruptly. The old coachman called out in a soft voice. Yi Qinghan released Yu Qingcheng unwillingly. He stretched his body and said with a smile, "Hey, all right. I will bring Little Lotus and Little Rose out. Everyone, let's go for a stroll. We will buy half of the things in Black Warrior City, then we will go to the Purple Island and rebuild the Cold Heart Pavilion. This brother is not short of money." Chapter 384. Yi Qingwu used the sadness of parting as motivation. After leaving Kang City, she calmed herself down for half a day before entering the Chilling Heart Pavilion to ask Elder Lu to help her refine the divine crystal. Yi Qingyu also wanted to quickly comprehend the mysteries of the divine crystal so that she could become a god and help Yi Qinghan. Thus, she left Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng behind to cultivate in the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Yi Qinghan flashed into the Chilling Heart Pavilion and brought the 2 of them out after a short while. "What's wrong?" "Little Han. Young master, I have only refined the divine crystal for a few days. I have just stabilized the energy in my body and sorted out the knowledge in my mind. Why did you call us out?" Yi Qingwu was still immersed in the shock of the divine crystal. However, she was pulled out by Yi Qinghan. She pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and stretched her body in the carriage. When she looked at Yi Qinghan, her heart skipped a beat. Yi Qingyu didn't say anything when she came out. Instead, she smiled and walked over to Yu Qingcheng. She held Yu Qingcheng's hand and listened to their conversation. "Little Rose, we are about to leave this place and go to the isolated island. Aren't you going to buy more clothes, utensils, and tools? Let me tell you, there isn't a single person in that place. Moreover, we will be staying there for at least 10 years. When we have no clothes to wear, are you going to run around naked?" Yi Qinghan couldn't help but reach out and pinch Yi Qingwu's breasts. At the same time, he smiled mischievously as he hugged Yi Qingwu's voluptuous body. "Aya, you little scoundrel, you little pervert. If you don't stop, I'm going to scream." Yi Qingwu's breasts were suddenly attacked by Yi Qinghan in front of Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingcheng. She was greatly shocked and embarrassed. She immediately slapped away that pair of big hands unceasingly. Only after he let go did she jump away from Yu Qingcheng's and Yi Qingyu's hands. She walked out of the carriage and said fiercely, "Little Lotus Flower, Little Peach Blossom, let's go and spend all of this little rascal's money and make him a pauper. I want to buy 10 horse carriages worth of clothes." "Me. Wait, Put on the veil first. Yi Qinghan chuckled and didn't think much of it. He handed over 3 veils from the carriage. At the same time, he picked up a bamboo hat and put it on, covering half of his face. After leaving Kang City, Yi Qinghan decided to have some fun before going to Purple Island. Therefore, he wanted to keep a low profile. He changed the names of the 3 girls and asked them to call him Young Master. This was to avoid being recognized. Firstly, he was afraid of exposing his whereabouts and attracting the attention of the Divine City. Secondly, he was too famous now. It would not be fun if he was exposed. Young Master, Miss. The 4 of them got off the carriage. When the coachman next to the carriage saw the 4 of them coming out, he quickly bowed slightly. This Big Bird Carriage Company was actually the secret intelligence system of the Yi family. Now it was led by Yi Shisan. He was one of them, so Yi Qinghan was very relieved. Well, we are going to buy some things. You go to the largest hotel in Xuanwu City, Tsuewei Pavilion, book a few rooms and park the carriage there. After that, you take this and go to Luohua City to look for flowers and plants. Tell him to meet me at the hotel tonight. Yi Qinghan took out a black dagger from the Xiaoyaro ring and handed it to the coachman. This was Yi Qinghan's personal weapon in the mansion battle. Flowers and plants used to be very envious, so they would definitely recognize it at a glance. Since he decided to go to Purple Island, he needed to cross the sea and go to Hidden Island first. Then he would go to Purple Island. However, Yi Qinghan had never been to the sea and was not familiar with the things in the sea. Naturally, he thought of the first young master flowers and plants in the east of the House of Ars. As the future clan leader of the Hua family, it would be easy for flowers and plants to arrange some boats and manpower for him. Therefore, Yi Qinghan prepared to spend the night in Xuanwu City, which was next to Luohua City. The coachman took the dagger and drove the carriage away. Yi Qinghan brought the 3 girls to the largest commercial street in Xuanwu City, East Cloud Street. This street was the most famous main street in Xuanwu City. There were countless shops of different sizes. Basically, all kinds of food, clothing, and other miscellaneous things could be bought here. Yi Qinghan was dressed in green. Although his body looked weak, he faintly revealed a trace of elegant temperament. And the 3 girls standing on the street were like cranes in a flock of chickens, dazzling. Yu Qingcheng was dressed in a peach-colored palace dress. Just by standing there quietly, she gave people the feeling that she was a fairy who had fallen to the mortal world, ethereal and ethereal. Yi Qingwu was dressed in a fiery red dress. After a few protests from Yi Qinghan, she did not wear revealing clothes like before. However, her fiery hot body and the 2 huge lumps in front of her chest could not be hidden no matter what. Yi Qingyu was dressed in white. Her soft and weak body gave off a delicate aura with every movement she made, causing others to feel pity for her. The 3 girls were just like the nicknames that Yi Qinghan had given them. One was as intoxicating as a peach blossom, one was as flirtatious as a rose, and one was as pure as a lotus. Although the 3 girls were covered with veils and their faces could not be seen, just looking at their bodies and temperament was enough to make people ecstatic. It was currently noon on East Cloud Street. People were coming and going, and the traffic was endless. It was very lively. However, when Yi Qinghan and the other 3 walked into the street, they immediately became the focus of the street. The 3 beautiful girls with different styles obviously shocked the passers-by on the street. It should be known that it was rare to see such fairy-like figures. But now, 3 of them suddenly appeared. Most importantly, the center of the 3 girls was obviously the man wearing the bamboo hat. For a moment, all kinds of soft swallowing sounds, exclamations, discussions, and curses could be heard. All kinds of envious, intoxicated, greedy, and jealous gazes drifted over the 4 of them. In the end, the men's gazes stopped on Yi Qinghan, who was dressed in green, and they began to guess his identity. What kind of young master from a great family could have such amazing luck with women? And the girls on the street also stopped their gazes on Yi Qinghan, as if they wanted to see Yi Qinghan's face clearly. What kind of man could make 3 girls fall in love with him? Just as the passers-by on the street were guessing the identities of the 4. The 4 of them turned into the first jewelry shop, then walked out after a while, and went into the second clothing shop. And the owner of the first shop suddenly walked out, his face full of excitement. At the same time, he quickly called for a carriage and began to move things out of the shop. They actually moved all the things out of the shop, an entire carriage. Then, the four of them walked out of the second shop and continued on to the next one. Similarly, in the second shop, they rushed to the door with faces full of excitement, and began to loudly order the shop's employees to load all the clothes in the shop into a large carriage. When the four of them walked into the third shop, they casually glanced around, then threw a bag of purple crystal coins, and the shop owner began to load the goods excitedly. Only then did the countless people on the street come to their senses and understand what had happened. They all looked at the four of them in horror as they continued on to the next shop. The street was silent. Looking at the increasing number of carriages filled with goods following the four of them, their eyes became more and more astonished. What was going on? Were the four of them crazy? Or were the purple crystal coins of the mainland going to be useless soon? It was not as if they had never seen a shopping spree before. A few days ago, the #1 young master of Black Tortoise City, Sima Zhuaming, bought a large number of precious items on this East Cloud Street in order to win the favor of a lady. But young Master Sima paled in comparison to the four of them. What he did was called buying, but this was called clearing stock. He packed everything up and took it away. Without asking for the price, he just looked at the goods and threw a bag of purple crystal coins over. Although they did not know how much the goods in this shop were worth, seeing how the shop owner was grinning so widely that his teeth were about to fall off, they knew that he must have made a killing. Lunatic, lunatic. Prodigal, prodigal. Countless people began to curse in their hearts in shock. They hated this young master's crazy behavior to the core. He actually treated money like it was money. Wasn't this a clear slap to the faces of those who did not have money? At the same time, they secretly despised him. This person was even crazier than the young master of Black Tortoise City. In order to win the favor of a lady, he actually wanted to buy an entire street. How many purple crystal coins did he have to spend? What a complete prodigal, a hedonistic son of a rich family. Seeing the four of them continue to walk forward, countless people began to wake up. Many pedestrians who wanted to buy urgently rushed to the shops in front. If they continued to watch the show, the entire street would be cleared out. What else could they buy? Chapter 385. Alright, send these goods to the entrance of the biggest hotel in the city. Wait for me there. After more than an hour, Yi Qinghan looked at the dozen carriages behind him and nodded in satisfaction. He did not pay much attention to the envious and shocked expressions of the passers-by. Purple crystal coins? For someone of his realm and status, purple crystal coins were insignificant and dispensable. The Yi family and the Yu family were not short of money. His Chilling Heart Pavilion had already cost a few 100,000 crystal coins. This time, he might have to stay for a long time on Purple Island. He did not mind it as he had also stayed in dangerous conditions. But now, he was bringing 3 beautiful women to stay for a long time. Naturally, he hoped that they could live comfortably. Not to mention this small amount of purple crystal coins, even if he had to sell his Saint Tool pig slaughtering knife, he would do it. What was the point of men working so hard for? In the end, wasn't it for the sake of his women and family? Purple crystal coins were F*king bastards. He could earn them again after using them. Seeing that they had bought everything they needed to buy, the purple crystal coins that the Yi family had given them were almost used up. Yi Qinghan asked for a carriage from the last shop owner and brought the 3 of them to the largest inn in the city, leaving behind a street full of exclamations. The largest inn in Black Tortoise City was called Emerald Jade Residence. It was the property of the Sima family. It was very grand and luxurious. Yi Qinghan alighted from the carriage and saw more than a dozen carriages waiting obediently at the entrance. He called for them to send them to the inn's backyard while he brought the 3 of them into the inn. After asking the inn owner, he learned that the carriage driver did not book a room for them. Instead, he booked a small courtyard in the backyard. He thought to himself that Yi Shisan's subordinates were sensible and brought the 3 of them to the small courtyard to settle down. When they reached the small courtyard, they saw more than a dozen carriages already parked there. Yi Qinghan let the 3 of them rest in the room while he ordered the servants to leave. Then, He placed all the items in the carriages into the free and unfettered pavilion. His treasury pavilion was filled to the brim. In the small garden, he drank tea with the three women and enjoyed the afternoon sunshine and spring breeze. After nightfall, Yi Qinghan estimated that flowers and plants should have arrived. He was about to ask people to set up a banquet. Unexpectedly, a melodious instrumental music came from the main building of Tsuewei Pavilion in front, attracting the attention of the four people. Good flute, good sound, good skill. This person's flute-blowing skill is not bad at all. This Black Warrior city actually has such a sound expert. Yu Qingcheng was the first to react. A trace of splendor flashed past her pearl-like eyes as she praised. It's not bad. Although it's still a little worse than my little peach blossom, it's still commendable. Yi Qinghan often heard Yu Qingcheng play the zither. He had never eaten pork before, but he had seen many pigs run, so he had a good ear for this musical instrument. He was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu were also listening attentively, Yi Qinghan smiled slightly, clapped his hands, and called a maid who was on standby at the gate of the courtyard to come in. Who is playing outside? Yi Qinghan pressed down his bamboo hat and asked lightly. Young master, this is Miss Ruyan's Eastern tour before she went into seclusion. Since she came to Black Warrior City, of course, she has to perform in our Tsuewei Pavilion. The maid lowered her head as she spoke, not daring to look at anything, but when it came to Tsuewei Pavilion, she obviously raised her head a little proudly. Who is Ruyan? Yi Qinghan was not very familiar with the customs of the mainland. From what the maid said, it seemed that this person was very famous. But he had never heard of it, so he asked in surprise. It's actually Miss Ruyan, no wonder. Yu Qingcheng nodded lightly. Yi Qinghan didn't understand, but she was very clear about it. She slowly explained, Ruyan is one of the two great geisha popular in the House of Ours these years. I heard that she has a relationship with the Hua family, but the Hua family didn't admit it. The other one is called Yu Meng-er, a popular courtesan of the Moon House. You haven't been here these years, so of course you don't know. This Yu Meng-er's zither playing skill has reached the Grandmaster realm, and this Ruyan's flute skill is even more unparalleled in the world. Moreover, both of them were extremely beautiful. They are crazily sought after by the young masters of the mainland. Now that Ruyan is going to retire, it seems that she has a sweetheart and is ready to marry into a rich family. Flute. I don't know what kind of unparalleled skill it is. Is it a white or black flute? Does it know the 9 heavens of ice and fire? At first, when Yi Qinghan heard that they were geisha, and one was even from the Moon House, of course, he didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. But now he heard that Ruyan's flute skill was unparalleled. He couldn't help but have a trace of interest. He evilly smiled, and an evil scene appeared in his mind. Young master, this is Ruyan's secluded tour. Well, it's not easy to come across it. Do you want to go and take a look? It was very obvious that Yu Qingcheng was a bit more interested than Yi Qinghan. It seemed that she had met the same music master and wanted to meet him. And Yi Qingwu also revealed an eager expression. She liked to join in the fun the most. On the contrary, Yi Qingyu didn't have any reaction. She just quietly looked at them. This. Well, go and prepare a private room for me and a banquet. Yi Qinghan muttered to himself for a moment. In any case, he had to wait for the flowers and plants to arrive. Waiting here was the same as waiting outside. Moreover, he really wanted to see this woman who was unparalleled in the world with her flute. After a while, the maid came again to report that everything was ready. Only then did the four people leisurely walked out of the small courtyard. They walked to the front of the main building. Under the guidance of the maid, they directly went up to the 3rd floor and sat down in a small private room by the window. The hall was very spacious. There were dozens of small private rooms. The doors of these private rooms all faced a high platform in the middle of the hall. However, the door was hung with a bead curtain. This was a common decoration in the brothel of the continent. It not only didn't affect the performance on the high platform, but also prevented the scene inside the private room from being exposed. Young master, do you need Qingyi? The maid looked at Yu Qingcheng and the others. She was a bit bashful, but still asked according to the rules. What is Qingyi? Is this Qingyi fun? Yi Qinghan had never been to these places. The only time he went to the moon house, he didn't play with these things. Hearing the name, he felt that it was not bad and asked with some interest. No need, you can leave. However, Yu Qingcheng suddenly waved her hand indifferently and let the maid leave. Then she whispered in his ear. A trace of mischievousness flashed in her eyes. She explained in a low voice, Qingyi is a woman in a brothel. The woman in a brothel who doesn't wear clothes is called Qingyi. It is fun to play. If you need, I can help you call too. How about it? Ah, it's actually this. Little Peach Blossom, don't joke around. I hate this the most in my life. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he knew that something bad had happened. This was like knocking over a jar of vinegar. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, where's that Ruyin? As for the women in the brothel, Yi Qinghan naturally didn't hate them. Instead, he was looking forward to them. Of course, with his 3 beautiful wives beside him, he wouldn't dare to show any of his intentions. Men were all like this. I guess she went down to change after playing a song. Yu Qingcheng mischievously looked at Yi Qinghan again and smiled sweetly. She didn't continue to dwell on this problem. Instead, she looked outside. She was a smart woman. Some things should be pointed out. It would be bad if she was too entangled. After a while, light footsteps came from outside. Yu Qingcheng smiled and said, they're here. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he immediately became spirited. However, he didn't immediately open his eyes to look. Instead, he poured a cup of tea as if nothing had happened. Then, he slowly looked outside. His eyes were rippling with extraordinary splendor. He unconsciously muttered, this small mouth is really suitable to play the flute. Chapter 386. In the hall, on a high platform covered with a red carpet, a woman in purple clothes gracefully walked over. The woman held a white jade flute in her hand. Her hair was tied into a 9-ringed fairy bun. She had a beautiful face and a small mouth with a faint luster. It was very attractive. Her figure was slightly petite, her skin was white, and her eyes were shining. She inadvertently released a trace of the charm of a prostitute. She was very flirtatious. This woman's appearance might be a little inferior to Yu Qingcheng's, but her temperament had its own merits. Dreamlike, enchanting, as beautiful as smoke. She is indeed an extraordinary woman. Yu Qingcheng glanced at her, nodded slightly, and sighed. Yi Qingwu also nodded with some appreciation. Perhaps this was the mutual appreciation between beauties of the same level. This sister is so beautiful. Yi Qingyu didn't understand these things. She simply felt that Yu Yang was beautiful. She slightly grabbed Yi Qinghan's robe and excitedly said. Yi Qinghan kept staring at Yu Yang's small mouth and found that it was really suitable for blowing the flute. Then, he glanced at the 2 peaks on her chest, but found that they were slightly petite. He was a little disappointed. In the end, he stared at her full buttocks and was even more disappointed. He thought of Yu Qingcheng saying that Yu Yang wanted to live in seclusion and could marry into a rich family. He couldn't help but whisper again, beautiful is beautiful, but a good cabbage has been taken by a pig. In his previous life, although he had never tasted a woman, he had done a lot of research on women. Moreover, in this life, he had experienced it 3 times. He confirmed one thing. Before the young girl became a woman, her buttocks swayed backward. But after the young girl became a woman, they began to sway left and right. It was obvious that Yu Yang swayed sideways when she walked. Of course, although Yu Yang was a beauty on the same level as Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qinghan didn't have the mood to chase after her at this moment. It was just that when he saw a peerless beauty being taken by someone, he couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. This had nothing to do with moral integrity. It was related to the selfish instinct deep in a man's nature. Young master, what do you mean by taken? Although Yi Qinghan's voice was soft, Yi Qingyu's realm was very high, so she could vaguely hear some of it. She couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu also faintly heard Yi Qinghan's murmur. They couldn't help but turn their heads to listen. Hihi, you heard wrong. I say, why isn't her jade flute black? Being stared at by 3 pairs of beautiful eyes, Yi Qinghan felt a little guilty. He rubbed his nose in embarrassment and said casually, Yu Qingcheng smiled. She thought that Yi Qinghan didn't know how to play musical instruments, so she explained to him, "Jade flutes are all white, how can there be black ones?" "Oh, so that's how it is. Well, let's watch her play the flute." Yi Qinghan chuckled as if he had suddenly realized something. He quickly turned his head to look outside, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. "There are so many black flutes, and I have one. Looks like I'll have to teach you how to play the flute someday." On the stage outside, Yu Yang smiled faintly like a blooming orchid in an empty valley. She bowed slightly and spun the jade flute in her hand a few times. Then, she opened her red lips and began to play the flute. Yi Qinghan had never heard this song before, but as he listened, he felt his heart gradually calm down. His mind became empty, and everything in front of him seemed to disappear, leaving only the sound of the flute echoing in his ears. When the song ended, the entire hall was silent. When Yu Yang bowed and walked down, applause and cheers rang out like thunder. Miss Yu Yang is indeed a master. Her flute-playing skills have already reached the Grandmaster realm. No wonder she is as famous as Yu Meng-er. A trace of admiration flashed in Yu Qingcheng's eyes as she praised. She was a master of music, so she was just a bystander. She immediately understood the skill behind it. Not bad, but compared to my little peach blossom, it's still a little lacking. Yi Qinghan chuckled. This skill was indeed comparable to Yu Qingcheng's performance during the Summer Flame Festival. However, now that Yu Qingcheng had comprehended the law of divine sound, it was naturally a step behind. Looking outside, he frowned slightly and sighed. That damned ladyboy Hua Hua, why is he taking so long to treat him to a meal? Luo Hua City is so close. Could it be that he wants to take a bath and dress up before coming? Hihi, let's wait a little longer. Since we have nothing to do, why not just sit here and listen to the song? When Yi Qingwu heard Yi Qinghan's teasing, she giggled and rolled her eyes. Then, she heard the sound of the flute outside again. She quickly stopped laughing and listened attentively. Yi Qinghan also stopped talking and focused on listening to the song. This was probably the last time he would hear such beautiful flute music. Not to mention that Yu Yang was going to live in seclusion, he and Hua 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 would also leave immediately. He probably wouldn't be able to return to the continent for 10 or 20 years, or perhaps for the rest of his life. Of course, he had to listen more to it. In the future, he would also have another memory of beautiful things. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, a series of extremely heavy footsteps rang out, startling the few people who were immersed in the beautiful music. At the same time, the people in the other private rooms in the hall also snorted in dissatisfaction. This was an elegant place. The people sitting here were all young masters of famous families. It sounded like the famous Yu Yang Nong Xiao from the House of Ours. When everyone came in, their footsteps were very light. When they talked about things, they were also very quiet. However, when Yu Yang was performing, everyone stopped talking at the same time. Now, someone suddenly rudely broke their beautiful mood. At this moment, it was like a cow chewing on a peony, spoiling the mood. Dong, dong, dong. The footsteps became louder and louder, getting closer and closer. Moreover, it seemed like there was more than one person. The sound even covered Yu Yang's flute music. On the stage, Yu Yang's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness, but she didn't stop playing. Instead, she frowned slightly, and the flute music became more desolate. Yi Qinghan lightly touched his nose and drank his tea. Yi Qingwu's eyes bulged and she was about to fly into a rage. However, because Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, she could only sit there angrily. Who is so arrogant? Don't you know that I, Liu Fei, am here? Who is so noisy? Where is the boss of Kui Wei House? How can such a rude person come in? Finally, someone couldn't be provoked anymore. Two people in the private rooms made a sound. It seemed that they wanted to show their determination to protect Yu Yang in front of her. Humph. In response to the two people was a heavy cold snort. A young master in white strode over. He didn't respond to the two people's provocation just now. Instead, he looked at Yu Yang on the stage with a face full of anger. He looked very agitated. His hands were tightly clenched, as if he was suppressing his emotions. Young master, don't make trouble. If the master knows, you will definitely be confined. Behind the young master was the shopkeeper of Kui Wei House, Sima Liu Feng, who was familiar to many people. He anxiously followed behind the young master and kept persuading him in a low voice. At the same time, he constantly cupped his hands and apologized to the surrounding private rooms with a bitter smile. Uncle Liu, you don't have to worry about my affairs. Everyone, today's tour is over. Zui Ming will arrange a few to apologize to everyone another day. The young master lightly waved his hand behind him, but his body didn't move. He just stared at Yu Yang on the stage and shouted in a very domineering manner. Strangely, countless people in the private rooms at the scene, after this young master's domineering words, no one dared to speak again. Instead, a few people began to quietly leave. Before leaving, they bowed to this young master. Their expressions seemed to be faintly afraid of this young master. On the stage, Yu Yang didn't seem to hear this person's words. She didn't even look at him. Instead, she lowered her eyebrows and continued to play. There was a bit of loneliness and helplessness in the flute sound. Stupid woman, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Seeing Yu Yang's expression, this young master's originally suppressed emotions completely erupted. He pointed at Yu Yang fiercely and said angrily, "Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're the illegitimate daughter of the Hua family. Right now, young Master Hua's branch is the only one in power. Your father is nothing in the Hua family. What's more, you're an illegitimate daughter. I've been following you around for 3 years. The things I've given you are enough for you to use for a lifetime. In the end, you actually want to run away with someone else. I'll ask you again. Are you willing to marry into my Sima family? I can guarantee your identity as the principal wife. Otherwise, once I find out who your man is, I'll cut him into pieces." The loud roar echoed in the hall, causing everyone's ears to ring. Yi Qinghan curled his lips and guessed the identity of this person. He was the first young master of Black Tortoise City, Sima Zui Ming. He sighed and was a little surprised. This Yu Yang was actually the illegitimate daughter of the Hua family. The people of the Hua family were really the same as the flowers and plants. He patted Yi Qingwu's hand lightly, indicating for her to calm down. After all, he was the first young master of Black Tortoise City, and this was his territory. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to cause too much trouble. Young Master Sima, Yu Yang is very grateful for your care for so many years. But, don't force yourself when it comes to relationships. Even if you have my body, if you can't have my heart, what's the use? Yu Yang begs you to let Yu Yang go. Yu Yang will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Yu Yang finally stopped playing and sighed slightly bitterly. She spoke softly with a hint of helplessness and desolation in her delicate voice. Ha ha. Everyone, please leave today. I, Sima Zui Ming, owe you a favor. When Sima Zui Ming heard this, he did not get angry. Instead, he laughed and cupped his hands at everyone. Then, he revealed a sinister smile and walked towards Yu Yang. At the same time, he laughed and scolded, "Stupid woman, you forced me to do this. I don't want your gratitude. I don't want your heart either. I want your body. You're an illegitimate daughter. Do you really think you're the young mistress of the Hua family? I'll *CK you today. I'll go to the Hua family to ask for forgiveness another day." Although there were countless people in the surrounding private rooms who were filled with grief and indignation, this matter involved the Sima family and the Hua family. They did not dare to make a move. After all, the Sima family had subtly suppressed the other 2 families in Black Tortoise City. Moreover, if the tragedy today really happened, it would be difficult for them to deal with the Hua family if they wanted to woo them in the future. Helpless, they all left in a hurry with complicated expressions. Smack. Looking at Sima Zui Ming approaching Yu Yang step by step, Yi Qingwu finally could not hold it in anymore. She slammed the table and decided to save Yu Yang first. Beside her, Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingyu were also very angry. Their eyes were burning with anger, and they seemed to be very supportive of Yi Qingyu's actions. "Little Rose, calm down, calm down. The main character is here. He doesn't need our help anymore. Prepare to watch the show. Just as Yi Qingwu was about to rush out the door, she was pulled back by Yi Qinghan. Then, Yi Qinghan's teasing voice rang in her ears, which temporarily calmed her down. There's no need for another day. You'll apologize today. A figure suddenly flew in from the window of the hall. The face was even more beautiful than a woman's, and it was filled with coldness. Chapter 387. This figure was dressed in black and wore a bamboo hat just like Yi Qinghan's. He held a green dagger in his hand. He flashed in through the window and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of Yu Yang. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu were the only ones in the room. The moment the figure appeared, they saw a beautiful face. On the other hand, Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingyu, and Sima Zhueming only saw a bamboo hat and a white chin. It's someone from the Hua family. Oh, it's him. Hihi, there's a show to watch. Although Yu Qingcheng didn't see the person clearly, she could tell it was someone from the Hua family from her stealth technique. She could also tell the person's identity from the green dagger in his hand. She couldn't help but smile at Yi Qinghan playfully. This ladyboy is imitating my appearance. He's too shameless. Yi Qinghan looked at the person with disdain. He immediately recognized the person's identity. It was the young master of the Hua family, Hua Cao. It seemed like Hua Cao had investigated his whereabouts in Kang City. He even used his voice to disguise himself. Now, he was here to show off. Someone from the Hua family? Which young master of the Hua family is this? Can we meet? Sima Zhueming was shocked when he saw that it was someone from the Hua family. However, he remembered that Yu Yang's position in the Hua family was very low. Perhaps, she wasn't even considered part of the Hua family. Furthermore, this person's voice was suppressed by battle aura. It seemed like he wasn't some big-shot young master of the Hua family. Sima Zhueming became bolder. Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll meet you just because you say so? Hua seemed to be in a bad mood. He didn't even give face to the young master of the Sima family. He glanced at Yi Qinghan and grabbed Yu Yang's hand. He said coldly, "Go to the Hua family and ask for forgiveness. I'll spare your life." Phut! Yi Qinghan was originally hugging Yi Qingwu and sipping his tea leisurely. But when he heard that the flowers and plants not only imitated his appearance but also spoke in the same tone, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea when he heard the words young master. He almost choked on his tea. Sima Zhueming's face turned ashen when he heard that. He was the #1 young master of Black Tortoise City. Usually, other than Hua family's young masters, the rest of the Hua family's young masters were very courteous to him. He did not expect that this person would not give him face at all. Then, he heard that not only did the person in the private room by the window not leave, but he even dared to laugh at him. His expression darkened, and he roared, "Who are you? Get out of here. Humph. Idiot." Hua Cao shook his head and patted Yu Yang's hand to comfort her. He smiled and said, "Don't provoke the guests inside. You can't afford to provoke them." "Oh, really? I'm going to provoke them today." Sima Zhueming looked at Yu Yang's small hand being held tightly in the person's hand. When Yu Yang saw this person, her expression suddenly became extremely calm, and her eyes were full of smiles. He could not help but be even more furious. He did not dare to touch the Hua family. He decided to vent his anger on the person in the private room, to teach Hua Cao and Yu Yang a lesson. After a roar, seeing that the person in the private room still did not move, Sima Zhueming became even more enraged. His battle aura suddenly soared. He stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. At the same time, his leg was surrounded by battle aura. He raised it high and slammed it down heavily on the private room. Sima Zhueming's slash was about to smash the private room into pieces, but Hua Cao was still standing there calmly. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. He released a space lock and locked Sima Zhueming in mid-air, but he did not continue to attack. Yi Qinghan was not an idiot. It was obvious that Hua Cao did not want to kill Sima Zhueming himself. He was using him to kill him. Now that he had a lot of trouble on his hands, he would not attack recklessly. Furthermore, he could not be bothered to attack an opponent who was not of the same level as him. He flicked his sleeves lightly and released a wave of battle aura to bounce Sima Zhuaming back in midair. He then said calmly, "Young Master Sima, I'll leave after a cup of tea. You have to figure out who your love rival is." At the same time, he raised his head slightly and gave Hua Cao a look of disdain. His meaning was clear. "You want me to help you chase after a beauty yourself? Dream on." A light sentence turned Sima Zhuaming's hatred away. It was a Tai Chi, and it also made it clear to Hua Cao that he should deal with his own matters. Sima Zhuaming was shocked. He was at the first level of the noble realm, but he was bounced back by someone releasing a wave of battle aura. Thinking about how he could not move in midair, he was even more frightened. He secretly blamed himself for being rash and was thankful that this person did not get angry. His expression became complicated. He stood there in a daze, not knowing how to get off the stage. It was fine if he did not want to attack the young master of the Hua family, but he wanted to provoke the person beside him to show his power. Now, he was being slapped in the face. If he left with his tail between his legs, Yu Yang would not be able to raise her head anymore. Moreover, if word of this got out, his reputation would be ruined. He was in a dilemma. "Young Master Han, help me kill this person, and I'll owe you a favor. How about it?" While Sima Zhuaming was hesitating, Hua Cao began to communicate with Yi Qinghan through telepathy. "No way. Don't you owe me enough favors? Why don't you do it yourself?" Although Yi Qinghan didn't like people like Sima Zhuaming who resorted to force when he couldn't get his hands on a beauty, he couldn't just kill him like that. Hence, he rejected the offer decisively. "Sai, I have my own difficulties. Why don't you cripple him? Ruyan is my wife. Look, this B***starred almost used force on your brother's wife. With your temper, how can you tolerate this?" The flower continued to transmit its voice to Yi Qinghan, trying its best to persuade Yi Qinghan to act. "Get lost. It's your woman who is being bullied. What does it have to do with me? If it was my woman, I wouldn't just cripple him, I'd chop him up and feed him to the dogs." Yi Qinghan transmitted even more disdainfully. If he was in this situation, he would definitely not care and just chop him up first. Now, he was the victim. He was not an idiot. He obviously would not care about something that did not benefit him. Instead, he encouraged it. F***ck, I don't care anymore. I'll cripple this bastard." Encouraged by Yi Qinghan, Hua Cao became impulsive. He turned around, and a cold air exuded from his body. The blue dragon dagger in his hand flicked upward slightly, and he moved stealthily. "Wait." Yi Qinghan's ears twitched. He seemed to have heard something, and suddenly transmitted his voice to Hua Cao. However, he had underestimated Hua Cao's speed. At such a close distance, Hua Cao was also known for his speed. By the time he transmitted his voice, he was already one step too late. By the time the flowers and plants appeared, they were already right in front of Sima Zhuaming. The azure dragon dagger pierced into his dantian, and a gush of fresh blood and dense battle chi gushed out. Hua Cao was at the peak of the noble realm, and with the Hua clan's special concealment technique, it was easy for him to deal with a first-level noble realm martial artist. Moreover, Sima Zhuaming was still hesitating just now. While he was distracted, he was ambushed by Hua Cao. Sima Zhuaming saw Hua Cao's figure slowly appear, and he hurriedly retreated in panic. However, as he retreated, he staggered. He felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and he fell to the ground. He curled up and cried out in pain. "A peak Emperor realm martial artist is rushing over here." Hua Cao did not know, but Yi Qinghan sensed it immediately. He thought of Hua Cao's difficulties and disguise to hide his identity, so he quickly transmitted a message to him to remind him. "Peak Emperor realm? Oh no, it's the head of the Sima clan, Sima Yi. What should we do, young Master Han? If he reports this to the Hua clan, not only will Yu Yang lose her life, my position as young clan head will also be ruined." Hua Cao was shocked when he heard this. The bamboo hat on his head trembled slightly, and he was obviously panicking. He flew over and wanted to pull Yu Yang away, but when he thought that the other side was a peak Emperor realm martial artist, he was afraid that they would not be able to escape. He became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "You useless piece of wood, Bring Are Yu Yang in. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. He didn't transmit his voice anymore, and spoke directly. Chapter 388. All right. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had spoken, Hua Cao was overjoyed. He ignored Sima Zhuaming on the ground and pulled Are Yu Yang, who was covered in blood and scared silly by Sima Zhuaming's appearance, into the room. Are Yu Yang was suddenly pulled in and realized that there was a green-clothed young man sitting inside. He was even wearing a bamboo hat like Hua Cao. Furthermore, there were 3 top-tier beauties sitting around this young master. She couldn't help but feel even more at a loss and didn't know what to do. Her jade-like hands tightly gripped the jade flute, and she was very nervous, her entire body trembling. We'll introduce each other in the future. Boss, help me settle this. I'll be grateful to you for life. Hua Cao cupped his fists and revealed half of his face, which was filled with panic. He pulled the stunned Are Yu Yang and bowed to them. Now, he could only count on Yi Qinghan to settle this for him. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation later, I won't acknowledge you as my brother. Yi Qinghan saw that Hua Cao didn't seem to be lying. Back then, on Nether Island, Hua Cao, Fengzi, and the others formed the 4 families battle team and helped him get points, so they owed him a favor. He decided to help him deal with this depending on the situation. Swoosh. A black figure broke through the window and entered. It was a middle-aged man. He was tall and handsome with a mustache. His eyes sparkled occasionally, and he looked like an overlord. This person flew in, and when he saw Sima Zhuaming, who was rolling on the ground and screaming in pain, his expression changed. With the blood on the ground, he strode over and patted Sima Zhuaming's abdomen. Battle chi flowed out of his hands and started to heal Sima Zhuaming. Ah, young master, young master. At this moment, the people who were waiting outside rushed in after hearing the screams. Leading them was the shopkeeper from earlier. When he saw Sima Zhuaming lying on the ground covered in blood, his expression changed drastically. Then, he saw the middle-aged man with a grim expression. All of them hurriedly dropped to their knees and called out in a trembling voice, Sima Liu pays his respects to the clan head. This, carry the young master back to the family. Go to the disciplinary court and ask for punishment yourself. Although the middle-aged man's expression was dark, his tone was very calm. He slowly retracted his hand, and then, ignoring Sima Zhuaming and Sima Liu on the ground, he walked towards the private room in the corner. Sima Liu did not dare to say anything. Since the family head had made a move, it was not up to him to do anything. He could only call for people to carry Sima Zhuaming out with a bitter expression. The middle-aged man stopped when he was 10 meters away from the private room. He looked at the private room coldly. He was about to break through to the Marshal Saint level. Of course, he had already locked on to the culprit, Flora, who had crippled his son. He wanted to enter the private room to take the culprit out. However, he suddenly felt a trace of danger and couldn't help but hesitate. Through the bead curtains, he began to vaguely sense the situation inside the private room. However, the moment he sensed it, he was incomparably shocked. Because there was a man in a green robe wearing a bamboo hat inside, which made him feel a sense of danger. There was also a woman in white beside him, but he couldn't seem to sense her realm. Thus, he immediately stopped and sent a voice transmission to Sima Liu. This one is Sima Yi. Friend inside, come out and meet me. Sima Yi. There's no need to come out. Let's be honest, your son was crippled by my friend, but it was your son who did something stupid first. You can ask that shopkeeper of yours. Of course, no matter what, my friend was ruthless. I will take responsibility for this mistake. How about that? Yi Qinghan poured a cup of tea and slowly drank it. Since Sima Yi didn't act rashly, he naturally wouldn't do so. It would be best if they could negotiate. Oh. Then how are you prepared to take responsibility? Sima Yi naturally wasn't prepared to act rashly. He wasn't an idiot. He wasn't like Sima Zhuaming, who was stifled. If there was someone inside who made him feel a sense of danger, then that person must be at the Marshal Saint level. There was also another person whose realm he couldn't figure out, but he might also be at the Marshal Saint level. Being able to reach this position, he was naturally not an idiot. He could only swallow his anger and ask coldly. Compensation. Name your conditions. Seeing that there was something to talk about, Yi Qinghan turned his head and smiled at the flowers to show that he was at ease. Then, he asked Yu Qingcheng and the others to comfort the frightened Yu Yang, and turned his head and said in a clear voice, "Oh, name your conditions. All right, an offensive or defensive sacred artifact. Let's forget about this matter." Sima Yi's eyes flashed. He pondered for a moment and decided to test the background of the person in front of him. He could vaguely see the person speaking through the beaded curtains of the room. There were a few enchanting beauties beside him. To be able to have such powerful strength and be accompanied by beautiful women, he must be from a large family. It was just that he didn't know if he was from the 5 great families or some other family. If the man in green could take out a sacred artifact, then he must be from the 5 great families. With a sacred artifact and the reputation of the 5 great families, he could only really forget about this matter. Sacred artifact. Yi Qinghan hesitated. He used to have many sacred artifacts, but they were all given to Yi Tianlong. The only sacred artifact he didn't use was the butcher knife outside Kang City. He hesitated for a moment, then finally shook his head and said, "I don't have a sacred artifact." "Name your other conditions." "You don't." Sima Yi was surprised and fell silent. His eyes kept darting around, as if he was thinking. After a while, there was a piercing sound in the sky outside the window. His eyes lit up and his battle aura surged. At the same time, he shouted, "It's simple. Ask your friend to come out and cripple him, then I'll forget about this matter. Young Master Han, think of a way. My identity can't be exposed. If the old men in my family find out, Ruyin is finished. I'm finished too." Seeing this situation, Yi Qinghan didn't panic. He had seen this kind of situation many times. However, the flowers and plants were obviously anxious. He wasn't worried that his cultivation would be crippled. At most, he could reveal his identity. Sima Yi wouldn't dare to make a move even if he had a few more guts. He was just afraid that this matter would be exposed and the Hua family would find out. At the same time, he regretted his impulsiveness just now. However, this couldn't be blamed on him. After all, the woman he loved was about to be humiliated. Any hot-blooded man would be impulsive. Coupled with Yi Qinghan's encouragement, he became even more impulsive. Swish. There was another piercing sound outside the window. An old man landed in the middle of the field. Yi Qinghan sighed slightly and felt a little helpless. After beating up the young, the big one came out. When the big one couldn't beat the big one, the old one came out. Most importantly, he wasn't the one who did this, but he had to shoulder the responsibility. Needless to say, he felt very aggrieved. "Uncle, Zhu Yiming has been crippled." Sima Yi cupped his hands in grief and indignation. He had just sent a voice transmission to Sima Liu to report back to the family as soon as possible. The Sima family wasn't far from here. Sima Xiangru, the protector of the Sima family, naturally rushed over immediately. After all, the young master of the Sima family had been crippled. This was a huge matter that concerned the dignity of the family. "Oh, how should I address you two, my friends? How did the Sima family offend you too? Why did you have to be so ruthless? Can you give Sima Xiangru an explanation? Otherwise, how can I continue living in Black Marshal City?" Sima Xiangru had already locked onto Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu the moment he entered. He only relaxed slightly when he sensed that the two of them had just entered the Saint tier. But at the same time, he was very puzzled. Since when had there been so many saints on the continent? However, Yi Qinghan's head was lowered, so his face couldn't be seen. Yi Qingyu's face was also covered, so he could only speak in a low voice. "Sigh. Damn you, Flora. You owe me a big favor." Yi Qinghan sighed bitterly and transmitted his voice to Flora. It seemed like this matter couldn't be resolved without some blood. The old thing of the other family had come out, and they definitely wouldn't let this matter go if they didn't give an explanation. The main thing was that Flora wasn't prepared to make a big deal out of this matter, and he didn't dare to make a big deal out of it either. It seemed like he could only let this matter go. Seeing how this matter was. Thus, he said with some irritation, "Don't ask any more." According to Sima Yi, I'll compensate with a saint artifact, and we'll let this matter go. Yi Qinghan's unintentional words had obviously hurt Sima Xiangru's dignity and angered him. He suddenly increased his battle qi and released his saint domain, which enveloped the entire pavilion. He walked over with a gloomy expression and said coldly, "Saint artifact? I'll cripple all of you and compensate you with 2 saint artifacts. How about that?" Chapter 389. Yi Qinghan knew that his words were a bit harsh, but he wasn't going to lower his voice. Instead, he merged his battle qi and slowly stood up. Sima Xiangru was a level 2, Saint Realm cultivator. After merging with his battle beast, he was obviously nothing. Someone from the Yi family? Sima Xiangru saw a shadow appear in front of Yi Qinghan. Then, his battle qi surged and he easily stood up despite being enveloped by his Saint Realm. Sima Xiangru's expression changed and he stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with doubt. On the contrary, Sima Yi, who was behind him, had attacked him. His battle qi surged again, and he took out a long knife from behind him. He chased after Yi Shiwen with a murderous aura. "My saint weapon is a bit special," Yi Qinghan said indifferently. He touched his freedom ring and a strange weapon appeared in his hand. Then, he looked at the pig slaughtering knife in his hand with some nostalgia. He threw the knife over and said, "Senior Sima, how about this knife as compensation?" Sima Xiangru's eyes suddenly shone brightly as he looked at the pig slaughtering knife shooting towards him. His expression suddenly became serious, and he grabbed the knife with a trembling hand. After carefully examining it, he quickly removed the saint domain and at the same time waved his hand, sending Sima Yi, who had rushed over behind him, flying. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan in horror and said with a trembling voice, "Enough, of course it's enough, Lord, this. All right, no need to say more. Let's forget about this matter. Don't make it public. We still have things to do, so we'll be leaving first. Sorry." Yi Qinghan waved his hand to stop Sima Xiangru from speaking. This time, he transmitted his voice to Sima Xiangru. Then, he nodded at Yi Qingyu, Hua Cao, and the others and left. "Uncle, are you crazy? Why did you do this? Why did you let them go?" Sima Yi, who had been sent flying, looked at Sima Xiangru in shock. He didn't know why Sima Xiangru did this. Then, he saw that the people in the pavilion had left just like that, and Sima Xiangru didn't say anything. He roared angrily at Sima Xiangru. "Tempage, what a good son you have. Kick him out of Black Warrior City, otherwise, he won't even know when the Sima family will be destroyed by him." Sima Xiangru turned his head and snorted. He waved the butcher knife in the air and said with lingering fear, "Let them go? If he wants to annihilate our Sima family, he can just move his finger." "Idiot. What? Heh. Pig slaughtering knife. Is it him?" Sima Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, somewhat shocked by Sima Xiangru's words. But when he saw the butcher's knife in Sima Xiangru's hand, he suddenly stopped wiping and sat on the ground with a face full of fear and despondence. Both of them had participated in the battle outside Kang City, so of course they recognized this butcher knife. He thought about what happened that day and the 2 gag orders issued by the House of Ars. The 2 of them were clearly frightened. They began to rejoice that they did not act impulsively just now. Otherwise, if the owner of the pig slaughtering knife was angered, their Sima family would truly be finished. The sound of the pig slaughtering knife dripping blood outside Kang City was still reverberating in their mind. TSK, young Master Han is still the best. Once you make a move, you can tell. I've always wanted to have a good reunion with you after the battle, but now that you're so awesome, it's not easy to see you. Later, something happened at home, so I had to come back first. I really have to thank you this time. Why don't we go directly to Luohua City? Let me treat young Master Han and the sisters-in-law well. The few of them went downstairs and did not stop. They boarded Yi Qinghan's carriage and directly rushed out of Black Tortoise City towards the east. As soon as they left Black Tortoise City, Hua giggled. Her beautiful face was full of smiles as she stood up. She waved at Yu Yang, who was sitting beside Yu Qingcheng. Yu Yang, aren't you going to serve tea to young Master Han and the sisters-in-law? Let me introduce them to you. These are the famous people of the house of ours. This is young Master Yi Qinghan, this is the holy maiden of the Yu family, Yu Qingcheng, sister Xiao Wu, Yi Qingwu, and sister Yi Qingyu. Are Yu Yang greets everyone. Greetings to young Master Yi, greetings to all the sisters. Although Ah Yu Yang was shocked by Sima Zui Ming's blood spurting all over the ground, she felt much better after a while and regained some of her composure. However, after hearing Hua Hua's introduction, she opened her mouth slightly and could not calm herself down. She had spent a lot of time in Fengchen. Although she had never heard of Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng's names were like thunder in her ears. One was the most famous genius youth in the entire house of ours, the young clan leader of the Yi family. The other was the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty of the continent. The two people who were usually high and mighty were now sitting in front of her, and had even helped her just now. How could she not be excited? Sister Ah Yu Yang, don't be so reserved. Your flute is very good. When Yi Qingwu saw this, she quickly pulled Ah Yu Yang over to sit at the side and laughed loudly. She pointed at Hua Hua and said, "You have to keep a close eye on this little bastard. He is very lecherous. If he dares to go out and steal in the future, tell big sister. I will beat him up for you. I guarantee that he will not dare to retaliate. Alright, don't play this game with me. You still owe me an explanation." Yi Qinghan took the cup of tea that Hua Hua handed over and waved his hand. He looked at Hua with some annoyance. Today's loss was huge. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to the small city by the sea to find a boat and go directly to Hidden Island. Now, not only had he lost a holy relic, he had also suffered a bellyful of anger. When Yi Qingwu saw that Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood and asked about serious matters, she did not say anything. Instead, she pulled Ah Yu Yang's hand and gestured for her not to be nervous. This. Ah Yu Yang is actually the illegitimate daughter of a collateral descendant of my family. She was sold into a brothel when she was young and became a geisha. She has always wanted to return to the family, but my old man and the clan despised her bad reputation and did not agree. A few months ago, I met Ah Yu Yang, and the two of us admired each other very much. We fell in love. Later, in order to marry Ah Yu Yang, I knelt in front of my old man for a few days and nights. However, my old man was even more stubborn than your grandfather and firmly disagreed. He even locked me up and said that if I dared to elope with Ah Yu Yang, he would send someone to kill Ah Yu Yang. If you did not send someone to deliver the keepsake, I would still be locked up. Young Master Han, you are my savior. If I did not rush over in time, Ah Yu Yang would have been in big trouble. Sima Zui Ming, that dog, has been chasing Ah Yu Yang for a few years, and I did not dare to say this openly. Hua Hua no longer had a cheeky expression, but began to slowly explain the story of him and Ah Yu Yang. His beautiful face was full of bitterness and helplessness, and Ah Yu Yang, who was beside him, began to cry as well, causing Yi Qingyu and the others to also have tears in their eyes. Alright, your explanation has passed. My butcher's knife was not wasted. Yi Qinghan patted Hua Hua's shoulder to show his sympathy. Hua Hua's experience reminded him of his father, Yi Dao. Back then, his father and mother had also experienced many difficulties in order to be together. In the end, they had even clearly given up the position of the successor of the clan leader. Moreover, before his mother's death, the clan did not acknowledge her identity, nor did they let her enter the ancestral grave. It wasn't easy for one to decide on the marriage of a large family. However, it was obvious that Hua Hua was not as courageous as his father, Yi Dao. He did not dare to act rashly, and he could not let go of the position of the young clan leader of the Hua clan. Otherwise, he would not be so distressed. Young Master Han, you have many ideas. Help your brother. If you can help us settle this, my life will be yours from now on. I will not even blink in the face of danger. Hua Hua suddenly pulled Ah Yu Yang and Yi Qinghan to stand up. The two of them knelt down on one knee and bowed to Yi Qinghan with an extremely serious expression as he pleaded. F***CK, this trick again. When Yi Qinghan saw this, he waved his sleeves and used his battle chi to lift the two of them up. He rolled his eyes and turned his face away. He felt that he had suffered a great loss coming to ask Hua Hua for help. He helped him marry a wife, And now he had to help him take care of his children. This whole thing was, brother, help sister Are You Yang. They are very pitiful. Think about father and mother. Yi Qinghan did not care, but Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, was unwilling. She pulled Are You Yang with one hand and pulled on Yi Qinghan's robe with the other. Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingcheng, who were beside them, also looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of hope, as if they were also yearning for him. Yi Qinghan looked at the three women who were overflowing with sympathy and smiled helplessly. He pondered for a moment and slowly said, "There are 3 ways. First, I will go to Luohua City to help you persuade your father, but I will tell you clearly that I don't have time. Second, you give up the position of the young clan leader and marry Are You Yang. Third, elope with me and come back after a few years of giving birth to a child. You choose." Chapter 390. This, actually, Hua Cao wanted the first option. With Yi Qinghan's current prestige in the House of Ars, if he went to talk to their old man, then it was very likely that this matter would be settled. However, Yi Qinghan's first option made it clear that he wouldn't participate. The second option was obviously something he wasn't willing to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so troubled. Then there was only the third option left. Go with him. Wait, go with him? Young Master Han, where are you going? Hua Cao was a little surprised. He remembered that Yi Qinghan wasn't going to Luohua City, but Black Tortoise City. He sent someone to ask him to come over, so he obviously wasn't here to play. Go to see. If you come with me, I promise your old man won't take you back. Come with me and stay there for a few years. Work hard on your cultivation, and after a few years, your old man will beg you to come back. Then, everything will be fine. Yi Qinghan laughed. Since Hua Cao had nowhere to go, he might as well go to Purple Island to play for a few years to save himself from boredom. Go to sea? To Hidden Island? Or a few years? Hua Cao's eyes lit up. That's right. If he followed Yi Qinghan, his family definitely wouldn't care about him. After all, Yi Qinghan was the most popular person in the House of Ars. His family would love for him to follow Yi Qinghan around all day. Don't worry about where. Just tell me, are you coming or not? Yi Qinghan said impatiently. Go. Of course. Hee, following young Master Han will definitely be fun. In the future, Are You Yang and my lives will be sold to you. Hua Cao quickly agreed. He was tired of playing in the Hua family for so many years. Now that he could be with Are You Yang and follow Yi Qinghan to do exciting things, why wouldn't he agree? Sell your life to me, my ass. I still have to take care of you. If it wasn't for sister Are You Yang, I wouldn't even bring you. Yi Qinghan snorted, then turned to the coachman outside and ordered, go straight to Azure Sea City. Qinghai City was the port city closest to the East China Sea. Basically, people who wanted to go to the Hidden Island could directly take a boat from this city. This time, the carriage didn't stop at any place and directly headed towards Azure Sea City. As the future clan leader of the Hua family, Hua's every move was monitored by the Hua family. An hour later, Hua Cao's grandfather, who was the head of the Hua family, received the news about what happened in Tsuewei Pavilion and Hua Cao following Yi Qinghan to Qinghai City. Of course, Hua Cao had gotten his permission to meet Yi Qinghan. However, when he heard that Hua Cao had crippled Sima Zhuaming for Are You Yang, he was so angry that he nearly slammed the table and ordered his men to arrest Hua Cao and Are You Yang. But when he heard that Yi Qinghan had actually used the butcher knife as an apology from Hua Xia, he beamed with joy. Then, when he heard that Hua Cao had followed Yi Qinghan all the way to Qinghai City, he smiled so widely that his eyes became a line. In the end, he waved his hand and directly sent out a team of elite assassins. He wanted them to follow Hua Cao and listen to his orders. They were to fulfill any of Hua Cao's requests. The huge difference in attitude shocked the Hua family's intelligence chief. He didn't understand what was going on. After a few days, the 6 of them arrived at Qinghai City. Hua Cao saw that his old man didn't send anyone to interrogate him. Instead, he sent a pair of Imperial Realm experts to him. He was elated. He was even more determined to follow Yi Qinghan and have fun for a few more years. He ordered his subordinates to prepare a super luxurious ship. At the same time, he bought a large amount of items. The few of them went out to sea and headed straight for the hidden island. After Yi Qinghan and the others went out to sea, the divine city, which had been quiet for a long time, welcomed a man in black today. After the invasion of the mutated tribe, the reputation of the divine city fell greatly. No one went to the divine city to admire it. Instead, many people started to sneak away. The mutated tribe raped and killed wantonly in the divine city. However, the divine master that they believed in didn't appear to uphold justice for them. Furthermore, the divine master didn't show himself after the incident. This made many people feel cold. The three constabulary strategy against the mutated tribe, especially the House of Ars's all-out war preparations to defeat the mutated tribe, formed a huge contrast with the divine city. During this period of time, no one went to the divine city with reverence. Instead, countless people went to Kang City and started to pay their respects to the Martyrs' Hall that was being built outside of Kang City. The reputation of the divine city fell greatly. On the contrary, Kang City's reputation rose. It had the momentum of overshadowing the divine city. However, the divine city, which had been quiet for many days, suddenly welcomed a guest. It was a man in black who was completely wrapped in black cloth. The guards of the divine city were a little nervous. All of them unsheathed their weapons and prepared for battle. However, this man in black said a code that they were familiar with. At the same time, he indicated that he had an important matter to discuss with the Massacre God Guards. When the guards saw that he was a soul slave under the Massacre God Guards, they didn't make things difficult for him and immediately brought him to the Immortal Massacre Pavilion. This soul slave belonged to the Divine City's secret guards. Furthermore, he was a secret guard that definitely wouldn't dare to rebel. Thus, the guards were naturally at ease. The Massacre God Guards were feeling vexed in the pavilion. Ever since that day, the Divine Master's personality had become very strange. Furthermore, the Massacre God Guards didn't order the soul slaves in the city to continue investigating the deaths of the Divine Sword and Tu Qianjun. As such, the Massacre God Guards didn't dare to make decisions on their own. They could only arrange the matters of the Divine City and serve the Divine Master carefully. When they heard that a hidden soul slave of the continent was looking for him, they were overjoyed and immediately brought him into the study. Greetings to the Massacre God Guards. Yi Qingquang was a little afraid when he saw the Massacre God Guards. After all, the soul slave's life was in the hands of the Divine City. If he wasn't careful, the Divine City could kill him anytime. However, when he thought that he would be able to use this important news from his father to exchange for his freedom, he mustered his courage and didn't kneel down. Instead, he bowed slightly. When the Massacre God Guards saw this, their expression turned cold. They snorted and seemed to be a little dissatisfied with this soul slave's attitude. I am here to ask Lord to remove the soul seed from my body. Yi Qingquang gritted his teeth and took off the mask on his face. His eyes were glowing as he spoke with a hint of pride. I know who killed young Master Tu. I also know where the divine sword is. Oh! The Massacre God Guard's eyes shrank, and he slowly regained his composure. He revealed a smile as he nodded his head and said, Tell me about it. If your information is correct, I will not punish you for the crime of disrespect. I am Yi Qingquang. My father asked you to remove my soul seed. After you remove it, I will naturally inform Lord. Yi Qingquang was naturally not a fool. When the Massacre God Guard's expression changed, he was elated. The Massacre God Guard stated his conditions and named his identity. At the same time, he mentioned his father. Oh, so you are the young master of the Yi family. Yi Jian and I can be considered old friends. All right, tell me. As long as your information is correct, I guarantee that I will remove your soul seed and give you a lot of beauties and treasures. When the Massacre God Guard heard this, his smile became even wider. He stood up and patted on Yi Qingquang's shoulder. It was as though he had met an old friend's nephew and was very affectionate. Can God Guard help me remove my soul seed first? I guarantee that my information is correct. This is what my father told me. Yi Qingquang wasn't used to the Massacre God Guard's sudden affection. When he thought about his father's instructions before he left, he could only continue to insist on removing his soul seed first. Chapter 391. The massacre god guard's expression turned solemn. He sighed and said, "Qingquang, I'll tell you the truth. Removing the soul seed isn't a simple matter. It requires a god to use his divine power. Even if you tell me the news, I'll have to send people to verify it before I dare to report it to the Divine Master. Then, I'll have to gather a large amount of materials and use the Divine Master's divine power to remove it. After all, this concerns the soul. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. Furthermore, since your father asked you to come alone, it means that he believes that I will help you remove the soul seed. Your father is a saint-class expert now. Why would I provoke such a powerful enemy for no reason? Tell me. As long as the news is accurate, I can immediately arrange for people to prepare the materials to remove the soul seed and let you regain your freedom as soon as possible." The massacre god guard's reasonable words stunned Yi Qingquang. However, he still felt that something wasn't right. He said hesitantly, "I still feel that removing the soul seed pa." Seeing that Yi Qingquang was wavering, the smile in the massacre god guard's eyes disappeared. His expression suddenly turned cold. He slammed the table heavily, turning it into a pile of wood shavings. His chilling aura enveloped Yi Qingquang as he said angrily, "Yi Qingquang, you have been dawdling for so long. Are you here to tease me? Men, drag him away and feed him to the dogs." Plop. Yi Qingquang was intimidated by the massacre god guard's aura, and his body instantly turned cold. He knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, Don't kill me. I said, it's Yi Qinghan. Young Master too was killed by Yi Qinghan. The divine sword is also with Yi Qinghan. The black-robed man outside Kang City is also Yi Qinghan." The massacre god guard listened carefully to Yi Qingquang's analysis of Yi Jian, and his expression turned even colder. After listening, he was certain that this information was accurate. That day, although the god-slaying guards had arrived too late, from the wounds on the corpses, it could be seen that they were caused by battle qi. However, there was no doubt that the saints of the House of Ars and the Hidden Island were fighting the holy beasts outside. That was why Huang Xiaolong suspected that the demonic god Mana and barbarian god Mana's martial saints had imitated the battle qi, but the information brought by the two Mana's soul slaves was not conclusive. Now, it seemed that everything was clear. The most important thing was that only Yi Qinghan and Tu Qianjun had a direct enmity. Moreover, this method was consistent with Yi Qinghan's usual way of doing things. Ever since Yi Qinghan made his debut, he was known for his decisiveness in dealing with his enemies. The first time he attacked, he crippled Yi Qingquang and killed Yi Rong. Yi Qinghan, I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. His strength improved so quickly. Chimpate. Little bastard, don't worry. This time, I will let you die a very, very miserable death. I will also let your entire Yi family die to accompany my son. The veins on the god-slaying guard's forehead were popping out, and his face was distorted. Yi Qinghan's decisiveness in killing made him bitterly disappointed. Yi Qinghan's speed of growth made him terrified. At this moment, he hated himself for making the same mistake as Tu Qianjun. He didn't get someone to assassinate Yi Qinghan directly but made use of others. He knew that the hatred between him and Yi Qinghan had reached an irreconcilable stage. If Yi Qinghan had the chance, he would definitely kill him. He decided not to let go of his past mistakes. My lord, this has nothing to do with the Yi family. Everything was done by that bastard, Yi Qinghan. En. My lord, you said that you want to get someone to help me remove the soul seed. Yi Qingquang heard that something was wrong. From the god-slaying guard's tone, it seemed like the god-slaying guard also hated the Yi family. Yi Qingquang hurriedly kowtowed with even more fear as he looked at the god-slaying guard and pleaded. Me. Fool, once the soul seed is planted, it cannot be removed. Don't you know that? Unless the Divine Master's lifespan is exhausted, you will be a soul slave for the rest of your life. Someone, throw this fool into the god prison. Don't kill him. He might be useful in the future. The god-slaying guard looked at Yi Qingquang with disdain. He waved his palm and sent him flying. After pondering for a moment, he rushed out. The god-slaying guard rushed towards the Divine Master Pavilion. With Yi Qinghan's current strength, Even if the God-slaying guard and the other 3 God-slaying guards activated their joint attack, they might not be able to defeat him. They might even be killed by the 4 God-slaying guards. Therefore, the God-slaying guard could only ask the Divine Master slaying for help. After all, based on all the information, there was a 90% chance that the divine sword was with Yi Qinghan. It was also possible that Yi Qinghan had given it to Yi Ruoxue. If he could persuade the Divine Master slaying to help, the destruction of Yi Qinghan and the Yi family would be just a matter of raising his hand. Ah! Greetings, God-slaying guard. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there an urgent matter? The God-slaying guard had just walked into the Divine Master Pavilion when he met the Burning God Guard. The Burning God Guard didn't have the usual flirtatious look. Instead, his face was alternating between red and white, and he looked a little pale. That's right. We have the whereabouts of the Divine Sword. What is the Divine Master doing? The God-slaying guard said excitedly. When he saw the Burning God Guard's expression, he asked hesitantly, "Is the Divine Master still playing?" Sigh. The Burning God Guard revealed a look of pity and bewilderment. He sighed regretfully and said, "Close to 100 people have died over the past few days. If this carries on, there will be a riot in the Divine City. Let's go. Let's go in together. Perhaps the Divine Master will stop killing after hearing the whereabouts of the Divine Sword." The God-slaying guard was also worried. During this period of time, Divine Master Slaying's personality had changed drastically. He requested for the Burning God Guards to send him 5 young men and 5 young women the next day. In the end, these people ended up in a tragic state. TSK, TSK, TSK. My chrysanthemum is ruined. My fungus is red and black. Boo-hoo, father, mother, where are you? Come and save Xiang Xiang Xiong. Devil, beast, I beg you, kill me. The God-slaying guard and the Burning God Guard arrived at the door of the study room. They heard Divine Master Slaying Guard's maniacal laughter from afar, as well as the young women's painful cries for help and the young men's indignant curses. Their expressions changed, and they shook their heads helplessly. At the same time, they knelt down. The God-slaying guard gritted his teeth and shouted, "Greetings, Divine Master. I have an important matter to discuss with you. Get lost." As expected, the 2 of them heard an enraged bellow. Following that, the sound of a whip and Divine Master Slaying Guard's maniacal laughter echoed in the study room. There were even more tragic cries. "This! Divine Master, I have received accurate information about the Divine Sword." The God-slaying guard gritted his teeth and spoke in a clear voice. Bam! This time, Divine Master Slaying Guard didn't curse. Instead, a huge hand floated out from the study room and sent the 2 of them flying into the sky. This palm strike was so powerful that it caused their chests to cave in. 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood spurted in the sky before crashing heavily onto the ground. They struggled for a long time before standing up. It was obvious that they were severely injured. TSK, 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 find another 10 people for me tomorrow. If you can't find them, the 4 of you can wash your buttocks clean and let me play with you. TSK, 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 your chrysanthemums will be destroyed, your fungus will be red and black, cough, cough, this. The God-slaying guard's flirtatious face turned even redder and paler. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His chest was heaving up and down violently, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He only recovered after a long time. His phoenix eyes were filled with grief, indignation, and confusion. He didn't know what to do. Sigh. Let's go. The Divine Master's mind has been agitated, and his personality is already a little perverted. We can only wait for him to recover before reporting. The God-slaying guard also had goosebumps all over his body. His body trembled slightly as he looked at the study room fearfully and transmitted a message to the God-slaying guard. After pausing for a moment, the God-slaying guard let out a deep sigh. He moved his body with difficulty and walked out. However, he suddenly thought of something, and his face turned red in embarrassment. He transmitted another message, that the Divine Master's exchange must be done well. Otherwise, if he really does that, sigh. Chapter 392. Within a pavilion in the mountains behind the Yi clan. Yi Tianlong glanced at the jade box on the table, then turned to Yi Baihu and said, Baihu, you should refine it. Your cultivation base is the lowest, and you have no hope of becoming a god in this lifetime. White Tiger and I should at least have a chance. Patriarch, there's no need to say too much. The three of us know that it's basically impossible to become a god without some sort of special opportunity. At our age, if we still can't cultivate to the third tier of the Saint Realm, then who in history has ever become a god? That dragon was already half a step into the deity ascension realm a few years ago, so why hasn't he taken the final step yet? Don't bring this matter up again, Yi Baihu said as he glanced gratefully at Yi Tianlong, his tone extremely resolute. Yi Qinghan had been gone for half a month, but the three of them had been giving in to each other and had yet to refine the divine crystal. Patriarch, don't look at me like that. You're still a man, so why did you refine it? To tell you the truth, even if the two of us were to leave right now, we would still be leaving with smiles on our faces. If you want to make up for your past regrets, then don't be so wishy-washy. Isn't it just a divine crystal? The three of us grew up together, and we're brothers by blood. How could we just watch you leave with regrets? Hurry up and refine it. Yu Shishirei is still waiting for you to marry her. When Yi Qingyo saw that Yi Tianlong was looking at him and was about to say something, he couldn't help but explode. He slammed the table, his eyes bulging as if he was about to beat up Yi Tianlong if he didn't refine it. Fine. Yi Tianlong laughed bitterly. He knew that the two of them had probably already made up their minds. He knew that all three of them wanted to refine the divine crystal. After all, who didn't want to live forever? Who didn't want to become a god? Now that Yi Qingyo had forced him into a corner, he could only put the divine crystal away and prepare to refine it at night. When he thought about the joke he had made with Yu Shishirei on the rooftop of the Chilling Heart Pavilion, he couldn't help but feel his heart heat up. Clan leader, the elder ancestor wants us to send out a notice to expel Little Han from the Yi family. Look, it's already been half a month, so it's about time to send it out. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Yi Baihu smiled in relief. Then, he remembered what Yi Ruoxue had told him that day and began to ask for Yi Tianlong's opinion. Sigh. It's been hard on this child. He had sacrificed so much for the Yi family, but not only was the Yi family unable to protect him, they even wanted to abolish his position as the young clan leader and expel him from the Yi family. I have really failed as a clan leader. Forget it, you go to the Elder Hall tomorrow and announce this matter. I'll go into seclusion tonight and try to refine the divine crystal as soon as possible. At that time, I'll take over the heavy burden on this child's shoulders. Yi Tianlong let out a heavy sigh. His face was filled with guilt and helplessness. At the same time, he made up his mind to go into seclusion at night until he completely refined the divine crystal. Shio. After a short moment, the sound of something slicing through the air came from outside. A figure flew quickly from the Yi family's castle towards the back of the mountain, attracting the attention of the three people. Yi Jian requests an audience. I have something important to report. The person who flew in from outside was Yi Jian. The three people looked at each other in confusion, but didn't say anything. Yi Tianlong waved his hand, and said calmly, "Come in." "What's the matter?" "Father, Grand Elder, please send a message to the elder ancestor." Yi Jian walked in and knelt down on one knee again. Then, he said with an agitated expression, "I've discovered something. If the clan doesn't deal with it, it's very possible that the Yi family will be destroyed in a few years. The Yi family's foundation of several thousand years will be destroyed in a day." What exactly is it? It's actually so serious. The three people were shocked. Looking at Yi Jian's expression, it didn't seem like he was faking it. Furthermore, he wouldn't dare to joke about such a serious matter. Their expressions all changed. "Father, please invite the elder ancestor here. Only the elder ancestor can decide on this matter." Yi Jian nodded his head solemnly. Then, he lowered his head and kowtowed again. "The elder ancestor is in seclusion. If the matter isn't serious, you know the consequences." Yi Tianlong warned Yi Jian, but he still insisted. He could only use the communication jade talisman to tell Yi Ruoxue about the matter. "What's the matter? Speak." After a short moment, Yi Ruoshui's cold voice resounded in the pavilion. Yi Tianlong and the other two people hurriedly stood up and bowed towards the sky. Then, they looked at Yi Jian and listened to him quietly. Yi Jian pays his respects to the elder ancestor. Yi Jian has discovered a major matter. If the elder ancestor doesn't deal with it, within a few years, the Yi family will most likely suffer. When Yi Jian heard this, he knew that it was the number one person in the Yi family who had transmitted his voice to him. He hurriedly became spirited and prepared to give a long and detailed account. All right, get to the point. However, it was obvious that Yi Ruoshui didn't want to listen to his nonsense and directly interrupted him. Yi Jian's expression became awkward. Then, he muttered to himself for a moment. His expression hardened and he said angrily, Yi Jian pleads with the clan to abolish Yi Qinghan's status as the young clan leader. At the same time, he is expelled from the Yi family. Otherwise, the Yi family will be implicated by him. Within a few years, when Yi Jian's words came out, the expressions of Yi Tianlong and the other two people changed again. They became extremely unsightly. And Yi Ruoshui once again interrupted Yi Jian's long speech. She directly said two words coldly, reason. Reason? Yes, elder ancestor, Yi Qinghan is too bold. You don't know that he actually killed Tu Qianjun, the only son of the god-slaying guards. Moreover, I guess that he obtained the divine sword from the god-slaying mountain but didn't hand it over to the clan. With his selfishness and reckless behavior, how can he lead the Yi family? In the battle outside Kang City, his identity will definitely be exposed. At that time, the Divine Master will definitely take action. If the Yi family wants to protect itself, the only way is to expel Yi Qinghan from the Yi family. There is no other way. Of course, in this matter, Yi Jian doesn't have any selfishness. He is only thinking of the interests of the clan. The heavens and the earth can bear witness. Yi Jian's expression was impassioned. He explained bitterly. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. He decided to take a gamble. If Yi Ruoshui didn't know about this matter, then it was very likely that he would win. If she knew, he could just say that he didn't know about it and push the matter aside. Sky Dragon, you handle it. However, after he finished speaking, Yi Ruoshui didn't express any opinion. She directly threw the matter to Yi Tianlong. When he looked at Yi Tianlong in confusion, he discovered that Yi Tianlong's battle aura had instantly surged. His eyes were filled with coldness, and his entire body was faintly trembling. His murderous aura was overbearing. Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu, who were beside him, also had looks of pain and disappointment on their faces. Bang! Yi Tianlong didn't waste any words. He directly punched Yi Jian's chest, which had just straightened up. The fierce battle aura sent Yi Jian flying through the wooden walls of the loft, causing the entire loft to shake. You have two choices. First, get out of the Yi family. Second, go to the condemnation cliff. If you don't cultivate to the god level and think things through, you don't need to come out. Looking at Yi Tianlong's cold gaze, he said a few words and then flicked his sleeves and left. Yi Jian didn't care about the blood that flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. However, Yi Jian's eyes stared blankly at the large hole in the wooden wall of the loft. He knew that this time, he had lost the gamble. Moreover, he had lost completely. Hehe, is this the hidden island? It's so big and beautiful. In the vast sea, a large ship that was dozens of meters long and more than 10 meters wide was breaking through the waves. In front of it, there was an island that looked like a giant turtle shell. There were green trees and flowers everywhere, and the scenery was pleasing to the eye. On the deck of the ship, Yi Qinghan, Hua Xia, and the others were enjoying the sea breeze as they looked at the giant island in front of them. They looked very happy. Yi Qingwu was the most excited. Her eyes were filled with hope as she looked at the giant island, and her bell-like laughter rang out on the deck. Yes, this is the hidden island, also known as the Sinful Island. Although Luo Hua City was not very far from the hidden island, the elders of the Hua family had never brought him to the hidden island before. They said that it was a den of gangsters and bandits, afraid that he would learn bad things if he went there. However, many of the Hua family's secret guards behind the deck had been here before, so Hua Xia answered Yi Qingwu's question with certainty. The Sinful Island. Yi Qinghan gently stroked Yi Qingyu's silver hair that was blown by the sea breeze. He thought of Yin Shuo and Yin Dang's fancy clothes and their rascally appearance. He chuckled and said, "We'll stay on the island for 3 days. After that, we'll buy some tools and hire a guide. Then, we'll set off for Purple Island." Although his current strength and the existence of Elder Lu, he was not afraid of anyone on the hidden island. However, since this place was called the Sinful Island, and it was also a den of gangsters and bandits, it was probably not a good place. He did not want to cause any trouble, so he prepared to leave as soon as possible. He did not want to cause trouble, but trouble came knocking on his door. As the ship continued to move forward for a distance, more than 10 small boats with sharp horns suddenly shot towards them from the front. Every small boat had a pink skull flag hanging on it. The front was full of people. All of them had sharp swords hanging on their waists and crossbows in their hands. Their expressions were very unfriendly. The people in front, "Listen up, you have been surrounded. Surrender and you will be spared. Otherwise, you will be killed." Following a delicate shout, everyone on the ship, except for Yu Yang who was a little nervous, laughed. Yi Qinghan and Hua Xia looked at each other and revealed a trace of rumination at the same time. In the end, they could not help but laugh out loud. Since when did the hidden island have a group of female pirates? I wonder if they want to rob us of our money or our bodies. The leader of the Hua family's secret guards touched his head in doubt, but his eyes were lasciviously looking at the small boat on the left. The woman who was wearing an even more voluptuous body was the one who shouted just now. His mouth started to swallow his saliva continuously. Chapter 393. There were more than 20 small boats in front of them, and they were all neatly manned by women. They were all dressed in bright armor, and they all had silver swords and black crossbows. Most importantly, they were all delicate beauties, but they all looked so fierce. It was very comical no matter how one looked at it. The woman who had shouted was obviously the leader, because the other women were all wearing black leather armor, and she was the only one wearing red leather armor. Furthermore, her figure was the most voluptuous, and her looks were relatively better. Her breasts looked like they were going to burst through the leather armor, and they could scare a cow to death. Everyone saw that the people in front of the boat weren't nervous or afraid when they heard their leaders shout. Instead, Yi Qinghan and Flora laughed in disdain. Their expressions changed, and the woman in red snorted coldly. She waved her delicate hand and shouted, "How dare you? Shoot for me. Wait." Seeing the woman in red wave her hand, all the women in black's expressions turned cold. They raised the crossbows in their hands and aimed at them. Then, they quickly placed their hands on the trigger and were about to shoot. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth revealed a trace of coldness. The few of them were not afraid of these little things, but there was still a group of ordinary mortals who were in charge of operating the ship. If they were accidentally hurt, he would feel guilty. Thus, he gave Flora a look, then squinted his eyes and said to the woman in red, "Tell me, what do you want?" "Purple crystal coins." Flora was very displeased with this group of women who looked down on their lives. However, he could tell from Yi Qinghan's tone that he wasn't going to cause trouble. Thinking that this was their territory, he didn't flare up. He gave a look to his dark guards and got them to protect the ordinary people. "What's wrong? Are you scared? You people from the mainland are all spineless. Purple crystal coins? Do I look like I'm short of purple crystal coins?" The woman in red looked at Yi Qinghan in disdain. She shrugged her shoulders and laughed coldly, but it caused her breasts to swell. She stared at Yi Qinghan and the rest with glowing eyes, then laughed delicately. "All right, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. I'm interested in the 4 people on your boat. Hand them over and I'll spare your lives. Of course, leave all your treasures behind." Hand him over. Not only was he robbing them of their wealth, but he was also robbing them of their bodies. Yi Qinghan and the flowers and plants looked at each other and saw a row of black lines on each other's foreheads. The hidden island was indeed a den of bandits. Even the women were so fierce, and they actually wanted to kidnap them to be the men of the stronghold. On the other hand, the leader of the Hua family's secret guards, Hua Ru, was excited. Even though there were many men on the ship, other than the 2 young masters, she seemed to be the only one who looked slightly more powerful and handsome. The thought of being dragged into a cave with the two young masters by a group of female pirates and being whipped by a group of women every night. He could not help but tremble. He almost blurted out that he would agree to their unreasonable request on behalf of the two young masters. Change your request. Don't even think about it. I've already sworn that in this lifetime, other than Ruyan, no one else can do that to me. Bah, that's not right. Yes, it was with me. I've turned over a new leaf. That's still not right. I've always been clean and virtuous. Young Master Han, is that what you said? Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and did not know what to say. However, the flowers and plants were extremely flirtatious and pulled Yu Yang to reject this rude request with righteous indignation. The moment she opened her mouth, Yu Yang was stunned by the flowers and plants' words. Yi Qingwu, who was at the side, burst into laughter and rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan with a smile. It was as if she was blaming Yi Qinghan for leading Hua Ru astray. At the beginning, their appearances were similar in Black Tortoise City, but now, after following Yi Qinghan for a period of time, their hoodlum's words were exactly the same. Bah! You damned ladyboy, get lost. I want to vomit when I see you. Young miss is right. All men in the world are the same. None of them are good. Look at you. A damned ladyboy, a pretty boy, and a group of charcoal heads. Which one of you is good? When the lady in red heard this, she immediately flew into a rage and scolded loudly. Her expression was extremely disdainful, as if she had swallowed a fly. After that, she actually looked at Yu Yang and Yu Qingcheng with a pair of lustful eyes. Her tone actually became gentle. This old lady wants these four beauties. For little sisters, don't be afraid. Follow me back to the island, eldest miss will take good care of you. Damned ladyboy, pretty boy. I'll count to 3. If you don't hand them over, I'll shoot them. Bah! Shameless. This time, all the men on the boat touched their noses and looked at each other. They were stunned at the same time. However, Yi Qingwu looked at them coldly and spat angrily at the lady in red. Yu Qingcheng and Yu Yang's faces instantly turned red. They turned away shyly, while Yi Qingyu blinked her eyes and looked at Yi Qinghan. She did not understand what he meant. I'll leave it to you. Don't go overboard. When Yi Qinghan saw that the group of women raised their crossbows and were about to shoot again, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He looked at flora and plants and said coldly. Then, he pulled Yu Qingcheng and the other two inside. The lady in red had the highest realm among this group of women, and she was only at the overlord realm. However, this group of women actually dared to snatch his woman. If he didn't teach them a lesson, he wouldn't be able to tolerate it. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Shoot for me. When the lady in red saw that Yi Qinghan actually left with his men, her expression turned cold. She waved her hand, and her subordinates started to take action. Throw all of them into the sea. When Flora saw that Yi Qinghan had given the order, he had no more scruples. He gave the order to the Dark Guards. At the same time, he carried Yu Yang and started to chase after Yi Qinghan. Swish. The leader of the Dark Guards, Hua Ru, also had a cold expression and smiled sinisterly. This group of women actually called him a charcoal head. They actually looked down on him. He decided to personally give that lady in red an unforgettable memory. With a wave of his hand, the 12 Dark Guards separated into 2 groups. One group guarded the ship while the other 6 started to move stealthily with him. They suddenly disappeared from the deck. Rustle, rustle. Countless sharp arrows shot over. However, there were 6 Emperor Realm Hua clan martial experts blocking the front of the deck. 6 different kinds of weapons were brandished in an airtight manner. They easily blocked all the sharp arrows. At the same time, the remaining 6 Dark Guards appeared at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they actually sneaked behind them. Because Yi Qinghan and Hua Ru had instructed, they didn't use weapons. However, they didn't hold back either. Each of them extended a leg and kicked the lady in black's butt heavily. She directly fell into the sea. People from the Hua clan? You dare to make a move? My grandfather is the Hidden Pavilion's 6th elder. When the lady in red saw that the 7 people on the ship suddenly disappeared, she knew that she was in trouble. She quickly shouted and at the same time, her battle aura surged. She suddenly turned around and attacked the back. However, when she turned around, she saw two big hands grabbing at her chest with lightning speed. At the same time, a leg from below kicked her lower abdomen heavily. Ouch! The lady in red felt that the two soft spots on her chest were suddenly grabbed by someone. At the same time, they were ruthlessly kneaded a few times. For a moment, she forgot to counterattack. When her lower abdomen was kicked and sent flying, she finally shouted in pain. "Hooaroo, if they dare to be arrogant again, I'll let them soak in the water for a day. Set sail." Hooaroo and the others who were having fun on the ship faintly sent a message. Yi Qinghan sat beside a round table on the deck of the ship. He leisurely took the tea that Yu Yang passed to him. He thought of Yin Dang and Yin Sho. They seemed to be the grandsons of some elder or something. He sighed softly. They were all hedonistic young masters. The young masters and young mistresses of the hidden island seemed to have a slightly heavy taste. Chapter 394. How dare you treat me like this? I'm not done with you, and you still dare to go to the hidden city. Prepare to die. The lady in red struggled to fly up in the water, but she was sneakily attacked by Hooaroo again. She was smashed into the water again, and she was touched by him a few times. After a few times, she simply stayed in the water and cursed. Her leather armor was soaked in the water, and the two snow-white mounds on her chest were even more terrifying. This was a feast for Hooaroo's eyes, and she had even more fun. Hooaroo vaguely knew about Yi Qinghan's identity and strength. It was rare for her to have a chance to bully others and play with the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's elder. How could she let go of such a good opportunity? Meanwhile, the other 6 were getting more intimate with the group of ladies. Ladies kept climbing onto the boat, but before they could do anything, a black hand appeared on their buttocks and slapped them down. At the same time, the black hand didn't forget to take advantage of them, making them cry out in anger. Change of plans. Let's go to the big city in front to buy some stuff and hire a guide. We'll leave immediately. This matter will be quite troublesome. Let Hooaroo and the rest come back. The boat broke through the waves and advanced slowly. Yi Qinghan didn't want to cause trouble, so he turned his head and spoke to Hooaroo. This time, he wasn't here to play. Since he beat up the granddaughter of an elder, wouldn't he be waiting for trouble if he stayed on the hidden island for a few more days? Hooaroo originally wanted to go to the hidden island to have some fun. With Yi Qinghan around, she wasn't afraid of anything happening. But since Yi Qinghan had spoken, she couldn't say anything more. She directly transmitted a message to Hooaroo and asked them to come back. The boat started to speed up and left the small boats far behind. An hour later, the big city in front was already in sight. Meanwhile, there were more and more boats nearby. When they got close to the port, Yi Qinghan's boat was already submerged in all kinds of big and small boats. So lively. The few of them stood on the deck. Yi Qinghan and Hooaroo wore their bamboo hats, while Yu Qingcheng and the rest wore their veils. They started to size up this big city in the sea. From Hooaroo, they found out that this was the biggest city in the hidden island. The hidden island's hidden pavilion was located on a high mountain outside the city. Because the hidden island's island lord had established the hidden pavilion outside the city had slowly become bigger and more prosperous. Finally, it had become the largest city of the hidden island. Aya, those people are so scary. Are they monsters? At this moment, Yu Yang, who had rarely spoken, suddenly reached out her hand and pointed at the endless stream of pedestrians on the pier. She pulled at her flowery robe and cried out in alarm. On the other hand, Yi Qingwu and the others were enjoying the foreign scenery with interest. They didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Don't be afraid. The human race, barbarian race, and demon race live together on the hidden island. Because the hidden island's island master is a human, the human race is slightly more powerful. The one with the tail and the one with the hair are from the demon race, and the giant over there is from the barbarian race. Don't be afraid, they just look scary, they're not powerful at all. Back then, I killed many demons and barbarians. Hooaroo forgot that Yu Yang had never seen the demon race and barbarian race before. She was frightened by their terrifying appearance. Seeing that Yu Yang still didn't believe her, she pulled Yi Qinghan and said, "You really don't have to be afraid. Young Master Han killed at least hundreds of barbarians and demons on the Netherworld Island. He even killed the son of the demon race's Saint Venerable. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qing Cheng and the others. Yu Yang had never practiced martial arts before. She was used to hearing the rumors of the barbarian race eating raw human flesh and the demon race sucking human blood. At this moment, it was the first time she saw such ferocious and terrifying appearances of the demon race and barbarian race. She was indeed frightened. After Hua Ru and Yu Qing Cheng comforted her for a while, she slowly regained her calmness. However, she didn't dare to get off the boat no matter how they persuaded her. Okay, Hua Ru, you and Yu Yang stay on the boat. The three of us will go for a stroll and buy some stuff. We'll also hire a guide. Once we return, we'll go straight to the Purple Island. If there's anything, just release the signal flare. Yi Qinghan saw that Yu Yang was like this, and then he saw that Yi Qingwu and the others were full of interest. He could only instruct Hua Ru and the others to stay behind to protect the two of them. He only brought along a secret guard who was familiar with the hidden city and disembarked the boat with the three ladies. They walked into the city. Divine City, Immortal Slaying Pavilion. The God-slaying guard looked at the three divine guards sitting opposite him with some distress. Recently, because of the Divine Master's special hobby, young men and women kept disappearing in the Divine City. This had already caused a great panic in the Divine City. A few dozen people disappearing might be a small matter, but when there were close to 1,000 people disappearing continuously, it would naturally cause suspicion and panic in all the residents of the Divine City. The Immortal Slaying Pavilion and the other three pavilions had to accept complaints from countless people every day, and there were even more residents who started to use all kinds of reasons to escape the Divine City. My lord, we have to think of a solution. If this goes on, we won't be able to suppress it anymore. There will definitely be a large-scale riot in the city, and by then, everyone in the city will run away. The God-slaying guard panted heavily with his garlic nose. He was in charge of enforcing the law in the Divine City, and there were many people who went to him to beat the drum and complain about their grievances. This gave him a headache, and he had no choice but to summon the other two god positions to the God-slaying guard to discuss a solution. What solution can there be? If we don't send them over, what if the Divine Master flies into a rage? We have to suppress it even if we can't. God-slaying guard, from tomorrow onwards, if the Divine Master still wants people, capture their entire family and throw them into the God's prison. If anyone dares to create trouble, capture them as well. Mobilize all the secret guards and capture those who spread rumors. Seal the city gates. In the future, only people can enter and not leave. The God-slaying guard laughed bitterly. There was no other way. The Divine Master had said that if he didn't send them over, the four of them would do it. Anyway, as long as the Divine Master didn't recover, he planned to continue capturing people. It didn't matter even if the Divine City collapsed. As long as the Divine Master recovered, he could use his strength to build another one. This is Sai. The God-slaying guard, God-burning guard, and God-slaying guard looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. If this carried on, the Divine City would collapse sooner or later. By then, only the Divine Master and the four of them would be left, and they would have to do it. TSK, TSK, TSK. At this moment, a horrifying laughter suddenly sounded from the Immortal Slaying Pavilion, giving the four of them a shock. After being stunned for a moment, the four of them immediately knelt down on one knee and shouted at the same time, "Greetings to the Divine Master. TSK, TSK, TSK. I remember that a few days ago, you said that there was news of the Divine Sword." The Divine Master's voice seemed to have become much sharper after that stimulation, causing the four of them to feel a piercing pain in their eardrums. It was as though they heard metal tools rubbing against each other, causing their bodies to shiver. "Yes, Divine Master." The four of their eyes lit up. The Divine Master seemed to have recovered from the situation. The God-slaying guard quickly bowed and shouted in a deep voice, "According to the news from a soul slave, I have basically confirmed that the Divine Sword is with the young clan head of the Yi family, Yi Qinghan. Of course, there is a small possibility that it is with Yi Ruoshire. Moreover, Chen Jun has confirmed that he was killed by Yi Qinghan. Divine Master, please help me. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Qinghan? The Divine Master laughed and fell silent. He seemed to be recalling something. After a while, he sent a voice transmission, the Yi Qinghan who owns the soul-devouring beast. TSK, TSK, TSK. I seem to have heard that this Yi Qinghan is a handsome young man. This seems to be the case. The four of them looked embarrassed. This Divine Master didn't seem to have recovered fully. The god-slaying guard suddenly thought of something and reminded, Divine Master, this Yi Qinghan is related to that old thing from the Dark Forest. Do you think we should consider this matter at length? Old thing? TSK, TSK, TSK. The old thing doesn't dare to kill me. I have already contacted the family. Once I die, the family will know. The old thing will be hunted down by the Divine Realm's law enforcement team. So what if she is a god emperor? Once she is targeted by the Divine Realm's law enforcement team, she will be dead. Alright, I will take action. Wait for my good news at night. Divine Master 2 sent a cold voice transmission. He was laughing maniacally at one moment and resentful at the next. He was like a lunatic. Just when the four of them were wondering why the Divine Master said to wait for the good news at night, Divine Master 2 sent another voice transmission. Send 10 men to me now. TSK, TSK, TSK. They are all dead again. This is so boring. Chapter 395. Yi Qinghan led the three of them into the city while enjoying the sea breeze. He was enjoying the unique architecture of the hidden city and the unique dressing of the pedestrians on the road. The buildings of the hidden city were mainly wooden houses made of a kind of black ironwood that was resistant to moisture, cold, and corrosion. Moreover, they weren't tall, only 1 story at most. The roofs were pointed, and the doors weren't like the ones in the Flame Dragon continent, which were pushed outward or inward. Instead, they moved to both sides and had wooden floors inside. The clothes of the pedestrians on the road were mainly fancy. Their robes were very wide, their hair was in a bun, and their foreheads were very smooth. They wore wooden shoes that made a da-da sound as they walked. Most of them had a long blade or a thin sword at their waist. The pedestrians on the road all had a very leisurely and lazy appearance, swaying left and right as they walked along the main road. There were people from all 3 races, and it was obvious that they were used to each other's existence. They walked their own way and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. They were at ease, but after a while, Yi Qinghan and the others felt very uncomfortable. Because the 3 of them were obviously dressed like people from the Flame Dragon continent, they attracted the attention of the pedestrians on the road. But this wasn't important. What was important was that the gazes of the pedestrians on the street were filled with naked evil intentions when they looked at the 3 women. The red light in their eyes was very obvious and not pretentious at all. It was as if a group of hungry wolves had seen a little fat sheep. Later, when Yi Qinghan discovered that there were actually people looking at him with such gazes, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He snorted coldly and was a little angry, but he didn't make a move. He just directly stunned those who pretended to come over unintentionally. Then, he quickly left with the 3 of them. It wasn't that he didn't think of killing people to intimidate them, but when he thought that the whole street was like this, could he kill all of them? Brother, these people's gazes are so annoying. Yi Qingyu leaned towards Yi Qinghan, feeling very uncomfortable. She frowned and said with disgust, "We bought something and will leave immediately. You can just treat them as a group of hungry wolves." This hidden island should be renamed to Sex Island. Yi Qinghan gently patted her back and comforted her. Thinking of the group of female pirates just now, he felt that this hidden island was exactly the same as a small island in his previous life that was famous for its sexual violence and perverts. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that the 4 islands in the East Sea in his previous life were also inhabited by criminals exiled from ancient China? Otherwise, why would it be so chaotic? Young master, this way is the trade fair of the hidden city. You can buy anything there. The secret guard of the Hua family led the way in front. The few of them moved at a fast speed. After half an hour, they had already passed through countless streets. Finally, they turned into a street and walked into a super large courtyard house. Yi Qinghan walked in and found that it was even livelier inside, but it was clear that the layout of the building was very good. There were countless rows of buildings inside, and there was a wide street between each row. The inside of the building was the same as the outside, but there was no door between the front and back of the building. There were only a few empty pillars supporting the front and back of the building, and customers could walk through the shop. What is this? Bah, so embarrassing. The few of them looked forward. Other than the secret guard, Yi Qinghan and the others looked at the same time. Their expressions changed at the same time. Yi Qingyu was the most shy. She immediately covered her eyes with her hands and burrowed into Yi Qinghan's embrace. She didn't dare to raise her head to take another look. Even though Yu Qingcheng had always been calm and collected in front of everything, she also became very unnatural at this moment. Her body started to squirm. Yi Qingwu was even more direct. She spat on the ground and shouted delicately. Then, she turned around and walked over. Your second master's island is indeed a sex island. There's actually such a thing. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan's eyes were shining. He looked at the countless cages inside the row of shops in front of the street. He especially looked at the cage that was used as a signboard outside the shop. He suddenly became excited. His eyes bulged so much that they were bigger than Yi Qingyu's. This looked like a street of pets. Every shop had cages of the same color. But the pets in the cages were all humans. They were women. Beautiful women. This wasn't important. What was important was that these women were almost all naked. They only used a few pieces of floral cloth to cover their private parts. They were like animals crawling around in the cages. There was even a chain tied around their snow-white necks. From time to time, they would lick their scarlet tongues and let out seductive moans towards the passers-by. And the customers on the street were gathered in front of these cages. They seemed to be looking at goods. They were carefully sizing them up. Occasionally, they would let out a burst of lewd laughter and occasionally stretch out their hands to pat them. Hehe, this is a specialty of the Hidden Island. Sex slaves and human pets. Young master, do you want to buy a few to guard the door? When the secret guard saw Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up, he secretly thought that he had led him in the right direction. He laughed mischievously and suggested in a low voice. Idiot. No. Scoundrel. Do you think this young master is that kind of person? Didn't your young master tell you that I hate this kind of thing the most? Why aren't you leading the way to buy powder and flint? And where are we going to find a guide? Let's go, let's go. This thing is too disgusting. I can't stand it anymore. When the secret guard of the Hua family said this, Yi Qinghan saw 3 gazes locked onto him at the same time. He hastily retracted his gaze. His face was solemn. He looked straight ahead and started to rebuke in a righteous manner. But in his heart, he was cursing incessantly. The subordinates of the flora and fauna were indeed idiots. If they were Yi Shisan's subordinates, they would have brought him here secretly. When the secret guard saw this, he didn't dare to say anything else. He walked forward. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to look anymore. He walked past this area before he dared to open his eyes and look around. Unexpectedly, he discovered that the shops behind the human pet street were actually a row of shops that were full of equipment. There were whips, leather sheaths, hemp ropes, and oddly shaped items that resembled some kind of human organ. It was a dazzling lineup. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He called out to the 3 women and told them not to look. Then, he ran into the distance as if he was fleeing. After a while, he finally arrived at the last few rows of shops. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He saw that there were only a few rows of shops that sold daily necessities in such a large trade area. Yi Qinghan once again felt the power of this hidden island. It was no wonder that the passers-by he met on the road had eyes full of evil. It turned out that the entire island's atmosphere was like this. It seemed that some kind of special culture had been formed. In Black Tortoise City, Yi Qinghan had bought countless tools. But he had forgotten to buy flints, anti-poisonous insect powder, and some miscellaneous items for living on the island. After all, he was bringing a few delicate beauties with him. Some things had to be as detailed as possible. At the same time, the most important thing was that they all knew that the Purple Island was in the east of the Hidden Island. But no one had ever been there. It was impossible for them to trouble Old Deer to use his divine sense to scan the area and determine the direction. Then, they would continue sailing. They turned into a grocery shop. When the shop owner saw that there were guests, he came over to greet them happily. But, when he saw Yu Qingcheng and the others, he immediately looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't move his eyes away. Yi Qinghan coldly snorted and directly used a body fusion technique to stun him. Then, he directly picked up the things he needed in the shop. At the same time, he asked the secret guard to go out and find a guide. They stood in the shop and waited for him. They didn't dare to go out again. Half an hour later, the secret guard hurriedly came back with a person. Obviously, they had reached an agreement. The hidden island was not too far away from the Purple Island. Moreover, the people of the hidden island had basically gone out to sea. So, it was easy to find a guide. Moreover, this time, the secret guard had learned his lesson. He didn't dare to bring a man with him. Instead, he brought a middle-aged woman in her 30s. Without any scruples about the ambiguous look that the middle-aged woman gave him, Yi Qinghan waved his hand and signaled everyone to go back. He didn't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. Of course, it was because he had brought Yu Qingcheng and the others with him. Being looked at like that by his wife, he would certainly feel uncomfortable. If he had come alone, he would have been a little interested. Wow, this time, we actually bought such a good thing. Yin Ji, you have made a great contribution. Several people's battle chi surged. The secret guard took the guide and ran quickly on the road. However, at the entrance of the trade area, they were blocked by a group of people. Moreover, Yi Qinghan also heard a familiar voice. After thinking about it, he remembered that it was the voice of the young master of the hidden island, Yin Dang. Chapter 396. It really was a small world. What a small world. Yi Qinghan shook his head. However, he remembered that this was someone else's hometown and Yin Dang liked this kind of thing. It wasn't strange to meet him here. Yi Qinghan was afraid of trouble and was about to fly back with Yu Qingcheng and the others. However, they were discovered by Yin Dang's people. Their targets were too obvious. Although Yu Qingcheng and the other two masked their faces, they were definitely beauties. Others didn't dare to provoke them, but the people around Yin Dang did. Waha! What a rare beauty! Huala! As soon as he shouted, the people around him immediately reacted. They were like a group of hungry dogs that had seen a few pieces of delicious meat and bones, and they immediately surrounded him. All of them stared at the three with lustful eyes. Some even pointed at them and started commenting. TSK, 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 beauties from the Flaming Dragon continent. What day is it today? Why is my luck so heaven-defying? I can't not feel good tonight. Yin Dang pushed away the people around him and looked at the three of them carefully. The passion in his eyes seemed to melt the three of them. He was a veteran. He could tell that the three of them were beauties. There was only one person on the island who could compare to them. However, he didn't dare to think about it. Of course, he wasn't an idiot. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he probed them. After all, the man's battle aura was leaking and he couldn't sense her realm. The black-faced man behind her was the same as him. He was at the first level of the Imperial Realm. He must be a young master of a big family if he had an Imperial Realm bodyguard. Young master, don't do anything. The man with the bamboo hat is very strong. As soon as Yindang finished speaking, a Peak Emperor Realm expert sent by his grandfather suddenly transmitted a message to him, causing his expression to change. Just as he was about to continue probing further, unexpectedly, he suddenly saw a familiar purple light light up, and then he fell into an illusion. Yin Dang, take your men and scram. Otherwise, I won't make you kneel down on the ground. I will make you sleep in the ground forever. When Yin Dang woke up, he heard a cold voice transmission and felt a slight pain in his stomach. This shocked him greatly. After slowly examining it, he discovered that it was only a cut on his leather robe, and only a little bit of his skin was torn. He recalled the familiar voice and the bewitching purple light. Hidden Island suddenly woke up with a start. She covered her chest and retreated in horror while shouting, "It's you? It's you. Yi Qinghan. All of you, stand down." The others were also clutching their abdomens in fear. After they woke up, they discovered that their abdomens were cut open at the same time. If the wound had gone any deeper, their cultivation would have been completely destroyed. "Young master, let's go." The expression of the old man beside Yin Dang also changed. He was at the peak of the Emperor realm, but this person seemed to have used some kind of evil technique on him. He felt dizzy and his stomach was easily cut open. This person was so powerful that he could easily kill everyone here. It was obvious that this person was holding back. He was afraid that Yin Dang would do something extreme and anger this person. That would be the end of him. If you provoke me again, you know the consequences." Yi Qinghan had been suppressing his anger ever since he came to the island. Now, he couldn't hold it in any longer and taught them a lesson. Seeing that the three women's expressions softened a little because of his attack, Yi Qinghan secretly cursed his bad luck. He turned around and informed the secret guard. He nodded to the three women and prepared to fly to the ship and leave the island. Swish. At this time, 3 people quickly flew over from the sky. This made Yi Qinghan's slightly better expression turn gloomy again. Yin Dang, who had a gloomy expression, saw the 3 people flying over from the sky and his expression became complicated. Yin Dang's subordinates subconsciously shrank their heads when they saw the 3 people in the sky. They seemed to be very afraid of these 3 people. The pedestrians in the trade area, who were ready to watch the show, quickly left in a panic when they saw the 3 people coming. It was as if they had seen a dreadful beast. "Greetings to eldest Miss Fei Lord Mai." The 3 people had obviously locked onto this side and quickly landed to the side. When Yin Dang and the others saw the 3 people land, they quickly stood up and bowed their heads to the 3 people and respectfully greeted them. The 3 people who came were 3 women. The one on the left was actually the red-clothed female pirate leader. The one in the middle was a great beauty whose appearance and figure were not inferior to Yi Qingwu. She couldn't tell how old she was. Her face looked very pure and elegant, but her eyes were full of cold arrogance. Her figure was even more fiery than the red-clothed female pirate leader. She had huge breasts, a slender waist, and a pair of straight and smooth legs. She wore a black leather skirt that was even more fiery than Yi Qingwu's fiery outfit in the past. It was shorter and a bit tighter. Her figure could be said to be the best that Yi Qinghan had ever seen. However, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to look at her for too long. After all, Yi Qingwu and the others were at his side. Instead, he looked at the person on the right with interest. This was a mature woman. She was even more mature than Yu Niang from Yu Lu. She was even more charming. Her pair of watery eyes looked at Yi Qinghan as if they could steal his soul. However, what Yi Qinghan paid attention to was not her eyes. Instead, it was her strength. She was actually a martial saint expert. Who was this woman? She actually had a martial saint protecting her. What a grand show. Leave these 3 women behind and you can scram. Otherwise, die. The child-faced, big-breasted, coldly arrogant woman didn't even look at Yin Dang or Yi Qinghan. Instead, she coldly swept her gaze over Yu Qingcheng and the others. Her words almost made Yi Qinghan choke on the saliva that he hadn't swallowed. This matter was getting more and more chaotic. Yi Qinghan looked at the woman's posture and the reactions of the people beside her. He roughly guessed that this woman was probably the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's great elder. She must have the same status as Yin Shuo, or maybe even higher. "Yin Dang, I don't want to cause trouble. Let Yin Shuo come and see me." Yi Qinghan didn't want to make the matter bigger. He didn't pay attention to the woman. Instead, he directly said to Yin Dang. He remembered that Yin Shuo owed him a favor in Barbarian City. He didn't want to provoke a group of Hidden Island's elders into a big battle. So, he could only let Yin Shuo come forward to mediate. "Eldest Miss, this person is the Yi Qinghan I told you about. He said that the people of Hidden Island are all idiots. Moreover, he rudely injured more than 10 of us just now. He almost crippled our cultivation. I beg eldest Miss to uphold justice for us." Yin Dang acted as if he didn't hear Yi Qinghan's words. Instead, he slightly shrunk his head, leaned over, and complained in a low voice to this incomparably seductive woman. "Pa. Useless things. What else can you do besides play with women? A group of idiots whose brains have been drilled by sperm. You've lost the face of Hidden Island. You men are all trash. When the woman heard Yin Dang's words, her complexion became even colder. She directly raised her hand and heavily slapped Yin Dang's face. The slap sent him flying, and 2 of his front teeth flew out. She lightly clapped her hands. Then, her gaze fell on Yi Qinghan for the first time. Her complexion became even colder. It seemed that Yi Qinghan had ignored her words. This made her very angry. She sneered, "I thought you were a pretty boy. It seems like you have some substance. It's a pity. Today, you've provoked this young miss. Let alone Yin Sha, even if you summon the Heavenly King, this young miss won't put you in my eyes. Kneel on the ground and lick this young miss' toes. Then, maybe I'll spare your life. Whether you have substance or not, you can't tell by looking. You have to fight with real swords and guns to know. Do you want to fight with me?" Yi Qinghan sighed slightly. He reached out to take off his bamboo hat and threw it to the side. He raised his head and met the woman's cold gaze. The corners of his mouth curved into an evil smile. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear as he directly shouldered the hat. He had been very low-key. But it seemed that this woman was not just overbearing on Hidden Island. Her status was actually above Yin Sha. Since he couldn't reason with her, he was prepared to fight with her to thoroughly convince her. This woman, if he didn't give her some color to see, she would really think that he was a big bull. "Young miss, this person is a saint-level expert. I don't have the confidence to defeat him. How about, forget it?" When Mai Daran saw Yi Qinghan's young face and his evil smile, the charm in her eyes became even more intense. However, she felt Yi Qinghan's overbearing, imposing manner. She was slightly startled and whispered to the beautiful woman, "He. Saint level? On Hidden Island, even a dragon would have to kneel before this young miss. Today, this young miss will let you taste the 18 tortures of Hidden Island." When the incomparably beautiful woman heard this, she raised her head and laughed wildly. The pair of peerless big breasts on her chest trembled violently as if they were about to break out of her armor. After laughing wildly for a while, she suddenly stretched out her beautiful white hand and touched the leather armor on her chest. All the men present swallowed their saliva. When their noses were about to spurt out, she pulled out a small black command token. A pair of phoenix eyes locked onto Yi Qinghan. She raised the command token into the air and tenderly shouted, "Release the signal. Summon the 13 elders of Hidden Island. Kill this person for me." Hidden Island command token? When the people of Hidden Island saw this, they were all shocked. This command token represented the will of the Hidden Island Lord. No one dared to disobey. For a moment, countless signal flares quickly rose into the sky, illuminating half of the sky of Hidden Island. Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh as his stubborn temper flared up. With a swipe of his freedom ring, the black slaughter god blade appeared in his hand. He suddenly swung it forward, and his battle chi sword. A green blade wave shot out as he pointed at the flirtatious woman and coldly said, "Haha, since this young master's debut, I have never been forced to kneel before anyone, let alone under a woman's pomegranate skirt. Come, woman. Let this young master see how awesome you are." Chapter 397. Huh. Yi Qinghan's arrogant behavior surprised all the people present. This person. Is he really crazy or stupid? Eldest young miss has issued a Hidden Island order to summon the 13 elders, but not only did he not run away, was he not afraid? He even dared to provoke and insult him. The people of the Hidden Island and the group of young masters were stunned for a moment before laughing sinisterly. Yin Dang covered his mouth, forgetting the pain. In the barbarian city, Yi Qinghan humiliated him, making him not dare to go out for a month after returning to the Hidden Island, and just now he hurt himself. If he did not vent this anger, he would not be able to live a peaceful life. Now seeing Yi Qinghan's arrogance, he became even more excited. Where is this? This is the Hidden Island. He alone can fight the entire Hidden Island. Lady Mai looked at Yi Qinghan's incomparably overbearing aura, but her face turned serious. This young man can cultivate to the sage realm at such a young age, it can be said to be unprecedented. Now that he is so arrogant, there must be a mountain behind him. And the island master did not appear to stop the eldest young Miss' crazy behavior. Could it be that there is a deeper meaning? Does he want to use the eldest young Miss to suppress the person behind this arrogant young man? The eldest young Miss' name is Yin Ling-er, the granddaughter of the Hidden Island Master. Yin Ling-er has no parents, and the people of the Hidden Island do not know whether she is the Island Master's granddaughter or someone else. From childhood to adulthood, the Island Master rarely cares about her, just throwing her to the 13 elders and letting them take care of her. Yin Ling-er grew up under the extreme care of the 13 elders. Her appearance is outstanding, and her talent is amazing. In addition, the Island Master does not care about her. The 13 elders spoil and even indulge her, and the young masters on the island revolve around her. Thus, she has developed an incomparably arrogant little overlord temperament. On the Hidden Island, except for the 13 elders, all the men who see her either run around her like a dog or run away. In addition, the men of the Hidden Island have an obscene atmosphere, so Yin Ling-er looks down on the men of the Hidden Island, thinking that men are all waste, all dogs. Sexual orientation is also a matter of course. Just now, Yin Fei-er suddenly came to report that she found several beauties of the same level as her. Of course, she didn't say anything and immediately activated the Hidden Pavilion's intelligence system. She immediately discovered Yi Qinghan's group of 4 and rushed over immediately. The 3 beauties didn't disappoint her and made her very excited. However, the man surrounded by the 3 of them made her even more excited. How many years has it been? She finally met a pure man like her grandfather. A young man who dared to say that she was more capable than a cow. A man who seemed to have guts. Of course, it was obvious that she wasn't going to use her unparalleled womanly charm to conquer him. She didn't have the time or interest to make him stick out his tongue under her pomegranate skirt and smile. She was prepared to use the most direct method, violence, to make him kneel down. She wanted him to understand that other than her grandfather, any other man could only kneel down in front of her. Shio. Before the fireworks in the sky had settled, 3 black figures rose from the hidden city. At the same time, 10 black figures flew out from the mountain outside the city. The 13 of them were extremely fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, they had already landed on the scene. "Miss, are you all right?" The 13 of them were about the same age as Yi Qinghu. They were all humans and weren't tall. As soon as they landed, one of them immediately used his Saint Domain to seal off the scene. At the same time, they all surrounded Yin Ling-er. Seeing that Yin Ling-er was fine, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Then, several of them glanced at Yi Qinghan coldly. One of them was the first to shout angrily, "Who are you? How dare you use force against First Miss? Do you want to die? Hey! You're actually a saint at such a young age. Which family's disciple are you from? Why did you come to the Hidden Island to cause trouble?" One of the elders suddenly sensed Yi Qinghan's strength and became bewildered. Was bewildered. This person was actually able to break through to the saint realm at such a young age. Putting aside talent, it at least meant one thing: he was a disciple of a large family. This was because they knew that without the support of large amounts of spirit herbs and spirit fruits, even a heavenly meridian being could not cultivate so quickly. This was because they knew that without the support of large amounts of spirit herbs and spirit fruits, even a heavenly meridian being could not cultivate so quickly. Yin Ling-er was obviously dissatisfied with the attitude of the 13 elders. She snorted coldly and a cold look shot out from her eyes. She looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Who cares which family he's from? How dare he humiliate me and take advantage of me? Take him down." "This, young man, aren't you going to apologize to First Miss? No one will be able to save you if First Miss gets angry." "That's right. How dare you humiliate First Miss and take advantage of her? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and apologize." The 13 elders hurriedly criticized Yi Qinghan. Their expressions were very angry and their tone was very agitated. However, their eyes were constantly shooting meaningful glances at Yi Qinghan. However, none of them made a move. As soon as they saw the 3 beautiful women beside Yi Qinghan, they could roughly guess what was going on. Basically, All the beautiful women in the hidden city had been toyed with by First Miss. Now that they saw these 3 beautiful women, then, they also knew that this young man in front of them must have a great force behind him. Perhaps he even had a god-rank powerhouse. Therefore, they naturally didn't dare to make a move. If this young man really had a god-rank powerhouse behind him, then it would be difficult for them to explain to the Island Lord. Island Lord? That's right. After the 13 elders scolded them, they suddenly remembered something. The Island Lord was still fishing at the seaside. He must have known about what happened here. Why hadn't he sent a message? Could it be that there was a deeper meaning? Bullshit. Yi Qinghan looked at this old man who was more than 10 meters tall jumping up and down. He seemed to be scolding him, but in fact, he was trying to persuade him to admit his mistake. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. What the hell was going on? He didn't provoke anyone. It was fine if he met 2 crazy women, but now a group of old men came. Why were they so unreasonable? Why were they so obviously biased? It seemed that his guess was right. This beautiful woman seemed to be the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's god-rank powerhouse. All right, this young master will not argue with you. I also don't want to cause trouble. Tell me, how do you want me to apologize? When Yi Qinghan thought about how the 13 elders didn't make a move, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. He kept the slaughter god blade and sheathed it on his back. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble. It was just that this woman was the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's Island Lord. He didn't want to end up like what happened in Black Tortoise City. After provoking a group of young people, a group of old people came. After fighting a group of old people, the Hidden Island Lord appeared. If such a small matter caused Elder Lu and the Hidden Island Lord to fight, it would attract the attention of the continent's god-rank powerhouse and the God City's Island Lord. That's right. You are worth teaching, Ian. You are young and frivolous. I think we can forgive you this time. Forget about the compensation. Just apologize. In the future, you must be careful not to cause trouble when you go out. The 13 elders heaved a sigh of relief when Yi Qinghan admitted his mistake. The Island Lord was too indulgent towards Yin-Ling-Er. They couldn't do anything about it. Previously, they almost destroyed the hidden pavilion because of a small matter. Now, since Yi Qinghan was so understanding, they naturally tried to smooth things over. After all, they were the ones who suffered and got scolded. When Yin-Ling-Er saw that Yi Qinghan had suddenly admitted his mistake, the excitement in her eyes disappeared and was replaced with complete disdain. Men were indeed spineless. He was so arrogant just now, but now he was like a bird. She waved her hand indifferently and said in a magnanimous manner, "Since you, a piece of trash, have become a tortoise, I am not an unreasonable person. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Let the 3 of them accompany me for 10 days, and this matter will be over." Chapter 398. As soon as he said that, the 13 elders were visibly relieved. Fortunately, the eldest miss seemed to be in a good mood today. She didn't plan to cause trouble. In their opinion, making Yi Qinghan kowtow a few times was a small matter. Besides Yin Shuo, the young masters of the Hidden Island served the island master all day and avoided Yin-Ling-Er. Which of the other young masters didn't kowtow to her? Didn't they get beaten or slashed by her? Yin Dang, for example, was almost castrated by Yin-Ling-Er. Fortunately, his grandfather, the 8th elder, left quickly, otherwise. As for Yin-Ling-Er saying that she wanted the 3 women to accompany her for 10 days, in the eyes of the 13 elders, this wasn't a big deal. This wasn't a big deal. It was harmless for women to play with each other. They wouldn't suffer any losses, and they wouldn't suffer any losses. They didn't have tools and could only rely on external objects to play a few tricks, so it didn't matter. Haha. However, Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng's reaction was a bit big. After hearing what was said, Yi Qinghan's mouth suddenly curved into an evil smile, and then the smile became bigger and bigger, and the smile became a big laugh, and the big laugh became a crazy laugh. Humph. Pay. Shameless. Little Han. Beat her up until even her mother can't recognize her. Yu Qingcheng snorted implicitly, expressing her anger. Yi Qingwu directly flipped out and started cursing. Yi Qingyu didn't understand why the woman wanted them to play with her for 10 days. However, when she heard that her brother was to kneel and kowtow, she became angry and glared coldly at Yin Ling. Her battle chi soared and was about to explode. Kind people are bullied, and kind horses are ridden. The ancients didn't deceive me, big-breasted sister, listen to me, I don't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Since you insist on doing it, then do it. This time, it wasn't the bewitching purple light that lit up, but as Yi Qinghan finished speaking. His battle chi suddenly soared, and at the same time, his body suddenly emitted a ripple-like spatial fluctuation, which instantly radiated like lightning and enveloped everyone in the field. After that, Yi Qinghan's body turned into a blur as he dashed forward. Under the horrified gazes of the 13 elders and Lord Mai, he directly appeared in front of Yin Ling and stood still. With an evil smile on his face, he stretched out his index finger and gently lifted Yin Ling's beautiful face. Then, he opened his other hand and raised it up high before slapping it down hard on her face. Pa! A clear and crisp sound rang out in the quiet field. The voice was pleasant and abrupt. However, in the ears of the crowd, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Yin Ling was dumbfounded as she blinked her big eyes in confusion. Looking at the evil smile on his face and smelling his masculine scent, she forgot about the burning pain on her face. She stared at Yi Qinghan in a daze as if she was thinking, why did he dare to slap her face? Did he really slap my face? Bastard! How dare you? Courting death. Countless shouts and curses rang out a moment later. The 3 elders and Lord Mai's faces were filled with anger and coldness. Of course, there was also fear. The moment Yi Qinghan's battle chi soared, the 14 people also made their move. No matter what the Island Master's intention was, they knew that since the Island Master had not sent a sound transmission, it was obvious that he was allowing them to make their move and teach this arrogant boy a lesson. However, the moment they made their move, they suddenly found a spatial fluctuation surging out from the young man's side. This fluctuation was too fast, and it reached them in an instant. Then, something terrifying happened. The space around them suddenly fluctuated violently, and their advancing bodies seemed to have collided with an iron wall, and their bodies could not move. And then, they heard a resounding slap to the face. They saw the red handprint that slowly appeared on Yin Ling's snow-white face. It was incomparably clear and dazzling. Only now did they realize that they could move their bodies. Therefore, they hurriedly roared and rushed towards Yi Qinghan. If you want her to die, then come. Just as they were about to go berserk, they were frightened by a slender hand and a faint sentence. Yi Qinghan's hand that hooked Yin Ling's smooth chin slid down along her jade-like neck and quietly pinched her neck. To tell you the truth, your pig brain has tarnished your perfect body. After Yi Qinghan's faint sentence frightened everyone, he suddenly leaned forward and pulled the distance between them very close. Then, he whispered in a voice that only Yin Ling could hear. Haha, good, very good. You're really a man with guts. You're more gutsy than all the men in the hidden island. But I believe that you will regret it later. I can guarantee that you will not live past today. Yin Ling's confused eyes were only silent for a moment before she was awakened by the burning pain on her face. She listened to Yi Qinghan's deep voice in her ears and felt that her jade-like neck, which had never been touched by any man before, was being held by a big hand. Yin Ling didn't panic, nor did she become angry. Instead, she chuckled and spoke in an icy tone. Oh, is that so? I'll wait and see. However, to tell you the truth, I don't know how awesome you are. At the very least, your breasts are really big and perky. I think they must feel good, right? Yi Qinghan faintly smiled and ignored Yin Ling's threat. Although Yin Ling was very tall, he was half a head taller than her. At such a close distance, Yin Ling was wearing very revealing clothes. When he looked down, he could clearly see the scenery inside her leather armor. He could even faintly see too. Yin Dang and the group of young masters were also confused after that loud slap. They were still confused even now. They were far away from Yi Qinghan's spatial lock. They only knew that Yi Qinghan had suddenly flipped out, but they didn't see that terrifying purple light. However, he strangely pounced over and easily slapped Yin Ling. However, the 13 elders didn't make a move at the beginning, and they still hadn't made a move yet. From their angle, They could see that Yi Qinghan was unscrupulously looking at Yin Linger's breasts. He was looking at the two towering peaks that all the young masters of the hidden island wanted to see. What was going on? They didn't know, so they could only continue to look at the scene, hoping that someone would give them an explanation. Brother, what are you doing? Yi Qingyu was very happy that Yi Qinghan had slapped that hateful woman and smiled faintly. But now, she saw that Yi Qinghan was so close to that woman and seemed to be whispering about something. She looked at Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu in confusion. Humph. Who knows? But it's definitely not something good. Later, the three of us have to discuss it and formulate a family law. Little Han is too promiscuous. An indescribable feeling flashed through Yu Qingcheng's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwu snorted coldly and spoke to the two of them in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. The secret guard of the Hua clan was also dumbfounded. This young master actually dared to make a move. Moreover, he actually dashed over so easily and gave that arrogant woman a resounding slap. He started to worry secretly. There was a god-level elite on this island. If something happened, he would also be finished. Let go of the young lady, otherwise, young man, you've already committed a big mistake. If you still don't repent, no one can save you. What's there to say? If you dare to hurt the young lady, you won't be able to leave the hidden island today. The 13 elders didn't dare to move, but they continuously roared, threatened, and advised. However, in his heart, he was secretly anxious. He kept looking towards the east. They were very surprised. Why hadn't the island master appeared? What did he mean by that? Buzz, brat from the Yi clan, let go of Ling Er. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly fluctuated. A blurry figure suddenly appeared in the field. It was so translucent that it seemed to be a projection. It was the shadow of an old man wearing a straw raincoat and holding a fishing rod in his hand. When Yi Qinghan saw that the island master had arrived, he didn't actually come over. Instead, he used some kind of mystical power to project himself. After a moment of surprise, he hurriedly swept Yin Linger's chest again, withdrew his hand, and retreated to protect Yu Qingcheng and the others. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Elder Lu. With so many people present, he didn't want to expose the secret of the unfettered ring, so he could only transmit his voice to Elder Lu. If it really didn't work, he could only use a request and let Elder Lu take action. Chapter 399. Humph. I told you that you will regret it. Rest assured, I will help you serve your women well. When Yin Linger saw that the island lord had finally appeared, she coldly looked at Yi Qinghan and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. She then directly sent a sound transmission to Yi Qinghan. Then, her eyes suddenly turned red and tears instantly flowed out. Her face suddenly became delicate and pitiful. Her whole body constantly trembled like a little girl who was being bullied. She loudly cried and complained to the projection of the hidden island's island lord, grandfather. If you had come a little later, Ling Er would never have been able to see you again. This person not only spoke disrespectfully to Ling Er, but also hit Ling Er in public. Now, he wants to kill Ling Er. Ling Er doesn't want to live anymore. Father, mother, grandfather don't care about me. I came to look for you. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and was about to hit the wall of the trade area. Yin Fei and Mai Daren were so scared that they hurriedly hugged her from behind. At the same time, the nearby 13 elders were like ants on a hot pan. They ran around in all directions and anxiously looked at the hidden island lord for help. This is also possible. Yi Qinghan and the other three looked at each other in dismay. This Yin Linger is really a damn waste of talent if she doesn't become a geisha. She is crying sadly and pretending to be pitiful. It can simply make people cry. No wonder the entire hidden island can't do anything to her. Let her go. If she wants to die, no one can stop her. The hidden island lord didn't move. Even the expression on the projection didn't change. His cold words stunned everyone present. It also stunned the suicidal Yin Linger. Yin Linger didn't know what was going on. Was this still her grandfather? Every time she acted cute, the hidden island lord would immediately compromise. Now, she wanted to die, but... Linger, You are already 18 years old. Are you still not sensible? I can clearly tell you that I will not make a move against this Yi family youth. I also don't dare to make a move against him. The person behind him is someone that even your grandfather can't provoke. If you provoke him, the entire hidden island will be exterminated. If you still want to seek death, for the sake of the entire hidden island, Grandpa can't do anything. Moments later, Yin Ling came back to her senses. She felt both wronged and indignant. She steeled her heart and prepared to seek death. However, the hidden island master's cold words caused her body to tremble. She stood on the spot and her beautiful tearful eyes looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. If you provoke him, the entire hidden island will be exterminated. Countless people recalled the hidden island's island master's words, and their faces tightened. Everyone was shocked. The island lord of Hidden Island, a god rank expert, had actually said such a thing in public. What did this mean? It meant that the hidden island had yielded to this young man. What kind of background did this person have to actually make the hidden island lord lower her head? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he immediately sheathed the slaughter god blade on his back. Then, he awkwardly rubbed his nose and looked at the hidden island lord's shadow thoughtfully. He somewhat understood what this old thing wanted to do. Yi Qingwu and the other two became slightly proud. If their man had face, it was equivalent to them having face. However, the Hua family's secret guard behind them was shocked. He knew that Yi Qinghan was very powerful, but he did not expect him to be this powerful. You guys don't believe me. This young man can represent the entire house of ours. He has 5 god rank experts and hundreds of martial saints behind him. He also has 3 war gods' blood medallions in his hands. He can summon the entire house of ours. Tell me, do you think I would dare to touch him? Ling Today, you finally understand what it means to say that there is always someone better than you. Let's not talk about anything else. You see, he is only 3 years older than you, but he is the strongest person below the god rank. He can kill all of you by himself. If you don't change your temper, sooner or later, grandfather and the entire hidden island will be buried with you. After listening to these words, Yin Ling finally understood one thing. Today, it seemed that she had slapped herself for nothing. The view of her chest was also wasted. Can't I get back at her today? How? Comparing strength. This person was able to slap her ruthlessly under the protection of 13 elders. Comparing strength. She only had 1 god rank expert behind her, but he had a group of experts behind him. Thinking of this person's arrogance and overbearingness, it now seemed that he was confident and confident. This man was actually so fierce. She recalled how he grabbed her chin frivolously and stared at her unscrupulously at the same time. A complicated look flashed through her eyes. She was at a loss and didn't know what to do. This, the hidden island lord's words made not only Yi Qinghan understand what this old man was trying to do. Even the 13th elder understood. They originally thought that the hidden island lord didn't make a move because he wanted them to teach Yi Qinghan a lesson, and then beat the tiger to the mountain and give a warning to the people behind him. Now that they thought about it, the hidden island lord was actually borrowing Yi Qinghan's hand to beat his lawless precious granddaughter a little, to make her change her temper, and at the same time, to change her view of men. Moreover, from the hidden island lord's tone, it seemed that he wanted to pimp the two of them. Otherwise, why would it seem that he was reducing his prestige and instead giving face to Yi Qinghan? They knew that the hidden island lord wasn't afraid of the god rank experts of the house of ours. At the same time, they were both humans. Their relationship was very good. The god rank experts of the house of ours would certainly not attack the hidden island for Yi Qinghan. It seemed that the hidden island lord wanted to use strong medicine to treat a serious illness. He wanted to cooperate with this youngster and let Yin Ling understand some things. That's all I have to say. There are some things that you need to think about, Ling. The hidden island lord saw that his goal had been achieved and his eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He turned to look at Yi Qinghan and did not hide his appreciation. Yi Qinghan, right. You are very good. Send my regards to your old ancestor. When you have time, come to the hidden island to play. After saying that, The hidden island lord's figure slowly dissipated and disappeared from the scene. Humph. You better remember this. Today, I, Yinling will repay this slap 100 times. Otherwise, I am not a human. When Yinling saw that the hidden island lord had disappeared, her eyes suddenly became cold. She looked deeply at Yi Qinghan and left behind a ruthless sentence. Then, she directly soared into the sky and flew towards the hidden city. Mai Daren and Yin Fei also gave Yi Qinghan a meaningful look and flew away. The 13 elders also smiled awkwardly, cupped their hands, and flew away. Just now, they had cursed Yi Qinghan. Now that the hidden island lord clearly didn't care and they were not Yi Qinghan's opponents, wouldn't they be waiting to be slapped in the face if they didn't leave? Yin Dang and the countless young masters also hurriedly shrunk their bodies and slipped away. They even threw the top-grade human pet they had just bought into a corner and didn't want it anymore. Let's go. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and no longer spoke any nonsense. He instructed the shadow guard behind him with a complicated expression. He took the 3 girls and flew towards the direction of the pier. He decided to go to the Purple Island immediately. Just now, it was fortunate that the hidden island lord didn't make a move. Otherwise, it would cause a battle between God Realm experts and alarm the Divine City Lord. That would be troublesome. In fact, the more one didn't want something to happen, the more likely it would happen. Yi Ruoshire had just retracted his divine sense that was radiating to the hidden island. He had been paying attention to Yi Qinghan's whereabouts all the time. Thinking of the hidden island lord's unique teaching method, he smiled gently. However, before his smile could fully blossom, his expression suddenly changed. Because he discovered that a powerful divine sense had suddenly unscrupulously shrouded the entire Kang City. After staying in Kang City for a moment, it quickly drifted into the distance. He was very familiar with this divine sense. It was the divine sense of the bald divine master too in the divine city. His expression changed several times. He suddenly stood up quickly and his body disappeared from the cave. At the same time, his divine sense spread out in the direction of the hidden island at the fastest speed. At the same time, all the experts on the mainland were shocked and spread out their divine sense in astonishment. Because just now, the domineering divine sense of the Divine City Lord had actually swept over the mainland without any scruples. On the rooftop of the Dark Castle, Lord Devour was also astonished. He put down the book in his hand, and his star-like eyes twinkled a few times. However, after a while, he picked up the book again, as if he didn't sense anything. The hidden island lord was cheerfully picking up his fishing rod and continuing to fish. Recalling Yin Ling-er's frightened expression, he was somewhat satisfied with the result this time. However, after a while, his hand that was holding the fishing rod unexpectedly trembled. The fishing rod that he had never put down suddenly slipped and fell, creating a splash. Little Han, quickly enter the carefree pavilion. Little Han, quickly go. Yi family's kid, quickly run. Yi Qinghan brought the 3 girls and flew quickly in the sky. As the moist sea breeze blew, his mood was very happy. However, all of a sudden, he felt that the sea breeze was gone. Then, an ice-cold, bone-chilling aura swept over the 4 of them, startling them at the same time. Then, Yi Qinghan suddenly heard 3 frightened and extremely urgent voices in his ears. Chapter 400. Yi Ruoshire was very anxious, extremely anxious. Especially when he sensed that Master Divine Butcher was constantly teleporting towards the hidden island at a speed that was several times faster than his heart was burning with anxiety. Kang City was tens of thousands of miles away from the hidden island. At his cultivation level, he would need to teleport more than 10 times to teleport the furthest distance. However, Master Divine Butcher only needed to teleport 2 or 3 times from the Divine City. When his divine sense locked onto Yi Qinghan and transmitted a message to him, he realized that Master Divine Butcher was already halfway there. Although he vaguely knew that Yi Qinghan seemed to have a unique treasure that could mysteriously disappear from the Flame Dragon Plane, he wasn't sure what Master Divine Butcher was up to. However, he was still extremely worried and even afraid. Run? When Yi Qinghan heard the 3 transmitted messages and felt the chill that enveloped the surroundings, he shuddered and suddenly woke up. Quick, enter the carefree pavilion. He suddenly turned to look at the three startled women and swiped his carefree ring. A golden door appeared in the sky above the hidden city. At this moment, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to hide anything, nor did he dare to ask Elder Lu to bring them to the Purple Island. After all, compared to the Purple Island, the Carefree Pavilion was the safest place, and Elder Lu's transmitted message proved this point. Yi Qinghan bellowed. Yi Qingyu was the most obedient. Without saying anything, she dashed into the golden door at lightning speed and disappeared into the black hole within the door. Yu Qingcheng was also stunned. Without thinking much, she followed Yi Qingyu into the golden door and disappeared. "What's the matter, little Han?" Yi Qingwu hesitated for a moment, and asked in a slightly surprised tone. This hesitation scared Yi Qinghan so much that his face turned ashen. Without saying anything, he pulled Yi Qingwu and dashed towards the golden door. Swish! Suddenly, a translucent giant golden hand appeared out of thin air in the western sky of the hidden city. A dazzling light illuminated the entire hidden city, and a massive pressure made everyone in the hidden city feel as if the world was about to be destroyed. The extremely oppressive aura made everyone in the hidden city feel as if their hearts were about to stop beating. This translucent golden hand broke through the air. Its speed was quite fast, and its target was very clear. It directly grabbed at Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu, who were heading towards the golden door. It seemed as if it wanted to directly grab the two of them. Jie jie jie, following a terrifying cry, a red figure appeared out of thin air behind the translucent golden hand. On top of the big red robe was a huge bald head with strange tattoos. His eyes, one red and one black, were filled with cruelty and coldness. "H, that was close. Baldy, it's a pity that you were a step too late." Yi Qinghan looked back quickly, but he did not stop. Before the golden hand reached him, he had already rushed to the golden door. He snorted and thought that it was close. If he had been half a step too late, he would have been finished. Elder Lu had said that as long as one entered the unfettered pavilion, even a god king might not be able to break through the parallel space, let alone Master Divine too. Is that so? Jie jie jie. Master Divine Tu Yi's red and black eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. As soon as he finished his sharp words, the giant golden hand grabbed at the golden door. As the giant golden hand grabbed at the door, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu had already entered the unfettered pavilion. Half of their figures had already disappeared into the black hole within the door. In the next second, they would disappear into the air and reappear in the unfettered pavilion. What? However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly cried out involuntarily. He was horrified to realize that the scene before them did not change to the beautiful scenery of the unfettered pavilion like before. In front of them was still darkness behind the door. Furthermore, he realized that both of them could not move. This. Elder Lu, what's going on? This time, Yi Qinghan was truly afraid. This was the fear of facing the unknown and the unknown situation. This was a fear of not being in control and not being able to control himself. He and Yi Qingwu were actually stuck at the entrance of the passage leading to the Carefree Pavilion. They couldn't enter or retreat. This was the spatial passage that connected to the Carefree Pavilion. If anything happened, the two of them would instantly be crushed by the spatial turbulence. Jie jie jie. It's actually a spatial divine weapon. It's actually the legendary spatial divine weapon. It seems like the 12th divine sword is indeed with you. The heavens did not betray me. The heavens did not betray me. Master Divine Tu Yi looked at the golden door that his translucent golden hand was holding. He looked at the two people inside the door and the endless void beyond the door. Suddenly, he thought of something and laughed hysterically. His sharp voice made everyone in the hidden city tremble. Some of the people with lower cultivation levels in the city bled from their 7 orifices and fainted. Even countless ships at the pier started to sway slightly because of this terrifying scream. Countless people in the hidden city started to feel afraid. They had heard of the power of a god-level expert. However, everything that had just happened had shocked them. That mysterious golden door and that golden hand had made their souls tremble. Everything about this terrifying red-robed baldy made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Before Master Divine Tu Yi had appeared, The 13 elders had surrounded Yinling immediately when they sensed the chill enveloping the hidden city. At the same time, they descended rapidly and hid in a corner of the streets of the hidden city. They started to look at everything that was happening in the sky in fear. They had seen the island lord of the hidden island attack, but it was nothing compared to this golden hand. Yinling incomparably cold face finally paled at this moment. Looking at the giant hand in the sky and the two figures inside the golden door, her big eyes did not dare to blink. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear and terror. This young Master Han, Hua Cao's beautiful big eyes were filled with worry other than fear. Her whole body started to tremble unconsciously. Beads of sweat dripped continuously from her forehead and landed on the shaking deck and Yu Yang's trembling hands. This is troublesome. Elder Lu's voice transmission sounded in Yi Qinghan's mind. It was like a life-saving straw that gave Yi Qinghan a glimmer of hope. However, the next sentence caused his mood to plummet to the bottom of the valley. We're too late. The Carefree Pavilion and the Flame Dragon Dimension are two parallel spaces, and the Carefree Ring is a passageway that connects these two spaces. However, the Master Divine is using the will of the Flame Dragon Dimension to suppress this passageway, causing the space in the passageway to become chaotic. You guys are in the passageway now, so if he doesn't retract his will, you guys won't be able to enter or leave. Most importantly, the passageway is chaotic, so I can't get out. What should we do? Aren't we just waiting for death? Yi Qinghan instantly understood. The current situation was like being in an elevator in his previous life. However, Master Divine too had turned off the electricity in the entire building. You guys are safe for now. This Carefree Ring was refined by the Soul Emperor. No one can enter that door, and any attacks will be automatically neutralized by the Soul Emperor's restriction. Elder Lu continued to transmit his voice solemnly. We just don't know if this Master Divine has any special abilities. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Chapter 401. A. Temporarily safe. When Yi Qinghan heard this, his heart calmed down a bit. He used his spiritual sense to sense the situation outside and discovered that the translucent giant hand could only hold the door, but it couldn't make any changes to the door. He sent a voice transmission to Yi Qingwu, telling her not to worry and that Elder Lu was thinking of a solution. Of course, the voice transmission was obviously to comfort Yi Qingwu. However, his mind was working quickly. Given the current situation, no one could save them. Elder Lu couldn't get out. The island lord of the hidden island obviously wouldn't help him. Otherwise, he would be killed or even razed to the ground by the enraged Master God. Lord Devour? If Lord Devour helped, they would definitely be saved. Moreover, Master God too wouldn't dare to resist. But, would Lord Devour help? Recalling her cold words in the Dark Castle, he didn't have the slightest confidence. Then, only the God-grade expert from the House of Ars and Yi Ruoxue were left. As Yi Qinghan thought of Yi Ruoxue, he hoped that they wouldn't come. After all, they would be sending themselves to death if they came. At this thought, he realized that no one could save him. Was he going to be trapped like this forever? What? Just as he was vexed, he suddenly felt the surrounding temperature rise rapidly. Shocked, he quickly used his spiritual consciousness to check and felt a chill run down his spine. Here. Mine. The divine sword is mine. The spatial divine item is mine. They are all mine. Hehehe. The heavens didn't let me down. Master God too, who was hovering above the hidden city, lifted his head and laughed maniacally. His bright red robe, shiny bald head, and ferocious laughing face made the millions of people in the hidden city shudder. That's right, shudder. This person was like a demon from the 9 hells of purgatory. This person was like a demon from the legendary 9 hells of purgatory. One look at him could make people feel fear, panic, and despair. Oh no, this Master God too is actually comprehending the primary occult of fire. This is the 9 yin true fire. Oh no, he is forcefully refining the unfettered ring and erasing your soul imprint. Once the refinement is successful, all of us will die. Elder Lu's voice transmission caused Yi Qinghan's heart to sink to the bottom of the sea. Just now, the translucent golden hand outside suddenly emitted a blazing blue flame that engulfed the entire door. The golden radiance of the gate slowly began to dim under the burning of the blue flames. What should we do? What to do? What about Elder Lu? Yi Qinghan, who was enveloped by the blue flames, felt like he was back in the barbaric mountain range, when he was pressed under the body of a level 3 saber-toothed tiger, smelling the stench coming from its huge mouth. Once again, he sensed the aura of death, that feeling of powerlessness and despair. He began to panic. There's no other way. Unless Lord Devour intervened, or someone interrupted Divine Master Tu's attack. Otherwise, sooner or later, the Carefree Ring would be refined by him and the Carefree Pavilion would be under his control. Sigh. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you into the Carefree Pavilion. Even if I had to risk my life, I would have taken you to the Purple Island. Elder Lu was in the Carefree Pavilion. Looking at Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingyu, whose eyes were filled with fear, he couldn't maintain his calm and steady demeanor anymore. A trace of irritation flashed in his slender eyes, and the sparse beard on his chin trembled continuously. Plop. Elder, please save my brother and sister Xiao Wu. What do you need me to do? Please tell me. Anything will do. Although Yi Qingyu didn't know what had happened, she knew that something big was going to happen from Yi Qinghan's expression and Elder Lu's irritation. She didn't hesitate to kneel before Elder Lu and pleaded resolutely. Elder, please save them. Yu Qingcheng could no longer maintain her calm demeanor. She followed Yi Qingyu and knelt down in front of Elder Lu. Unknowingly, tears flowed from her beautiful eyes, wetting her face and her peach-colored palace dress. You two girls, don't make trouble. I know how to save them if I can, right? Our only hope is that Lord Devour will help us. Otherwise, sigh. Elder Lu was so angry that he flung his sleeves and paced back and forth in the training room. After living with Yi Qinghan for several years, he had unconsciously regarded Yi Qinghan as his own grandson. Even if the Soul Emperor hadn't given him the order to protect the Carefree Pavilion's master, he would have risked his life to help. However, he couldn't get out now, so he could only be anxious. Yi Ruoshire had arrived a long time ago. However, he stood far away from the East Sea and didn't rush over impulsively. He knew that since Tu had taken action, and he had done so without any scruples, he wouldn't have any scruples. If that was the case, then he would definitely have nothing to fear. Just like how he did thousands of years ago during the Great War of Extinction. Hundreds of God-level experts on the continent were all killed by him. Only a few God-level experts who were scared out of their wits were left to manage the 3 mansions under his instructions. They helped him stabilize the hearts of the 3 clansmen, kept the people of the continent in captivity, and provided him with an endless supply of souls. Although he didn't know why Yi Qinghan was locked in that golden door, didn't know why God Master Tu was wearing a fiery red robe, didn't know why Yi Qinghan was fine under the translucent hand and the blue flame, he knew that Yi Qinghan was in danger and could die at any moment. Lord, please save little Han. Yi Ruoshire is willing to pay any price. Suddenly, Yi Ruoshire knelt toward the north. Her divine sense spread toward the north and locked onto the woman on the balcony of the dark castle. At the same time, she transmitted her voice respectfully. The other 4 God-level experts of the House of Ours were dashing toward this place. However, he had stopped their foolish behavior immediately. Facing the crazy God Master Tu, even if all the God-level experts of the continent came here, they would still have to die. At this moment, his only hope was the woman reading a book in the dark castle. Only her, only Lord Devour, could save this dangerous situation. You can't afford the price I have to pay. So, I won't help you. However, his fiery heart was extinguished by Lord Devour's cold words. His divine sense found that Lord Devour didn't even put down the book in his hand. His face didn't change. He just sent a cold voice to Yi Ruoshire. This. Lord, if you don't help him, little Han will die. Are you going to? Yi Ruoshire didn't want to give up. She tried to press down the fear and worry in her heart, trying to sound as calm as possible. She wanted to ask Lord Devour to save Yi Qinghan for Xiao Hei's sake. However, as she recalled Lord Devour's cold voice, she couldn't say it out loud. Whether he dies or not, what does it matter to me? What do we have to do with each other? I've told him that I've paid back the favor I owed him. Even if he dies, I'll just take action to take Xiao Hei away. Does he think that he can be absolutely safe with that lousy unfettered ring? He's so arrogant. Who can he blame if he dies? Since he made a mistake, he should take responsibility. Lord Devour's faint voice came to her without any emotional fluctuation. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter, as if Yi Qinghan didn't have anything to do with her. Oh, Lord, please show me the way. If I can save little Han, I'm willing to pay any price. Yi Ruoshire understood that Lord Devour wouldn't help him. Now, she could only count on him to show her what she should do to save Yi Qinghan. Sigh, listening to Yi Ruoshire's stubborn words, Lord Devour's mood finally changed. However, he just sighed and sent her a cold voice. It's simple. If you help him, Yi Qinghan can live. Chapter 402. Me. Yi Ruoshire's white brows arched like a treasured sword being unsheathed. His aura rocketed, and the cold air was pressing. Pondering for a while, he slowly stood up and sent a message to Lord Devour. I got it. Thank you for your advice. Ruoshire is going. Then, Yi Ruoshire touched the spatial ring on his finger. A divine sword sparkled in divine light, appearing in his hand. Then, he smiled and disappeared from the sky above the East Sea. Sir, you don't care. Yi Ruoshire will die. On the rooftop of the Dark Castle, Madame Ju appeared behind Lord Devour. Her face wasn't as elegant as usual. She was a little bit stern, clasping her hands to greet Lord Devour. What does his death have to do with me? Ju. You're meddling too much. Lord Devour didn't turn his head around. He didn't even move his body. He was still holding the book, talking faintly. It's none of your business, sir. But little Han will hate you after this. Madame Ju pouted her red, fox-like mouth, trying to persuade Lord Devour. What a joke. Yi Qinghan can respect me or hate me. What does it have to do with me? Do you know how many people in the divine world hate me? How many of them respect me? If I have to take action just because someone respects you, begs you, or hates you, won't I die of exhaustion? Lord Devour smiled, mocking himself. Sir, I know, you're not such a heartless person. Although you always look cold, I know that your heart is definitely not that cruel. I can feel it. Sir. Madame Ju couldn't help but speak her mind, begging. Sigh. If he doesn't experience some things, Yi Qinghan will never grow up. Lord Devour had a gleam of reluctance on his face. He shook his head and sighed, lifting his head to look at the east. He said faintly, I have my reasons. If I were omnipotent, I wouldn't stay in this small fire dragon plane. You'll know it later. It's over. It's all because of me. It's all because of my carelessness. Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with bitterness and regret as he watched the golden light on the gate become dimmer and dimmer under the blue flames. He had been too careless, thinking that he would be invincible in the fire dragon continent just because he had the unfettered ring. But now, it didn't matter if he died. He was never afraid of death. But now, he might implicate the three ladies and Elder Lu. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly ached. It was incomparably painful. Some mistakes could not be made. However, he could not make such a mistake. The consequences were too severe, so severe that he could not bear it. I'm sorry Xiao Wu, I'm sorry Qing Cheng, I'm sorry Xiao Yu, I'm sorry Old Lu, and I'm sorry Xiao Hei. It's all because of me, because of me. As time passed, when the golden light of the gate was about to disappear, Yi Qinghan completely despaired. Lord Devour hadn't shown up yet, and no one could save him. No one could save him. Cake. The divine sword finally belongs to me. With the divine sword, I can go back openly. I will take back everything that belongs to me. And the Golden Horn God tribe, don't worry. One day, I will annihilate your entire tribe. If I don't kill all of you, I can't quell the flame of anger in my heart. Seeing the light on the gate fade, Lord Devour didn't show up. Finally, he felt relieved, his face getting more excited. It had been so many years, and he had endured so much humiliation and suffering. And now, he was about to succeed. Damn perverted Baldy, here's what you want. Let him go. Divine Lord too wanted to increase his strength and refine this spatial divine item by force. However, at this moment, the space behind him suddenly shook. Then, a faint voice arose. Damn perverted baldy! Upon hearing this form of address, Master God Butcher almost went berserk. However, he suppressed this impulse and turned back to look coldly. When he saw Yi Ruohai holding a shining divine sword, he was stunned. His red and black pupils twinkled. After a while, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Yi Ruoshire, don't worry. Later, I will make you die miserably. Cake. You want to fool me with a fake divine sword? Curse me, damn perverted baldy. I have a lot of fake divine swords. Should I give you some? Lord Devour wasn't a fool. Although the God-slaying guard had said that there was a 10% chance that the real divine sword was with Yi Ruoshire, he didn't want to stop refining Yi Qinghan's spatial divine item. Even if it was with Yi Ruoshire, so what? After refining the spatial divine item, he would kill Yi Ruoshire. You a fool. You're so stupid. How could my kid carry the divine sword with him? Stupid pig. Let him go, and I'll give you the divine sword. Otherwise, HMPH. Yi Ruoshire's white eyebrows twitched. She actually revealed her dominance and started scolding. This scolding scared everyone in the hidden city silly. Lord Devour had already shocked them so much that they didn't dare to move. Now, someone even more ferocious came. The moment he arrived, he scolded the damn perverted baldy. Now, his every word was cursing. Old ancestor. Hurry up and leave. You are no match for him. You will die. Yi Qinghan woke up abruptly when he heard that familiar voice. He was elated, but a moment later, it was replaced by endless fear. However, the spiritual consciousness of a sage was different from that of a god-tier expert. He only locked onto Yi Ruoshire and transmitted the message. Little Yi, don't do anything stupid. You will die for nothing. At this moment, the hidden island lord, who had been motionless by the sea, finally couldn't help but take the risk to transmit a message to Yi Ruoshire. If Yi Ruoshire did this, not only would she not be able to help Yi Qinghan, but she would also lose her life for nothing. Mwahahaha. Lord Devour didn't get angry when he heard Yi Ruoshire. Instead, he laughed. The blue flame on his translucent gold hand burned brighter. He mocked Yi Ruoshire, or else what? Even if you have the real divine sword, so what? After I refine it, I will kill you directly. Isn't the divine sword mine? If I want to kill someone, who dares to stop me? Harumph. Damn perverted baldy, if you're so stubborn, don't blame me. I can only offer the divine sword to Lord Devour and ask him to kill you for me. Just wait for your death. Yi Ruoshire didn't respond to Yi Qinghan and the hidden island lord. Instead, she said something to Lung Lung and Lord Devour. Then, she retrieved the divine sword and teleported to the north, disappearing from the sky of the hidden city. This, Lord Devour's face changed. His soul consciousness sensed that Yi Ruoshire had appeared several hundred miles away in the north. He was frightened. If Yi Ruoshire used the divine sword to ask for Lord Devour's help, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as he was feeling a little hesitant and afraid, he suddenly discovered something that made him even more puzzled. Why didn't Yi Ruoshire teleport to the north? Why did she teleport to this place? No. He was tricked. Bang. Master God Tu Yi's red and black eyes widened abruptly. His body reacted instantly and teleported away. At the same time, a dazzling light shone at the place he was at. A huge firework bloomed above the hidden city. Little Han, take care of yourself. Don't think about taking revenge for me. Don't worry about the Yi family. I've arranged everything. What you need to do is to go to Purple Island and cultivate hard. Then, go to the immortal world to fulfill our wish. Don't feel sad for me because my death is worthwhile. I've saved the hope of the Yi family, the hope of the Fire Dragon continent. You'll always be the pride of the Yi family. Great ancestor. No. The moment Yi Ruoshire transmitted her voice, Yi Qinghan realized that he could move his body. The unfettered ring automatically transported them into the unfettered pavilion. He heard a loud noise and turned around in fright. However, all he saw was a blossoming firework. At this moment, he felt that his heart was bleeding. He started to howl in pain. Chapter 403. Bang! Everyone in the hidden city heard the loud roar in their ears and looked at the glaring light in the sky. They felt the ground of the entire hidden city tremble, and the houses shook violently before they began to collapse. At this moment, it was as though doomsday had arrived. Countless people began to scream wildly, run around, and cry bitterly. Swish. TSK, TSK, TSK. Motherf asterisk K, Motherf asterisk K. I'm so angry, so angry. After the explosion, a red figure appeared again at the same spot. He looked at the empty sky. He was thoroughly enraged. His divine senses radiated in all directions and carefully scanned the mainland more than 10 times. After confirming that Yi Qinghan had completely disappeared from this plane, he roared furiously. At the same time, a huge translucent hand appeared in front of him and swung down at the hidden city. Divine Lord, please calm down. The hidden island lord's figure appeared in front of the 13 elders and Yin Ling when the huge hand condensed. Seeing that the Divine Lord didn't seem to hear him and the huge hand continued to swing down, the hidden island lord sighed helplessly. He didn't dare to resist and teleported away with everyone. Bang! The giant hand smashed heavily into the center of the hidden city, leaving a huge handprint in the middle of the city. All the buildings and people that were enveloped by the huge hand were instantly turned into ashes. Smoke and dust rose and dyed the entire sky of the hidden city gray. At that moment, the entire hidden island shook slightly. The sea outside the hidden city surged and overturned countless ships at the dock. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Ooh, devil, he's a devil. Run, the hidden island is going to sink. The entire hidden city was in an uproar. The entire hidden island was shaken. Countless people screamed and ran. Countless people were scared silly. Countless people were injured and countless people died. TSK, TSK. In the future, the hidden island will participate in the prefecture battle with 200,000 participants each time. One less hidden island won't exist. Divine Lord 2 didn't even look at the hidden city. Instead, he turned to the hidden island lord and said with a hideous smile. Then, he teleported away. Join the prefecture battle? The island master of Hidden Island had just teleported to the beach where he usually fished when he felt the countless broken walls and broken tiles, as well as countless broken limbs that had been smashed into minced meat. Hearing the Divine Master Tu Dao's overbearing announcement, his face turned ashen as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. Dead. All dead. Yin Ling looked at the sky with great disappointment. After the huge explosion, the gate in the sky and the 2 people inside had all disappeared. An indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. Uncle Ru, where is young Master Han? Young Master Han? Hua Cao hugged the shivering Yu Yang. Both of them were covered in seawater. Just now, the ship had been capsized by the sudden wave. With the help of Hua Ru and the others, the 2 of them managed to reach the shore and hide in a nearby courtyard. Fear flashed in Hua's eyes as she looked at the empty sky. She grabbed Hua Ru's hand and spoke nervously. I'm not sure, but there are only 2 possibilities. Either young Master Han disappeared like the 2 young ladies, or he disappeared. Or in the explosion. Sigh. Hua Ru licked her lips and realized that it was filled with the salty and fishy taste of seawater. It was very bitter. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Young Master, we can't stay here anymore. We have to return to Luohua City immediately. The explosion came too suddenly. When the strong light shone, everyone was temporarily blinded. No one discovered what exactly had exploded. Hua Cao looked at Yu Yang, who was scared out of her wits, then at the increasingly chaotic hidden city. He sighed helplessly and said, All right, we'll return to Luohua City first. Leave 2 people behind to gather information about young Master Han. Report back immediately if there's any news. Hua Ru immediately arranged for 2 secret guards to gather information. Instead of looking for an intact ship, she and the other Emperor-level secret guards brought the 2 people and flew towards the west. Yi Tianlong had just refined the divine crystal not long ago and had been cultivating in seclusion in the pavilion at the back of the mountain. Today, he had just sorted out the esoteric knowledge in his mind and wanted to comprehend the esoteric immediately so that he could become a god as soon as possible. However, he suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation. It was a palpitation and fear that came from the depths of his soul. Yi Tianlong suddenly opened his eyes. As an expert of the sage realm, he had a natural instinct to avoid danger and to foresee it. The palpitation and fear were so obvious and intense. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a thing, so he was obviously shocked and afraid. Without thinking carefully, he immediately stood up and dashed out of the room. However, he saw Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu looking worried as they walked towards his room. You guys felt it too? Yi Tianlong clenched his palms and realized that they were all sweaty. The three of them felt it at the same time. This meant that something big was about to happen, or it had already happened. Clan leader, contact the elder ancestor. I feel that something big is about to happen. Yi Qingyo's bulging eyes kept blinking. He looked very worried, but he didn't dare to say anything for fear that he would be right. Yi Tianlong didn't waste any time. He immediately took out a jade talisman and started to transmit his voice. However, his expression became increasingly solemn as he transmitted his voice. In the past, Yi Ruoshire would transmit her voice promptly, but this time, she didn't transmit her voice for a long time. Buzz. At that moment, the air in the room rippled. Just as the three of them thought that Yi Ruoshire had teleported over and were about to pay their respects, they discovered that it was a beautiful woman in a white robe. They couldn't help but be stunned. Sky Dragon, your elder ancestor, has self-detonated. Right now, Divine Master 2 is very likely to head towards the Yi family. You should come with me immediately. The person who had just arrived was Yu Shishire. Her face was filled with sorrow, and her voice was extremely grave. Her eyes, however, were filled with a trace of pleading. What? The three of them turned pale. Yi Tianlong was so shocked that he couldn't even hold the jade talisman firmly. It fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Yi Tianlong's expression flickered several times as his mind spun rapidly. He knew that Yu Shishire wouldn't joke around with something as serious as this. Regardless of what had happened, there were at least two things that could be confirmed. First, Yi Ruoshire was dead, and second, Divine Master 2 was very likely to come and wipe out the Yi family. Shishire, hurry and leave. If possible, help me take care of the Yi family's disciples. Hurry and leave. He didn't think for long before giving Yu Shishire a deep look. Then, he turned to Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu and howled angrily, You two idiots, what are you waiting for? Run. As the leader of the Yi family, I order you to get out of Kang City, immediately. Sky Dragon, clan leader, Yu Shishire, Yi Qingyo, and Yi Baihu cried out involuntarily. Yu Shishire didn't say anything else when she saw the resolute expression on Yi Tianlong's face. She gave Yi Tianlong a deep look, then immediately teleported away. She and Yi Tianlong were the same kind of people. They were more rational than emotional, and they were willing to give up everything for the sake of their clan, including their emotions, including their lives. Clan leader, take care. Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu simultaneously sighed as they stared at the crazed Yi Tianlong. Without any hesitation, the two of them shot out of Kang City. They were well aware that Yi Tianlong was the leader of the Yi family. If the Divine Master wanted to exterminate the Yi family, then there was no way that Yi Tianlong would be able to escape death. Their only option now was to escape and live on. They would lead the elite disciples of the Yi family, who had been hiding for a long time, to endure hardships and ensure that the seeds of the Yi family would continue to grow. Buzz, however, just as Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu flew out of the back mountains and out of Kang City, the sky above Kang City suddenly rippled. A bald man wearing a large red robe suddenly appeared in the sky. As the red figure appeared, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Kang City, causing everyone in the city to be unable to move at all. Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu, who were flying in the air, were directly smashed into the ground, unable to move at all. Then, a piercing voice rang out, echoing through every corner of Kang City. Clan leader of the Yi family, get out here right now. Chapter 404. Master Divine Butcher. Yi Tianlong stared at the fire-robed baldy through the door of the pavilion. He forcefully suppressed the hatred in his eyes and tried his best to calm his expression before shouting, I am here. Yi Ruoshue was dead. Master Divine Butcher had arrived. Yi Tianlong didn't even need to guess to know that Yi Ruoxue must have died at Master Divine Butcher's hands. However, he didn't dare to attack or curse. He could only pretend that he didn't know anything and pretend to be calm. If Yi Ruoxue was dead, then who in the Yi family could stop that baldy? He didn't want the entire Kang city to be razed to the ground because of his impulsive actions. Keek. Master Divine Butcher laughed sinisterly as his red and black eyes locked onto the pavilion in the back of the mountain. Then, without saying a word, he conjured the giant hand above the hidden city and smashed it down on the mountain behind the Yi family. However, this time, it was very slow, as if Master Divine Butcher wanted to see the look of fear on Yi Tianlong's face before his death, or perhaps he was testing something. Patriarch. Father. Grandfather. Every member of the Yi family in Kang City heard Yi Tianlong's voice ring out from the back of the Yi family's mountain. Although they couldn't move their bodies, they could still feel the power of the giant hand crashing down on the back of the Yi family's mountain. They could all sense the boundless power contained in that giant hand. Their expressions changed drastically as they howled in fear. Ha ha. Yi Tianlong's expression greatly disappointed Master Divine Butcher as he faced the giant hand crashing down from the sky. Not only was he not afraid, but he also raised his head proudly and laughed. His aura suddenly surged. Even though Master Divine Butcher's god domain was covering him, he turned his head slightly and faced the tranquil lake island. He laughed and shouted, "You Shishure, I'm going to go now. In my next life, I will definitely marry you." A desolate roar resounded through the entire back mountain of the Yi clan. It reverberated in the back mountain and echoed above Kang City for a long time. Patriarch. Father. Grandfather. Hearing Yi Tianlong's roar, countless members of the Yi family in the city roared again. It was as if they wanted to use this roar to block the slowly descending giant hand. It was as if they wanted to use this roar to vent the extreme anger in their hearts. Next life. On the roof of the tranquil Lake Island's Happy Heart Pavilion, Yu Shishure was dressed in a moon-white robe. She had teleported back, but her divine sense had been focused on the mountain behind the Yi clan. After hearing Yi Tianlong's angry roar, she suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very bright and not forced at all. After quickly sending a few messages to the great elders of the Yu family, she suddenly removed her space ring and threw it into the Isin Pavilion. Then, he cast a nostalgic glance at Tranquil Lake Island before he disappeared from the sky above Happy Heart Pavilion. Yu Shishure's ideals had always been greater than her emotions, and she had worked hard for the Yu clan all her life. After hearing Yi Tianlong's bold and domineering declaration, she could no longer suppress the madness that she had suppressed in her heart for decades. Once that soft spot in a woman's heart was touched, she would do anything and everything. Whoosh! Beneath the giant hand, a white figure glowing with golden light broke through the Divine Master's god domain and teleported in. Yu Shishure had a gentle smile on her face. She didn't say anything as she unleashed her own god domain, which enveloped the two of them. She rushed over like a gust of wind and hugged the wide-eyed Yi Tianlong. She said gently, "Tianlong, the next life is too long. Shishui cannot wait that long." Yi Tianlong's vision blurred. Then, he felt a soft body suddenly hug him. When he heard this familiar voice, his hand froze in midair and trembled a few times. Then, he hugged her tightly and fell silent. He closed his eyes, a soundless smile on his lips. Yu Shishure, she. Sigh. Within a secret room in Dragon City, the spear god's wrinkled face was filled with helplessness. His lips moved as he sighed to the Saber Emperor beside him. The other three deities from the House of Ars had been using their divine senses to investigate the situation in Kang City ever since Divine Master 2 had teleported to the city. Yi Ruoxue had already left. But now. Sigh. The world is about to change. An incomparably desolate voice drifted over from the mountain cave outside the Driftsnow city. After that, silence reverted back to a deathly stillness. Sigh. A deep sigh came from the beautiful castle in the dark forest at this moment. Her face that seemed vague and clear at the same time was full of vicissitudes of life. After a while, she sighed again and said faintly, "If he could treat me like this in the past, I wouldn't mind even if I die. Forget it, forget it." The giant hand seemed to be moving slowly, but in the blink of an eye, it had already smashed down heavily. The giant hand covered the entire back mountain of the Yi family. The giant golden hand smashed several mountain peaks into smithereens. Then, it continued to press downwards until the entire building complex was flattened. Buzz! The white wall behind the lake in the back mountain of the Yi family and the ancestral grave of the Yi family suddenly lit up with a blinding white light when the giant hand came crashing down. However, it only flickered for a moment before it completely dimmed. Bang! The entire Kang city shook as if it had just experienced an earthquake. A huge sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, ringing in the ears and hearts of countless Yi family disciples. No one screamed, no one cried, no one was in pain. There was only a deathly silence. Countless Yi family disciples tried their best to slowly raise their heads. They struggled to look up at the sky, at the bald man in the red robe. There was no anger or pain in their eyes, only hatred. Boundless hatred. The Divine Master Butcher had killed the head of the Yi family and destroyed the sacred land and ancestral grave of the Yi family. This was a huge grudge. Killing Yi Tianlong was like stabbing them in the heart. Destroying the ancestral grave was like trampling on the glory and dignity of the Yi family. Cake. This is the kind of expression I like to see the most. Cake. The Divine Master Butcher laughed maniacally. His tall figure twisted and contorted as he laughed, his piercing voice echoing in all directions. But a moment later, his smile suddenly stopped, and a pair of strange eyes suddenly swept down. With one look, he cried out absent-mindedly, He's not dead. Not dead. The Divine Master's sudden reaction jolted all the disciples of the Yi family awake. Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu's eyes flashed with surprise and joy. However, they were unable to investigate anything under the cover of the Divine Master's domain. All they could do was stare at the Divine Master's expression. When Yi Tianlong heard the Divine Master's surprised exclamation, he suddenly opened his eyes and discovered that he was still tightly hugging Yu Shishirai. A faint blue defensive barrier lit up around the two of them. Outside, however, was a complete mess. The surrounding mountains and buildings had all been razed to the ground, and even the water in the small lake in the distance had evaporated. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise, What's going on? Yu Shishirai suddenly let go of Yi Tianlong and smiled. She turned to look towards the north and said respectfully, Someone saved us. Me. The Divine Master Butcher's expression shifted a few times. At the same time, he turned towards the north, his eyes flickering. Everyone in the Yi family, listen up. Do not take a single step out of Kang City, or else I will kill you. Of course he knew very well who had intervened. Apart from that person, no one else had the ability to silently protect the two of them while he was attacking them with his will. After pondering deeply for a moment, he grunted heavily and left with these words before flicking his sleeve and teleporting away. Chapter 405. Haha, young Master Dang, there's a new batch of goods. Shall we go take a look in the afternoon? Of course, young Master Dang has been cultivating for 3 years, and his cultivation level has increased tremendously. He just came out of seclusion yesterday. How can we not celebrate? I'll pay for all the goods that young Master Dang likes. That's right. Young Master Dang broke through the first heaven in 3 years. This is the first heaven of the Emperor realm. Other than young Mistress and young Master Shaw, no one in the Hidden City can match this cultivation speed. In the biggest restaurant in the Hidden City, a group of young masters in bright clothes surrounded a handsome young master in white. They kept toasting and flattering him. The atmosphere was very lively. Haha, this is not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. The white-clothed young master took a sip of the wine poured by the maid next to him and waved his hand as if he didn't care at all. However, his eyes were full of enjoyment. He paused for a moment and said, These 3 years, I've been bored to death. Heh. Let's talk about this afternoon's matter in the afternoon. Let's drink and have some fun later. Oh right. Is there any news of that malefic star in the past 3 years? My grandfather said that I must avoid this malefic star in the future. Otherwise, I'll be locked up for 3 years. Malefic star? Are you talking about that Yi Qinghan? Don't worry, young Master Dang. This person disappeared for 3 years and must be dead. The Divine City issued a Divine Master order 3 years ago. If he's found, he'll be rewarded with 10 divine weapons. Even if he's not dead, he must be hiding in that cave like a savage. Haha. Hehe, that's right. He must be dead. Even a god-tier expert would die from such a violent explosion. This malefic star even dared to slap young mistress. It'll be strange if he's not dead. The unbridled teasing attracted the attention of a few guests at a table in the corner. There were only 3 people sitting at this table, but there were 2 people standing beside each of them. It was obvious that they were the 3 people's guards. The 3 of them were wearing bamboo hats that were trending recently. They lowered their heads and drank their wine. However, their ears were slightly tilted as they listened to the conversation of the young masters. Sigh. Looks like young Master Han is in grave danger. A moment later, a man suddenly leaned forward slightly and raised his bamboo hat, revealing a fierce-looking face. Sigh. I've sent people to look for you for 3 years, but you just don't believe me and insist on coming here. Crazy Miss Long, when do you think you can go back? This place is very chaotic. If my old man finds out that we sneaked here, I'll definitely be grounded again. Obviously, these 3 people were Feng Zi, Hua Hua, and Long Sainan. Half a month ago, Long Sainan had suddenly brought Feng Zi to Luo Hua City and asked him to bring them to the hidden city. After Feng Zi and Hua Hua finished speaking, Long Sainan was silent for a long time. Then, she sighed and said sadly, "Let's go back. I'll go to Kang City to take a look and then go into closed-door training. I won't come out until I reach the Sage Realm. Take care of yourselves. Go to Kang City. Kang City has been locked down. You're still going, isn't it inappropriate?" Long Sainan's words caused Hua Hua, who was about to stand up, to sit down again. "Yes, Miss Long. The god-slaying guards have already brought people to guard that place for 3 years. If you go, you'll probably cause trouble for the Manor Lord, right?" Feng Zi also sat down and said worriedly, "Some things have to be seen. If the knot in my heart isn't resolved, how can I increase my cultivation? Let's go." Long Sainan sighed and stood up dispiritedly. Then, she walked out. Hua Hua and Feng Zi stood up as well. They pressed down on the bamboo hats on their heads and nodded at the guards beside them. Then, they walked out of the restaurant and disappeared into the sea of people in the hidden city. Gigi. Xiaohei, stop jumping around. You're making my eyes blur. In the front courtyard of the free and unfettered pavilion, a small, black, single-horned beast was jumping around in the garden. Amidst the colorful flowers, there were 2 pharaoh-like women sitting in a small pavilion. One of the women, dressed in red, stood in the pavilion and looked at the small beast in the garden. She pouted her small mouth in annoyance as she spoke. "Sister Wu, don't be angry. Isn't Xiaohei bored?" Sigh. He's been in the free and unfettered pavilion for 3 years. It would be strange if he isn't bored. The white-clothed woman sitting on the white jade chair at the side smiled helplessly and started to console the red-clothed woman. "Bored? I'm about to go crazy. Little Han, you've been in the training room for 3 years. Why haven't you come out? Xiao Yu too. She went into closed-door training 2 years ago and hasn't come out yet." The woman in red walked out of the pavilion and fiddled with the leaves of a small tree that was as tall as a person. She looked very restless. "Sister Wu, don't be angry." The woman in white stood up and walked over to hold the woman in red's hand. She looked at her sincerely with her black pearl-like eyes and said faintly, "Qinghan definitely won't blame you for what happened 3 years ago. Didn't Elder Lu tell us? Qinghan recovered 2 years ago and is working hard to cultivate now. He's not coming out because he's cultivating. He's not blaming you." That's right. They were Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingwu, and Xiao Hei. 3 years ago, after entering the free and unfettered pavilion from the hidden city, they had been staying in the free and unfettered pavilion. Once Yi Qinghan entered the free and unfettered pavilion, he went straight into the training room and never came out again. 2 years ago, he asked Xiao Hei to come out and sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu, which slightly calmed everyone down. After Xiao Hei came out, Yi Qingyu went into closed-door training in her bedroom. Yu Qingcheng didn't go into closed-door training. Apart from accompanying Yi Qingwu in the free and unfettered pavilion, she played the zither by herself and cultivated her divine sound lore. However, Yi Qingwu was deeply blaming herself. She blamed herself for being stunned in the sky above the hidden city. She always thought that Yi Ruoshire had died because of her, so she couldn't calm down and refine the divine crystal. Her temper was also becoming more and more irritable. I know. Yi Qingwu shook her head slightly, but the sparkles at the corner of her eyes betrayed her inner feelings. She wriggled her lips and said after a while, "But I just can't forgive myself. I still miss my grandfather. I wonder how they are." It's useless no matter how much you think about it. All you have to do is cultivate. Apart from cultivating, what else can we do now? Yu Qingcheng gently stroked Yi Qingwu's hair. Although Yi Qingwu was older than her, her mind was still that of a young girl. She couldn't grow up. If not for Yu Qingcheng's comforting, she would have gone crazy by now. Just as she was about to continue comforting her, she suddenly looked up at the sky in surprise. Her black pearl-like eyes suddenly lit up, and she cried out in ecstasy, What is that? 7-colored auspicious clouds. Someone has become a god. Hee hee. Hee hee. Xiao Hei, who was jumping up and down in the garden, suddenly stopped. He stared at the sky with his small black eyes, his expression full of joy. Boom. Just now, a small 7-colored cloud suddenly appeared in the sky above the free and unfettered pavilion. The essence qi in the free and unfettered pavilion suddenly became 100 times denser than usual. A purple lightning bolt shot out from the 7-colored cloud and disappeared into the free and unfettered pavilion. Then, the 7-colored cloud also began to dissipate, finally turning into nothingness. Who became a god? Little Han. When Yu Shishire became a god, Yi Qingwu's cultivation level was very low. Thus, she was stunned when she saw this strange scene for the first time. Only when the purple lightning fell and the cloud dissipated did she remember Yu Qingcheng's words. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide in joy. No. Yu Qingcheng smiled slightly and shook her head. It's little Yu. The auspicious signs of becoming a god are much bigger than this. Little Yu became a god by refining a divine crystal, so it's much smaller. But why did this 7-colored cloud and divine lightning appear in the free and unfettered pavilion? Let's go and take a look. Qinghan will probably come out of seclusion soon. Yi Qingwu was overjoyed when she heard this. She pulled Yu Qingcheng and ran into the free and unfettered pavilion. Xiao Hei was already ahead of the two of them. He turned into a blur and flashed into the free and unfettered pavilion. Chapter 406. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't blame Yi Qingwu. He blamed himself. He was never one to push the blame to others when something went wrong. Not to mention the woman who pushed it to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Elder Lu to tell Yi Qingwu and the others that he had untied the knot in his heart and was cultivating, so that they would be at ease. He didn't untie it. He had never untied it. He had always been in a state of deep self-blame. He blamed himself for being careless and hated himself for being arrogant. Yi Ruoshire had offered to teleport them to the Purple Island, but he had rejected her. He had also wanted to ask Elder Lu to teleport him to the Purple Island, but he had rejected the idea in the end. Instead, he had chosen to bring them to the Purple Island while sightseeing. Perhaps his idea and intention were not wrong, but the ending was very wrong. In the first 20 years of his life, although he had narrowly escaped death several times, he had always been able to escape danger at the last moment with a series of fortuitous encounters. Along the way, his luck had been heaven-defying. He had been invincible under Duan Ren Feng, reckless on the God-slaying mountains Heavenly Road, frivolous in the barbaric mountains, and the massacre outside Kang City. A 21-year-old sage, the continent's #1 genius, the #1 expert on the Earth list, the #1 person below the God realm. The admiration in everyone's eyes, the envy and jealousy in countless people's eyes, the endless praises from the God realm experts, and the unprecedented glory made him lose himself. It made him feel arrogant and wild, and made him forget the bright red color of the Yi family's castle. In the end, a dazzling firework bloomed above the hidden city. I saved the Yi family's hope, the Fire Dragon continent's hope. You will always be the Yi family's pride. Every time he thought of Yi Ruoshire's words before she died, He had an urge to die. Pride, he was the Yi family's pride, the Fire Dragon continent's pride. Bulsh *T. Without the soul ring, there was no Xiao Hei. Yi Qinghan felt that he was a pile of Bulsh *T, a pile of Bulsh *T that the young masters of the Yi family were still wantonly trampling on. Without the soul ring, he would not be able to summon Xiao Hei. Without the soul ring, he would still be a useless person with blocked meridians. Perhaps he would have already died in the barbaric mountains. Without Xiao Hei, he was nothing. Perhaps he was not even qualified to be the seventh son of the Yi family. Perhaps at this moment, he would still be in a small town belonging to the Yi family, living an ordinary life with Yi Qingyu, an apathetic life. The more he thought about it, the more he mocked himself, and the more he felt that he was worthless. He thought about his arrogant declaration in Duan Ren Feng, his tyrannical orders in Luotian Mountain, and how he acted cool in Barbarian City, Barbarian Mountain Range, Kang City, and the Hidden City. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was a pile of dogshit and an idiot. The more you act tough, the more you become a fool. In the first year, he hated himself, blamed himself deeply, and complained heavily. There were several times when he wanted to slap himself in the face. In the second year, he spent a year thinking clearly about one thing. He was an idiot, a worthless idiot. In the end, he spent another year and finally figured everything out. This wasn't a game. It wasn't an invincible cheat playing in another world. This was real life, and people could die. He was not alone now. There were too many people he needed to protect. If he did not keep a clear head at all times, perhaps someone would die in the next second. Perhaps it would be Yu Qingcheng, perhaps it would be Yi Qingwu, or perhaps it would be all of them. Boom. At this moment, a sudden clap of thunder rang in his ears. A scene of colorful clouds and purple lightning falling involuntarily appeared in his mind. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. His whole body relaxed, and he laughed from the bottom of his heart. He finally understood. The knot in his heart that had been entangled for 3 years was finally undone. His mind had finally grown up at this moment. There was no self-blame, no disappointment, no anger, and no hatred on his face. There was only a calm face and a flash of battle intent in his eyes. He stood up and walked out. Squeak, squeak. Xiao Hei walked quickly through the unfettered pavilion, his face full of excitement and joy. His small body twisted and turned in the air, expressing his joy. Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingcheng followed closely behind him and walked through the main hall. After turning out of the side hall, they came to a long corridor. This was where the bedrooms of the unfettered pavilion were located. 2 people and 1 beast walked straight to one of the bedrooms, only to find an old man in black standing at the door. His slender eyes were smiling at them and Xiao Hei. Greetings, senior. Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingcheng quickly bowed to greet him. Xiao Hei followed suit and stood up straight. He clasped his paws together and gestured to Elder Lu in a funny manner. Hihi, let's wait. Little Yu is still digesting the teleportation skill. She doesn't need to condense divine crystals. She will be out soon. Little Yu has finally become a deity, a 23-year-old deity. Yi Qingwu bent down and picked up Xiao Hei. She smiled at Elder Lu and exclaimed, "Lass, you can't settle down to cultivate. Otherwise, your speed of comprehension would be even faster than little Yu's. If you don't work hard, little Qingcheng will catch up to you soon." Elder Lu chuckled. He had long regarded Yi Qinghan's 3 wives as his own granddaughters. Although his words seemed to be reprimanding Yi Qingwu, he was actually encouraging her to cultivate diligently. Qingcheng is a cultivation genius. I don't even see her cultivating. She only plays the guqin every day and has already reached the peak of the imperial realm in 3 years. Her divine sound law is too strange. Of course, I will work hard. Qingcheng, you have to work hard too. Yi Qingwu was influenced by Yi Qingyu's breakthrough, and her mood became much better. She stuck out her pink tongue and clenched her fists tightly. She swore in her heart that she would immediately go into seclusion after Yi Qinghan came out of seclusion. She would not come out of seclusion until she reached the deity realm. Yu Qingcheng smiled and struck while the iron was hot. "Sister Wu, you can do it. Don't be shameful if you haven't become a god when I've already become one. Creak. As they were chatting, the door to the room opened slowly. A frail lady in white walked out with a gentle and warm smile on her pretty face. When she saw them, she immediately revealed an innocent and warm smile, making them feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Greetings, Elder Lu and Elder Sisters. Xiaohei, you are still so young. Yi Qingyu bowed to Elder Lu and patted Xiaohei's head with a smile. He, congratulations, little you. You have finally broken through to the deity realm and attained immortality. TSK, I realized that you've become a lot more beautiful. Yi Qingwu pulled Yi Qingyu over, held her hand, and carefully looked at her for a while before speaking mischievously. Yu Qingcheng hurriedly held her other hand and congratulated her. Meanwhile, Xiaohei jumped from Yi Qingwu's arms to Yi Qingyu's and rubbed against her affectionately. Elder, you are also a deity realm expert. Calling me elder is a little confusing, Elder Lu said awkwardly as he stroked the sparse beard on his chin. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. How about this? The three of you don't have to call me Elder Lu. Just follow Little Han's example and call me Elder Lu. Elder Lu? Elder. I think the three of us should call you Grandpa Lu. You are more than old enough to be our ancestor. Qingcheng Xiaoyu, right? Yi Qingwu blinked. She felt that calling Elder Lu by his name was a little disrespectful, so she suggested. When Yi Qingyu heard Elder Lu mention Yi Qinghan, she frowned slightly and asked worriedly, Grandpa Lu, has my brother not come out of seclusion yet? Hehe, little you has already become a deity. Why wouldn't I come out to take a look? Before Elder Lu could speak, a gentle voice sounded from outside, causing the three of them to be stunned. Xiaohei immediately chirped and jumped out of Yi Qingyu's arms, running into the distance. Chapter 407. Big brother, you finally came out of seclusion. I missed you so much. Xiaohei turned around the corridor and threw himself into Yi Qinghan's arms. His small claws kept scratching Yi Qinghan's body, and the horn on his head rubbed against him. He hadn't seen Yi Qinghan for 2 years, so he missed him very much. Xiaohei, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. Why haven't you grown up? Don't worry, big brother is fine. Yi Qinghan patted Xiaohei's hair dotingly, and transmitted his voice to him as he walked inside. Brother, Qinghan, little Han. He turned a corner and walked to the corridor in front of the bedroom. Then, he saw 3 figures rushing towards him. Yi Qingyu threw herself at him with a sobbing voice and hugged him. Hehe, girl, why are you crying? You have become a god, so you should be happy. Yi Qinghan hugged Yi Qingyu with one hand and patted her back. Then, he turned his head to look at Yu Qingcheng, who was beaming with joy, and smiled. Finally, he looked at Yi Qingwu, who had a complicated expression on her face. He waved at them and said, Little Peach Blossom, Little Rose, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. Don't you want to come and hug me? Oh. Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan's face, which hadn't changed much since 3 years ago. She looked at the evil smile on his face, and saw his affectionate eyes, which were the same as 3 years ago. When she saw his eyes, Yi Qingwu's heart, which had been tangled for 3 years, was finally at ease. Yi Qinghan didn't blame her, nor did he hate her. He still loved her deeply, and he was still her little rose. She couldn't bear it anymore. She ran over in tears, stretched out her hands, and hugged Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu. Then, she burst into tears. Yu Qingcheng didn't hesitate either. She threw herself at Yi Qinghan and hugged him from behind. Tears gushed out from the corners of her eyes. The 3 years of separation made them feel as if they had been separated for several lifetimes. The 4 of them hugged each other tightly, and the 3 women cried tears of joy, causing the atmosphere in the corridor to suddenly become sad. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly. Feeling the deep love from the 3 of them, the smile at the corner of his mouth became wider. The fighting spirit that occasionally flashed in his eyes also became firmer. Cough. I say, you 4, can you not treat this old man as transparent? Little Han, I haven't seen you for 3 years, and you're not even going to greet me. Elder Lu's teasing laughter caused the atmosphere to dissipate abruptly. When the 3 women heard this, they all blushed and let go of Yi Qinghan. They hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes, lowered their heads, and became slightly embarrassed. Hee, greetings, Elder Lu. I'm sorry to have caused everyone to worry. Yi Qinghan gave Elder Lu a grateful look. He looked at everyone apologetically and fell silent. He felt that the atmosphere was a little serious. He smiled at Yi Qingyu and said, "How is it? Little Yu, how does it feel to become a god? Do you feel anything special?" Yi Qinghan's change of topic piqued Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu's interest. They looked at Yi Qingyu curiously. The two of them had seen god-level elites before, but they didn't feel pressured when they saw Yi Qingyu. Instead, they felt that she was becoming more and more pitiful. How should I say this? The moment I became a god, I felt that the energy in my body was becoming more and more vigorous. Moreover, my body seemed to have become one with the divine crystal. The scenery around me was also different. I feel that this world is very fresh, very comfortable, and very warm. Yi Qingyu had just become a god, and there were many things that she had yet to explore. She could only rely on her own feelings and said, "Brother, I feel that I can regain my black hair if I want to. But after so many years, I'm used to it, so I don't intend to regain it. White looks good too. Hee. When you become a god, the laws of heaven and earth will send down auspicious clouds and purple lightning to transform your body, giving you a long lifespan. It also means that heaven and earth have completely acknowledged you. Therefore, you will be more compatible with heaven and earth, and it will be easier for you to experience the wonders of heaven and earth. In other words, you will be one with heaven and earth." Elder Lu smiled and continued to explain when he saw that the few of them were curious. "As for your divine crystal's fusion with your body, it is because you have comprehended the laws within the divine crystal, and the divine crystal has acknowledged you. The moment you become a god, this divine crystal truly belongs to you and is connected to your bloodline. Turning your hair black. Even if your limbs are broken, the divine crystal can slowly regenerate them, let alone change the color of your hair. This is because the divine crystal has recorded the characteristics of your body, just like the laws that you have comprehended. As long as the soul of an immortal is not destroyed, as long as the divine crystal is not destroyed, it is equivalent to an immortal body." "That's amazing. I will start my secluded cultivation tomorrow and strive to become a god as soon as possible." Yi Qingwu stuck out her tongue, and a hopeful look appeared in her eyes. Yi Qinghan's affectionate look completely untied the knot in her heart, and her mood returned to the eccentric and pitiful state she had been 3 years ago. Don't be in a hurry to cultivate. After staying in this remote pavilion for 3 years, you must be tired of it. Go out and relax, and adjust your state of mind. Only then will you be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and smiled faintly. His calm temperament and abrupt words stunned the 3 girls slightly. "Well, not bad. Little Han, you have finally grown up." Elder Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration, and his goat-like face was full of smiles. "Going to the Purple Island?" "Yes, thank you for your trouble, Elder Lu." Yi Qinghan nodded, and lowered his head to stroke Xiao Hei's head. He continued, "Let's go to the Purple Island to have some fun. If you want to cultivate, you can enter the carefree pavilion for secluded cultivation. After resting for a while, I will go into secluded cultivation again, and this time, I am afraid it will be very long." In these 3 years, Yi Qinghan's cultivation did not improve, but his state of mind had become extremely mature and firm. Things had already happened. Rather than wallowing in the silent regret of the past, it was better to work hard to grasp the present, cherish every day, and strive hard. Only by grasping the present could he have a better tomorrow. Only then could he do what he wanted to do, such as protecting his loved ones, and taking revenge. Yes. Yu Qingcheng and the others looked at Yi Qinghan, and did not say much, only nodding their heads. They could feel the pain suppressed in the depths of Yi Qinghan's heart beneath his calm and gentle appearance. As his women, they could not resolve this kind of pain, nor could they bear it for him. Only, the price of blood could make him pass away completely. Elder Lu did not say much. He closed his eyes and released his divine senses. After a while, he nodded at Yi Qinghan and said, "Let's go out." Yi Qinghan put Xiao He down and gave the three women a reassuring look. He and Elder Lu disappeared from the Carefree Pavilion. The last time they had entered the Carefree Pavilion, they had been in the sky above the hidden city. If they wanted to leave now, they could only appear in the same place. Elder Lu used his divine senses to scan the sky above the hidden city and locked onto the position of the Purple Island. After the two of them flashed out of the Carefree Pavilion, Elder Lu teleported with Yi Qinghan before their bodies could appear above the hidden city. However, the spatial fluctuations above the hidden city attracted the attention of some people. The island lord of the hidden island, who was fishing by the sea, tilted his head slightly. The 13 elders in the mountains outside the hidden city swept their gazes over the hidden city at the same time. In a restaurant in the hidden city, an old man wearing a bamboo hat was also shocked. He looked through the window at the sky, which had returned to its original state, and continued to drink his wine. All the sages in the city felt the fluctuations. However, when they looked over, the sky had returned to its original state. Chapter 408. Is this the Purple Island? Oh my God! It's so beautiful, I like it so much. Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu teleported to the Purple Island. Yi Qinghan didn't even look at it as he quickly opened the door to the Carefree Pavilion. He then flashed in and came out with the three ladies and Xiao He. When they came out, the three ladies were stunned. Their eyes were filled with amazement and fascination. Yi Qingwu even cried out involuntarily. The few of them stood on a small hill and looked over. Their eyes were filled with purple flowers, purple grass, purple trees, purple stones, and even the sky was emitting a faint purple glow. The Purple Island was huge, and they couldn't see the end of it. The terrain of the Purple Island was very flat. There were only a few small hills. At the foot of the hill, there was a small valley with a small pond. Beside the pond, there was a herd of antelopes with purple rings all over their bodies drinking water. They were startled by Yi Qingwu's voice and started running around in a panic. Apart from the yellow soil, there was only a small amount of green grass and trees. Everything else was purple. The entire Purple Island seemed to be covered with a layer of purple wedding dress. It was dreamy and beautiful. Ahem. Don't be in a hurry to look. Let me tell you something. You must remember it well. Otherwise, you will be killed immediately. No one will be able to save you. Elder Lu's dry cough and his words attracted their attention. Once they heard that it was a serious matter, they didn't dare to be careless. They all listened attentively. There are 11 islands in the Purple Island. The other 10 islands can't be seen by the naked eye. Moreover, they aren't in the Flame Dragon Plain. There is a transportation array in the center of the Purple Island. You can teleport there. That is the passageway to the Immortal Realm. We are now on the first island of the Purple Island. It is also the safest place in the Flame Dragon Plain. Do you see the purple glow in the sky? This is the restriction of the Purple Island. Anyone who releases battle chi or attacks with battle chi on this island will trigger the restriction of the Purple Island and be killed immediately. There are no exceptions. Therefore, you must remember that on this Purple Island, don't even use your battle chi. Just treat yourself as an ordinary person. Only then will you be absolutely safe. Don't even run your battle chi. Yi Qinghan paused for a moment. He knew that Elder Lu was worried about their safety. However, when he thought of Xiao He, who was in his arms, he asked curiously, "Where is Xiao He?" Xiao He can't walk around here. Magical beasts that haven't reached godhood are fine. Actually, the only way to activate the restrictions here is to use the elemental energy of heaven and earth to attack. For example, you could kill those antelopes with your physical strength, but you couldn't use battle chi or the laws of heaven and earth to attack. Xiao He has not become a god yet, so his attacks are completely based on his body's instincts. Therefore, Xiao He is safe here. Elder Lu chuckled as he looked at Xiao He and explained. Gigi. Yi Qinghan had told Xiao He not to move the moment he came out. Now that he heard Elder Lu's explanation, he immediately became excited. He jumped out of Yi Qinghan's arms and ran toward the herd of antelopes. He had been cooped up in the distant pagoda for 3 years. Oh, right. If Master Divine Butcher comes here and attacks with his willpower, Will he activate the restrictions? Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of a question. Although he had already guessed it, he still asked to be safe. Willpower is also a type of law of heaven and earth. If Master Divine Butcher comes here, he won't dare to attack. He's just a cripple. If he dares to come, I will smash him. Without willpower, he's nothing. Elder Lu raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, "Rest assured and stay here. This restriction can prevent divine senses from probing. I think he won't find out for a while. Even if he does, it'll be fine." "Grandpa Lu, I would like to ask you something. Can I understand the divine sound law here? I'm just playing the guqin. It won't affect my battle chi." Yu Qingcheng suddenly thought of a problem. The divine sound law that she understood was a special soul-type law. Therefore, understanding the laws was the most important thing. She didn't need to cultivate her battle chi. It would slowly improve along with her soul. She liked this place very much. She had a feeling that cultivating here would definitely be faster than cultivating in the Carefree Pagoda. Therefore, she asked nervously, "It's all right." Elder Lu waved his hand and said, "You just have to remember not to release your battle chi. It's best if you seal your meridians temporarily and don't let your battle chi circulate. You can do anything else. Also, it's easier to understand the laws of heaven and earth if you cultivate here." "All right, you can play here. I'm going back to cultivate." After explaining, Elder Lu tactfully entered the Carefree Pagoda through the main door, leaving the space for Yi Qinghan and the others. He was also an experienced person and knew that absence made the heart grow fonder. Yi Qinghan was prepared to cultivate for a long time. Therefore, he didn't intend to close the passageway to the Carefree Pagoda. This way, the three ladies and Xiao Hei could come and go at any time. In any case, outsiders couldn't enter the Carefree Pagoda. Even if Master Divine Butcher came, he wouldn't dare to refine this door. "Gigi, boss, I want to eat barbecued meat. I haven't had barbecued meat in a long time." As soon as Elder Lu left, Xiao Hei shot over from afar. His tiny body was dragging a purple-striped antelope that was many times bigger than him. He excitedly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. "Hee, all of you seal your meridians. I'll barbecued meat for you and let you have a taste of my cooking." Yi Qinghan sealed his meridians and smiled at them. He strode toward Xiao Hei, grabbed the antelope in his mouth, and walked toward the pond. "Yay! I haven't had meat in 3 years. I'm dying of craving." When Yi Qingwu heard that there was barbecued meat to eat, she immediately sealed her meridians and rushed toward Yi Qinghan with a cheer. At the pond, the few of them had a delicious meal and enjoyed hot meat that they hadn't had in 3 years. After that, Yi Qinghan started to get busy. He took out a large number of items from his carefree ring, took out the slaughter godblade, and chopped a few big trees to build their little nest on the Purple Island. Yi Qinghan had bought a lot of things in the Black Tortoise City and the Hidden City. He was prepared to build a little Cold Heart Pavilion on the Purple Island. After all, they weren't going to stay here for a day or two. Of course, he couldn't let them sleep in the wilderness. When the three ladies saw that they were going to build their own little nest, they got excited. All of them sealed their meridians and started to help Yi Qinghan with his work. However, Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingcheng were born as young mistresses. They had never done such things before. Instead, they seemed to be making things more difficult the more they helped. In the end, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu decisively let the two of them watch from the side. They only helped to pass some tools. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu's father had passed away when they were young, and their mother was bedridden. Their status in the clan was low, but they were very familiar with these menial tasks. Although their battle chi was sealed, their cultivation base was very high. Their physical qualities were comparable to ordinary general realm experts. Hence, it was very easy for them to do these ordinary tasks. After a busy day, before night fell, a small purple pavilion had already appeared out of thin air beside the small pond. The pavilion was very small, and it only had a small hall, for rooms, and a few small rooms. The construction was also very simple. Not to mention the Cold Heart Pavilion, it was far inferior to Yi Qingwu's graceful dance garden. However, it was obvious that the four of them were in a good mood and were very satisfied. This was the love nest that the four of them had built together. Night fell, and a bright moon rose in the sky. The gentle light shone through the purple light barrier on the purple island and covered the entire island. The entire purple island was enveloped in a beautiful purple light. Clang, clang, in front of the pavilion, in a simple courtyard, Yi Qinghan reclined on an ancient vine bench. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu quietly leaned on his two sides. Xiao He was also quietly curled up on the table next to him and dozed off. Yu Qingcheng sat cross-legged in the courtyard and played the zither. The melodious sound of the zither echoed throughout the purple island, making the beautiful night even more mysterious and elegant. After one song, Yi Qinghan lazily stood up and stretched. He suddenly said to the three of them in a serious tone, "I really want to live with you like this without any worries until the end of time. However, there are some things that I must do. I am very sorry, I can only accompany you for 5 days. After that, I will have to go into seclusion." 5 days? Yes. The three of them looked at Yi Qinghan at the same time and sighed in surprise. They had been separated for 3 years, but they could only meet for 5 days. After that, they would have to separate again. However, the three of them didn't say anything. They only stood up and leaned towards Yi Qinghan. They all understood that Yi Qinghan was working hard and fighting for the sake of being able to stay together like this forever. A short separation was for an eternity. Yi Qinghan looked at the three beautiful and sensible women with a trace of gratification in his eyes. He looked deeply at the three of them and suddenly smiled evilly. "Hey, there is not much time left. Everyone should rest early. Then, the three of you should discuss among yourselves, who should I spend the night chatting with? How about all three?"